All right, good evening. I'm going to go ahead and call the August 3rd, 2026 Columbia City Council meeting to order. I'd like to ask all those who are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. And then Sheila, will you please call roll?
Miss Peters,
Here.
Miss Buffalo,
Here?
Miss Carroll,
Here.
Miss Elwood,
Here.
Miss Sample,
Here.
Miss Hartman.
Here.
All right, well, good evening. This is our second meeting in our newly renovated council chambers. So I'll remind people for if you're going to do public comment later on, we have a new podium. There are buttons on there that can go up and down. It will take a few seconds delay. And then there's also the timers, rather than in front of me, it's now on there for when we have the timed comments. I do ask the quick overview, just for if this is your first council meeting, for the city council agendas, items that are under the consent agenda, if there's no changes to those agenda, they will not have a staff presentation, and they would not have public comment or question and answer from council. They just get adopted altogether unless the agenda has been changed. And then also, if you're looking at the introduction and first read items on the agenda, anything with an asterisk is scheduled to be on consent at the next council meeting. Now, for city council meetings, we have lots of opportunities for public comment. You can speak during old business, public hearing, new business portions of the agenda. I do ask people to keep their comments restricted to the legislation being discussed. At the end of the council meeting, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. General comments are for 3 minutes. If you're an organization affected by the legislation, you can request 5 minutes. That's where the timer comes into handy. And then I'll usually just direct to just let me know if you're requesting the 5 minutes. I ask people to respect the time limits to be fair so that everyone has an opportunity to speak, especially since we're starting into our budget season. There's usually a lot of people that want to comment. And so I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak, and that we're not here until Tuesday. We do ask that people avoid demonstrations that might intimidate your neighbors from speaking. We want to give everyone an opportunity to speak. I do ask that people address issues, not individuals, and refrain from personal attacks, and that includes on city staff. Disruptions would be addressed with a warning, and if necessary, we would do removal and recess. Now, moving on for our minutes, I'll make a motion to approve the July 20th, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Then for our agenda, we have the request from a constituent that Bill 17726 be moved from the consent agenda to old business. Also, we know that Resolution 14526 needs to be moved from consent agenda to new business because there's an amendment sheet correcting the time that the resolution for the public hearing is for August 17th. Are there any other changes to the agenda? I guess I do have one. The applicant did request that for Bill 178, 178 and 179 tonight be tabled to August 17th. So I'll make that motion separate, but I'm just letting you know we do have that one. So I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with Bill 17726 being moved to old business and Resolution 14526 moving to new business. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Jackie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so, and then again, I'll make a motion for Bill 17826 and Bill 17926 to be tabled until the August 17th, 2026, as requested by the applicant. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Valerie. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that means that Bill 178 and 179 will not be discussed. We will not have a presentation, and we won't do comment on that one, so that will be saved for the August 17th meeting. So if you're here for the Columbia Senior Living Project, it will be August 17th. You don't have to stay unless you want to. All right, moving on, we have 3 items under special items. The first one is something that we piloted last year, and I'm happy to see the expansion of it this year. So last year, we partnered with the Peace and Hope Youth Center Summer Program to do a Youth Civic Academy. So this is really cool. It's a way for us to engage a new audience that don't normally come to council meetings. And we really wanted to build on that success and help open up ideas for how city government works. So we had a group of around 20 students who were able to get a firsthand look into the inner workings of their local government. They engaged directly with the city manager, participated in an interactive budget simulation where they took the roles as the city council members. I believe my soon-to-be mayor, I see her back there, future mayor. Thank you. They enjoyed hands-on educational activities with our health department, such as conducting pool water tests and safety administering vaccines to oranges. They also toured the wastewater treatment plant, spent time with our police and fire personnel, and learned about our new communications department. They even got to participate in a mock press conference. They explored the significance of public spaces by designing model parks. And then they covered all that in just 8 weeks, and that was pretty cool. So I hope you guys all had a great experience with it. We hope this is not your last time coming to City Hall. We do have a few of our participants here, and a couple of them have remarks prepared. So I want to invite our ones who have remarks prepared to come up to our podium, and then I'll meet you down there for everyone to come up in a minute for a photo. So who is making my remarks? I think my future mayor is, and then, did I see? Yep, there we go. Diane. Come on down. Do you need to lower it? Come to the microphone. Yep. You go first. You want to bring it down?
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the Civics Academy, some of my experiences and what I've learned from it. The Civics Academy is a safe and educational place for children to learn, have fun, ask questions, and voice themselves. At the Civics Academy, you'll learn about police lifestyle, cooking and kitchen safety, canine handling, how to put out a fire, CPR, etc. The main focus of the Civics Academy is to better the knowledge of children by showing them how the government functions and how laws are made. If or after you complete the Civics Academy, you get a certificate for successfully improving your knowledge of health and government function. Some of my experiences that are most memorable to me are being able to put out a fire with the fire extinguisher and learning how to learn how to use a needle and syringe by injecting an orange. But you're not only learning, you're also having fun. So that's probably the best thing about the Civics Academy, in my opinion.
Hi, my name is Layla Lalaman Mitchell, and I want to thank the Civics Academy for helping me learn leadership skills, collective decision-making, and community advocacy. The Civics Academy has taught me a lot of important information, which includes public safety, finance, utilities, and public works, and community and economic development. But my favorites were emergency operation and fire behavior from the fire departments, and also learning how to give vaccines and learning the importance of kitchen sanitation.
Thank you. Here, you guys can be on this side. Come on this side of it. That way you can see. Come on, babe. Okay, come this way. Come in here. All right, come a little bit further over. Yeah. We can get down lower too. Yeah, if we don't have maybe it's farther here. Yeah.
I wonder if we had like a camera that would show this. It's nice.
Are you ready? Yes. All right. 2 minutes free. Yes. Give it a little bit. There you go. Okay. Looking with my phone.
Oh, they've all got certificates.
All right. Thank you guys. Congratulations. Thank you all for your participation. Our next special item is our program audit from the Utility Assistance Program. If our Youth Civic Academy participants want to leave, you can. Or you can stay, but you guys can leave if you want. I see, yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye, Mayor.
That's cute.
All right, Matthew, I'm assuming that we're kicking this over to you.
Yes. So,
Go ahead.
all right, so we had a look at our utility assistance program by our internal auditors, Ruben Brown, and they are here tonight as well to discuss portion of the presentation. And so what we'll start with is a little background on how we got to this point in time. And so before the COVID-19 pandemic, we had two programs, one called CASH and one called HELP, that assisted senior citizens, disabled individuals, and families with minor children with utility assistance. And so CASH was limited for last resort emergency aid after exhausting alternative programs, and HELP was for one-time crisis assistance for immediate household stabilization. So both programs relied on voluntary bill payer donations through reoccurring or one-time donations. So when the pandemic hit and we had the initial CARES Act that was enacted by the federal government, the city began to transition from this cash and help program to a more structurally funded utility assistance program. And under this new program, the household's gross monthly income must be at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. And this was changed from the CARES and help, cash and help, because it fits more in line with what public health does. So that is one of their standards, is at 200% of the federal poverty level. And what we did was kind of mirror the help to the same individual groups. So we kept the seniors, individuals age 60 and older, persons with disabilities, and then families with children. Here is a look at the funding over those years. And so in total, we've put a little under $3.3 million into the utility assistance program. In the first year, it was funded with CARES funding at $300,000. In year two, we received a donation and close to $400,000 for the utility assistance program. In both years 3 and 4, we did a 50-50 ARPA and general fund revenue. And then in fiscal year 25, $600,000 came directly from the general fund. And then in 26, $800,000 came directly from the general fund. Okay, so this kind of comes to our issue. So in fiscal year 26, $600,000 was allocated to the program, just as in the previous year in 25. But that money was completely expended by December. And so an additional appropriation of $200,000 was approved, bringing the fiscal year 26 total to $800,000. And so this is basically what prompted the financial review of the programming. And so the audit that we had done is more of a financial audit than it is a programmatic audit. Not to say that that wouldn't be needed as well, but this is the financial portion of that audit. So I'll kick it over to our representatives with Ruben Brown.
You might need to adjust the microphone. If you push it up for a while, the podium will
For
go
me,
up.
it's probably okay.
Right. Well, oh, that's sweet. I saw your colleague. And you hold the up for just a few seconds,
Yeah.
longer than you would expect.
Well, I appreciate you having us here. My name's Nathan Kroll, and I am a partner with Reuben Brown. So basically, been working with the city on a number of, internal audit type activities. In this case, basically utilities assistance program, as Matthew had alluded to, was looked at more from a financial perspective. Doing the review with me was Keith Oxman, he's the manager with me, and Max Langmack. So with that, I was going to turn it over to them to give you more specifics on the program, but we were all involved in the program, so obviously happy to answer questions and kind of go over, anything that the committee might have.
Thank you.
Hold it.
It just takes a while.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Thank you. Good evening, council. To start off, I'd like to look at what the scope of our review included. At first,
Next, will you say your full name?
Sorry, yes, my name is Max Langmack.
Thank you.
So the scope of our review included interviews with the City of Columbia and Boone County Public Health and Human and Social Services Department to start to get familiar with the process. We also talked with the City of Columbia Department of Finance to better understand the transaction behind the scene and understand the funding for utilities assistance. Our scope also included testing of detailed transactions. In this, we went through and looked at the various applicants who had been selected, that they met criteria and the funds were transferred appropriately. We also had data analytics in 3 areas. The first was a comparative analysis comparing where the City of Columbia's program was to other municipalities within the state of Missouri and surrounding states. Those municipalities included Springfield, Missouri, Independence, Missouri, Topeka, Kansas, Des Moines, Iowa, and Peoria, Illinois. We also evaluated potential alternative methodologies to the allocation of utilities assistance and verified that applicant statuses were correct when they were selected.
You might need him to say next slide.
Or
I don't know-
sure,
I don't know that that
whichever.
works. I don't know that
If the
it
clicker
works.
works, you can make it work here. On the positive side, we saw that the process was in place. We don't have any notes from that item. All applicants were screened and verified in an effective manner. All transfers of funds that were related to the program are applied within the city's administrative facilities, which helps to prevent any misuse of funds. And that assistance to both of Columbia's eligibility programs were evenly split between the two. Perfect. There is one item we have a recommendation on. We did note during our comparative analysis that the City of Columbia's average amount per household paid out during the fiscal year of 2024 was about $874. This amount is much higher than what comparative municipalities are paying. And that essentially the range of these level of benefits provided through the Utilities Assistance Program for other municipalities range from about $250 to $430. It would be our recommendation that a $400 cap be adopted on household benefits with the potential to either increase the number of households assisted to about 1,888 households or maintain the same level of assistance that was given in fiscal year 2024 for an estimated cost savings of $409,780.
And again, that's really to stay in line with the comparative analysis, based off other, I'll call it peer cities out there, so.
And with that, I think you'll open it up to any questions.
All right, questions from council for the auditors? Yeah, Vera.
Can you remind us the peer cities that you compared to?
Yes, the ones that were involved specifically for the household spend would be Springfield, Missouri, Topeka, Kansas, Des Moines, Iowa, and Peoria, Illinois. Independence, Missouri was looked at for its total annual spend, and these municipalities were selected due to their population being in line with the City of Columbia's. as well as their geographical location being similar.
Thank you.
Yeah, Valerie.
One of the concerns that I had was that for Columbia, Missouri, the percentage of the population at or below the federal poverty rate is the second highest on this list. And I'm wondering, when you're selecting cities, what criteria goes into selection, if you considered any other cities that might be similar to us based on the spend for the program, but did you look at any other cities that didn't make this list but might be more similar in poverty rate than other program metrics?
No, our analysis was limited to these cities.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions for the auditor? Yeah, Christina.
When it comes to the limitations that were noted, what were the limitations and why was not all internal controls considered and it limited to just the fiscal piece that Matthew was mentioning?
That was basically the scope. And so when you prepare any type of audit, whether it's an internal audit or external, you set that scope. And going outside of that scope usually has other type of issues with it. And that's why I was saying if we wanted to do another type of audit, I think that if we wanted to do a programmatic audit, that may be something that we could look at as well. But the scope of this audit, that was not within the scope of this audit.
So if we're looking at the audit as a potential impact to our fiscal and how well it's working, why wouldn't we want to look at the process, evaluate the process as well? Does that make sense?
We reviewed the process of who was in the program. So based off the
Right.
current criteria that the people in the program, the citizens in the program, belonged in the program, and we didn't have other folks that were not in the program that did not qualify. So based off of the criteria, the current state of basically the program, we basically did look at the controls and again, made sure that basically the folks in there, belonged in the program. So we weren't paying other citizens that basically did not qualify. So we did basically assess kind of, again, compliance against the program standards as are current.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just read what was written and then maybe you elaborate on what that means. So in the letter it said, because the procedures performed in conjunction with the review are more limited than would be necessary to provide an opinion on system of internal controls taken as a whole, such as opinion is not expressed. So what do we mean by that?
Okay, so that's a basis of, we are not external auditors. We are not basically giving an opinion. We are not performing an attestation agreement. As it says in there, basically we perform these under consulting standards, with the AICPA consulting standards. So basically to form an opinion and give an opinion, opine, attest basically, as your external auditors would, basically control testing and parameters would be, much, much different. Basically there's more that goes into it. But again, we looked at the current state, as Max described through the interviews, basically got an understanding of, what the current criteria are to qualify for the program. Basically how funds are insourced, how they're outsourced, the methods that those take place to make sure that the internal controls in place were designed and functioning as intended.
Okay.
Any other questions for our auditors on this? I have one for staff, but if we're still on the auditor. Yeah. Did you have it for the auditor? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious about the maximum, about the cap on income. So for eligibility, you need to be at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. In the other cities that you compared, was that a similar cap throughout?
So again, we took the parameters basically for the city of Columbia to see whether or not residents qualified, citizens qualified or not to be in the program. We did not assess basically what the criteria for corresponding cities were, but basically looked at their programs and looked at that program spend. Again, as Matthew talked about, coming at this from, do we have the proper people in the program as it's set up? Are we, how are we spending the money? Basically, how are those sources coming in? How are we tracking from a financial perspective? So we did not compare basically all of the criteria to be in the program amongst those comparative cities, as that was not within the scope of the engagement.
So did we consider the eligibility as a parameter that we might change, or was that outside of the scope as well? Did we only consider the max benefit?
So I think, as the recommendation stated, basically if you set a cap on the program, that obviously would create, a budget savings, correct? But I believe one of the comments was, also, hey, even if there was a cap, if you maintain spending levels, then you could service more citizens. So again, it really is, up to the city, up to the council, obviously, and from a budgetary standpoint, how that should be handled.
Right. So for the comment section, one of the comments that I considered was, in addition to a cap, keeping the funding level and serving more, provided that staff is able to do that. The question that I'm looking at now is the eligibility requirement. Is there savings involved with having eligibility at 150 or 100% poverty level that would allow us to serve more citizens more effectively and maybe prioritize to those that are most in need?
Sure. I mean,
And I want to know if that was something that was significant. I'm not seeing a whole lot of participation at the higher end, which is a success of the program probably, but.
So, I mean, in terms of obviously looking at the criteria to qualify, if you lowered those criteria, then you would have more participants naturally. Now, we did not run any scenarios ourselves, I think is what you're asking, correct? Whether or not, what the impact of lowering to 150% level would be, or, raising that to 250%. We did not do any kind of forecasting as far as what that would look like. Does that answer your question?
So you didn't, so the only item that you did forecasting on was the maximum payout?
Again, we were looking
that
at
right?
basically
Or
the total.
did you look at different
The total
items?
budget as compared to, the spend for the program,
Right.
compared to other municipalities, other cities, of similar size and similar programs. But we did not get into the specifics of what the qualifying criteria were for each of those cities.
Okay, yeah. I guess my point is that the qualifying criteria has an impact on the total budget. And I want to get a feel for whether our qualifying criteria is the most reasonable one to set.
That qualifying criteria is in alignment with our other social services programs that the city operates.
Great.
Years ago, utility assistance has been around with the city predates me. So 20 years ago, we used to use 150% of the federal poverty level. We increased that over the years to be more inclusive and to better align, because if you're not, we use 200% for your medications, if we're gonna help you with your prescriptions, if you're eligible for our prenatal home visiting program. So it makes sense that if you can't meet your basic needs of your insulin, then you probably can't meet your basic needs of your utility assistance either. And 200% of the federal poverty level for one person is about $16.63 an hour. So it's not exceptionally high.
Thanks.
Questions for the auditors? No, I have some for the staff. Oh, for the auditor? Okay.
Yeah, so on page 6 of your audit report, you have one observation with one recommendation. Were there no other observations made during this, or was it strictly limited to looking at this particular thing?
There were no other observations.
Were there other controls that should have been considered in looking at this, or?
So when we say observations, those are really findings. Those are
Right.
things that we would think should be addressed.
Right.
We looked at other controls, as I described previously, yes. We did not basically detail each of those and basically their status within the reports. That's not been the, I guess, the format of the reports in the past. Now, if that's something that, obviously the council would like to see done differently, we can obviously look to, change the format of the reports to basically talk about, each of the controls that's, tested and the status of those, basically whether or not those are,
Pass or?
effective or
Yeah,
ineffective,
effective,
however you
ineffective.
want to score them.
I would
In
definitely be
this
interested in
case,
that.
the observation really is more around, this is an action item, potentially for the city to consider.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for the auditors? I appreciate you. I think a quick question for staff that we have is, part of this was, you're recommending in the fiscal year budget to do sort of like the reduction. Does what's proposed include a cap? Or is there a policy recommendation that's part of the budget that is coming from council as far as this issue goes?
Per person cap or cap in total dollars?
Either, both?
So we've proposed a $500,000.
500, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, $400,000 cap.
$400,000
My
cap.
apologies.
And then at 500 and $200, so $500 cap for, electric utility and 200 for, non-electric, basically.
But those would be either or. It's not a total of 700. So there are some City of Columbia utility customers that may have Boone Electric as their electric provider. They just get water or trash service from the city. So for those households, we would be looking at a maximum of 200.
So based on the financial audit, is that kind of how you came up with your kind of suggested how to reach more households?
That's-
But,
Well, outside of what they did, we also looked at the usage and why it was the way that it was. We found that there was a $600 max on non-electric items, and we found that that was a little excessive because we had a few individuals that were given that amount but only had a trash service. And so trash service is $25 or so. Is it a quarter or is it a month? It's a relatively low amount. And so those individuals still have a credit balance, some of them dating back 2 years.
There's been a shift in this program. It used to be that we could only allocate the dollars that we received in donations the prior month. Those amounts were significantly smaller. It was typically like $6,000 for cash and $2,400 for help, maybe, like very minimal amounts. Then we received an influx of dollars. You want to make sure that you're using those external dollars, so we increased, we changed the program a little bit. We really helped it become a lot more better customer service. And then as that external dollars have dropped, now we have to take a look at, well, what can the city continue to support with your internal dollars? We've also had a pretty significant reduction in donations from utility customers over the years. So now this program is heavily funded by general fund, our money. The audit allowed us the opportunity to have an idea as to what other cities were paying, so we kind of can look at what might be more comparable to some of our peers. And a $500 cap, taking it from 900 to 100 would be pretty brutal for the families that we help. 500 felt like something where you're truly able to help somebody with at least 1 month of their bill. Because remember, utility rates, everybody's bills are going up. So as our maximum has increased, it has kept in alignment with the rising cost of utilities. 500 would allow us to still help the same number of households that we've been doing, with a reduction in overall pull from the general fund, if that's what council desires as part of the budget.
And can you clarify, you said something about, so you talked a little bit about the history of this. Originally, it used to be just donations that came
Yes.
on utility bills. And then you mentioned external partners or external donations. Can you give an example of some of those that we were receiving external donations from?
So that was the CARES Fund, and then we moved into ARPA Fund. And so with that big influx of money that can only be used for limited things, and that was an appropriate use of the dollars. People were really struggling financially during COVID, and so that was a good use of those funds.
Okay, thank you.
We've also began a roundup program with utility assistance. And so basically what that is you could round your bill up to the next dollar, and that money will go towards this utility assistance program as well. So we'll be doing some promotion of that upcoming, in I believe sometime this month, there'll be some promotion about that to try to get the word out. And so hopefully we can add that second part like we had for Cash and Help, which would be the customer donations.
And can you remind, Rebecca, when, at our council work session a few weeks ago, we asked about what is the outreach to people who are requesting utility assistance about our energy efficiency programs, or what do we do proactively to get that information out there so that it can be like a sustainable sort of improvement, not just the utility assistance?
Right, so the utilities does a significant amount. They provide energy efficiency kits to every customer that receives a pledge from another agency or utility assistance from the city. We're working with My Key to the City program to get energy and water conservation program information integrated into that. And as part of the letter that we send to in response to requests for assistance, we include information regarding energy efficient audits within that letter that the recipient receives.
Okay. And Caroline, this is a question I have for you. So obviously, this started, part of it was the CARES funding, but also as part of it, this was one of the city's applications to the council funding for ARPA. Like you all put together, we think you should put this money into that. At that time, did you assume it would then just become part of our general fund ongoing, or was that kind of a pilot to test this out? What was the intent behind that? Because now we find ourselves post-ARPA having to figure out how to keep really successful programs going.
Yeah, so what you saw happening is, so during COVID, there was a significant need in our community, and so the idea was, how do you answer to that need? I don't think the thought was it would be, this type of program at such a high level would be sustainable. But the idea is that there is a need to assist, and it's at what level. And so one of the things when we looked at the fact that we were doing $600,000 for the last couple of years, and each year, and that last year when we maxed out after 3 months, is really have to really look at this program and see exactly what are other communities doing. Are we in line, or are we above that threshold? And what we realized is that while it's great to be able to assist, our level of support is a lot higher than what we see with some of our neighboring communities. And so how do you do a better alignment? But it was never thought of this, especially at $900 for our customers, that being sustainable long-term.
Great.
I mean, it was really about trying to assist during COVID, and it just kind of became part of the general fund.
Yeah. Rebecca, remind me, are people eligible for both this utility assistance as well as other agencies' utility assistance?
Yes, we often partner with CMCA for their LIHEAP program, so yes.
Okay, yeah. Valerie, then Vera, Christina, and Betsy, I can never tell if you're raising your hand.
had her hand up for a
Well, she did, and then she put it down. So, I didn't know. All right, and then she backed up, which is a signal too. All right, Valerie.
Towards the questions from the work session that Barbara was referring to, do we have the ability, and I realize this is personal information, but do we have the ability to collect any data as to where they're located? I want to acknowledge that renters have less control over the efficiency of their rental unit, the insulation, even using the caulk that our utilities department will give them. Do we have any ability to collect that data so that we can reach out to landlords who may be eligible for rehabilitation programs?
So we would have, utilities would have the address of every account that has been, received assistance with this program. I feel like those are two separate goals.
Yes,
I think
they
we
are.
can reach out to all of the entities that have rental units through neighborhood services to make sure that they know. I would not want to tie the utility assistance applicant to their landlord because there could be some unintended consequences there. Typically, when you apply for a rental unit, you have to provide verification of income. And the income that you had at the time you secured that unit may not be your current income, which is now why you're eligible for the assistance and why you need the assistance. So I would be hesitant for that information to be shared with their landlord and thereby putting somebody's housing at risk. Or if they're renting from a landlord who maybe is not permitted as a landlord, or if, I mean, there can be reasons why people are hesitant to reach out to assistance. And we're government, and we want to help people, and we don't want there to be any barrier to someone receiving assistance from us. And that could be perceived as a barrier. Like, I'm not going to do anything that's going to put my housing at risk.
Yeah, I don't think that I would suggest that.
But that could happen if you own two properties and you know that one of your tenants has received utility assistance. Whereas we could share that same information, blanket it with everybody who has an approved rental and still meet the same goal.
Vera?
On the same note about information that is sent out to people who request utility assistance, you made the comment about people who are needing the medication assistance are likely also needing utility assistance. Are we are we sending out information kind of in the opposite order? If they're needing utility assistance, are we sending out information about medication assistance and other social service programs?
So we are not, because that's also a finite amount of money. I will tell you that we had definitely done some intentional outreach about utility assistance, which I think helped drive up the applications, because when you do outreach, you have more people who know, which is fantastic, but we don't have enough money to help all of the people who meet the criteria for the program. So it's very common for somebody to come into our office, talk to a social services specialist, hey, this is my situation, and our staff are going to go through every possible thing that they might be eligible for. Do you have health insurance? You know, do you need help finding a doctor? Are you getting food stamps? Like, that's very standard care that our staff provide. But we don't typically do a lot of outreach for those programs because we don't have enough funds to meet that need.
Makes sense.
Thank you. Christina?
Yeah, so just a moment ago, or maybe 10 minutes ago, DeCarlin, you mentioned $900 credit. Was that an average, or was that the standard distribution, or was that an outlier one?
I think that was the max. I think the average was around, was it 875?
Yes.
874 in the
874.
presentation.
And people use that within an average of 6 months, a year, 2
No,
years? What was the average usage?
I believe the average utility bill for the participants, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie, wasn't it $400 a month? Was about the average. So if you got a $900 credit on your utility account, you're looking at 2 months' worth and some change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask other questions, or do I need to wait? Okay, I didn't want to hog all the time. Have we considered the impact of making this change or limiting this with the potential or proposal for increased rates? And if we have, what would you say to that?
So, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So, those rates have continued to change every year, and our utility assistance cap has not increased incrementally because there's a limited amount of funds. I think anytime you have an increase in anything, it just means that the assistance you receive is not going to go as far. So yes, it's always a consideration. And there's, as cost increase in other, I mean, many costs are going up, gasoline. There's not an assistance program to help you with that. Those things are always going to have an impact when somebody's trying to meet their basic needs because their wages may not be keeping on par with the other costs that are increasing.
Okay.
Other questions? No, appreciate it. So what's in our proposed budget is the recommendations of what you're coming from the audit, which has that dollar amount for the total general
correct.
fund contribution, as well as the cap on your programmatic. To some of the questions of earlier, is it, and to your point, like this was a financial kind of audit and review, is part of your intent to do more of an internal kind of staff programmatic? Like, you know, you're testing this out to see if this cap reaches more households? And what's the participation? And then will you come back if you have recommended changes? I mean, again, this is only like a 5-year-old program at this dollar
Utility
amount.
assistance is not.
No, but at
So
this dollar amount, I'm saying, with the increase in dollar funding.
I can tell you with great confidence that this funding will be depleted within the first quarter. So we will have a rush of applications in September and October for the funding. It will be very similar to last year when we depleted the funds within the first quarter, and that was at a higher amount. So we'll still be able to help as many applicants as we did last year. Just the dollar amount that they receive towards their utility bill will not be as high.
Right.
So
Yeah. And I guess for when I'm talking about the dollar amount, I'm talking about ARPA funds, which we only allocated in 2023. So that is only, 3 years.
right.
Right. Yeah. Valerie.
Yeah. So my understanding of your intentions is that you want to serve the same number of families. And that it won't go as far. We won't be serving them as
Right.
much. I think the question I'm looking to answer from your experience with the program is that help still meaningful to the applicants?
Yes.
So if they are calling in and they need help with a utility bill, and it's a last resort situation for them, is not paying the whole utility bill, but a partial serving the needs that they have?
That I can't answer. Ideally, we want to, I mean, in a perfect world, we are helping you when your bill is $200-300, and then we've covered a full month and part of the next month. So now we've freed up $500 for you to repair your car or, get groceries or all of those other basic needs that this helps you to reach. If you have a bill that's far beyond that, if you have the remainder, yes, it would be helpful. It's still $500. It's not $900, but it's still $500. And we still want to continue to be able to assist our most vulnerable, and this program would let us do that. The only way we can help more people is if there is more money in the budget. So we would have to have more general fund money dedicated to this program in order to increase the number of households that are impacted.
Well, I think too, that's where the roundup portion of the bill, where that comes into play as well, because this is only taking into account the general fund portion. It's not taking into account the portion of monies that may come from donations from our customers.
Yeah, Christina, then Vera.
What controls can be implemented in order to prevent the funds being spent that first quarter? Like, how can we spread this out over the year to help reduce potential impacts for people that experience things all year longer at different intervals?
So the way our process works now, we take applications, we process the applications, and then we distribute the funds using a lottery system. So way back in the day, it used to be first come, first serve, and that was pretty horrific for individuals in crisis as well as staff. And the lottery is an equitable way to distribute the funds across the board because the need can exceed the funds that are available. So what we have looked at doing for the next fiscal year is setting a maximum amount that we would distribute each month. And Carrie, do you remember what that was? $80,000 a month. So that would help with that would get you through 5 months. So it's kind of 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. If the help that you needed was in November and we don't draw your name until February, you're still going to get that assistance, but there's still a chance that you might not. So we open the applications October 1. You can only apply once. Like, once you're approved, you're in the lottery until your name is drawn or we've depleted all of the funds, at which time we stop taking applications.
Vera, you had a question?
And this might be a question more for Aaron, but I'm not sure. Can you speak to how partial bill payment works in utilities? If it covers the first month and then part of the next month, is there any leeway there, or is it that the utilities go off until the payment is made in full?
Are you talking about utility shut-off, or?
So if the utility assistance does not cover the full bill, what is the impact for the applicant?
Then
Do
you
they
would
have lights on?
You would just have to pay the remainder of your balance. It's like a credit on your account. And so if you receive 500 and in the second month you have a $200 credit, you might have $76 remaining that you have to pay yourself in order to avoid shut off.
So if they don't pay the $76, the $200 does not prevent shut off at all?
That's correct. It would be subject to shut off as any other account.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I just want to get clarification, because I think I heard something different just a moment ago versus at the FAAC meeting earlier. So what I heard earlier was that the during FY '26 was the first come, first serve, and then years prior was the lottery, but this year we're looking to return to the lottery, not that, what I thought I heard just a moment ago was that it used to be first come, first serve. But
We've used the lottery for several years now.
So that would have been my mistake.
Oh, yeah. At least 10, Carrie says.
okay, so it's not a switch from the prior year.
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Any other questions for staff or the auditor? No, appreciate the information. I know we'll continue this conversation as we're just starting the budget process for fiscal year '27. Thank you for the information. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you all for having us.
All right, moving on, we have our presentation of the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. I'll make a reminder to us, this is our presentation of the proposed budget to us. Our first public hearing is the next meeting, where we'll have public hearing and public comment. This one is really the staff presentation. We can ask some clarifying, but I also do want to encourage people, if they do have questions for staff have a couple town halls between now and our next public hearing. So there are a couple opportunities to ask those questions in the meantime. So Matthew Liu, I think I'm directing this to you. You're just in that seat for a while.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's why I stood up for a second.
That was nice, wasn't it?
So here's a presentation of our fiscal year '27 budget. So just to kick it off, we want to kind of show the budget engagements that we have done so far this year. We've had budget town halls, so we had one in January, one in February. We had our Osher Civic Academy in March. We did the revenue forecast and presentation in April. We had Budget Town Hall 3 in April as well. We've done a community classroom on municipal bonds, our Civic Academy, which we just saw the graduates here tonight. We did that portion in June. We had our capital improvement plan work sessions in June as well. We've had our 3 budget work sessions in July, and then our town hall that we did last week on how we got here. So now we'll go through the general fund narrative and outlook. So currently, we have a balanced budget. We have within the general fund, we have a balanced budget, 133.8 million in revenue and 133.8 million in expenditures. Currently, we're looking at revenue over expenditures of about $1,300 or $13,000, I'm sorry. So, just a little background on the general fund. The general fund is one of the city's largest and most versatile funds, and is made up of what you think about when you think of local governments. It's police, it's fire, it is health, it's community development, public works. The general fund does not have the same restrictions that other funds have, and its revenue can be used in a variety of ways. The largest expense in the general fund is personnel, and the largest functional group is public safety. And this is just a reminder that this proposed fiscal year 27 budget does not include potential projected revenue increases or expenses associated with the public safety sales tax that'll be voted on tomorrow. So this budget represents revenue based on current forecasts, which has led to modifications in personnel and services to establish this balanced budget. So some of the departments and divisions within the general fund, we break them up into 5 different groups. You have your administrative group, which is city council, city clerk, city manager, finance, HR, law, and public works administration. And then we have our health and environment group, which is health and human services, community development, housing neighborhood services, economic development, sustainability, and cultural affairs. Our third group is public safety, which includes police, fire, and municipal courts. Then we have our supporting activities, which is facilities management, and then transportation, which is streets and engineering and parking enforcement. Here is an outlook of our general fund. So taking a look at 2 previous fiscal years, our projected fiscal year 26 and then our proposed fiscal year 27. The drop off in revenue from 25 to 26 is basically because of the settlement that we received from CenturyLink, and also the some ARPA expenditures in there as well, and ARPA revenue. So when we look at where the money comes from in our budget, about 30% of the general fund budget revenue comes from sales and use tax. Secondly, coming in second place will be our pilot, and then outside sources, the third would be other taxes, which include marijuana sales tax and gross receipts taxes, things of that nature. Here's our general fund revenue comparison. So it did not come over very well. Sorry for that. Yeah, thank you. So as you can see here, sales and use tax looks to be up about 2%. Intergovernmental revenue is down about 17%, and that's mostly because we're moving communications out of the general fund and it'll be in its own fund. But overall, we're seeing a total revenue increase from fiscal year 26 to 27 of about 1%, or it's about $1,200,000. Sorry for the slide. Hey. Okay, so next we'll talk about our dedicated funding. And so, within the general fund, a dedicated funding source is a revenue source that may be restricted or is collected specifically to offset the expenses of a certain activity. And some good examples of this would be a dedicated sales tax funding, from transportation sales tax to public works activities, or revenue from other governmental units, which are grants that we receive in your health department. Fees related to certain activities like community development permits or a general administrative fee revenue. Another source within the general fund is general funding sources. And this is a revenue source that is collected generally to support all activities. So the categories of these type of funding sources would be general sales tax, general property tax, business license fees, and then other local taxes as well. So when you look at those 5 groups that we looked at earlier and the dedicated funding sources versus the general funding sources, you see that just about all of the other groups have essentially half or more coming from a dedicated funding source. And public safety is basically the only one that is completely reliant on the general fund and general revenue. So things like general sales tax, general property tax. So some other general fund activities that have dedicated sources, administration, facilities, streets and engineering, as I said before, has a transportation sales tax. Health has federal and state grants. Cultural affairs has grants, sponsorships, and ticket sales, plus donations. Sustainability is subsidized basically by the utilities. And then community development has external fees for service. Here's a look at our trend for sales and use tax. And so you can see in 21, when we began our use tax, sales tax was increasing sort of rapidly, but there was a drop off in 22. So with the help of that use tax, it really helped us to maintain where we are today. Again, you see from the drop off from 24 to 25 in sales and use tax, but we are estimating that we're back on pace for fiscal year 26. Here's a look at our projections for sales and use tax for the coming years. So we're basically projecting by fiscal year 29 for the general fund, we'll be around $40 million. We're basically seeing an increase of around 1.5 to a little under 2% for outgoing years. Our marijuana sales tax, I know it looks like a big jump from 25 to 26, but we have already cleared the fiscal year 24 number at this point in time. We have, is it 3 months or 4 months remaining to collect. So we're 2 months in arrears on most of our sales tax collection. So we have 4 months left. So we estimate that we'll bring in a little bit over $1.2 million this year. And so we have forecasted off of that number moving forward. Property tax forecast, or property tax, it just grows at a slow and steady pace. This year, you will see on the, I believe it's on the agenda tonight for first read, the property tax forecast for fiscal year '27, and it's up a little bit from last year. But basically, these are our projections moving forward. Then here are other local taxes. As you can see, there's a pretty big dip in the gross receipts and telecommunications from fiscal year '25 to '26, and that's basically because it includes those payments and protests from that CenturyLink litigation. Here's our general fund history versus forecast. And again, in '25, if it wasn't for that litigation, we would not have met revenues over expenditures. But for '26, we're looking at possibly revenues meeting expenditures. This bar graph shows, though, what's in here that's going over the line that is the total revenue is payments from ARPA. And so that's not necessarily coming from our current revenues or current expenditures, because it's something that we have had for a period of time. So it looks a little different there, but moving forward, '27 on, you can kind of see that total revenue start to dip under those expenditures. So what we've done to kind of look at or to help our other type of revenues within the general fund for fiscal year '27, we have completed a cost of service study, and we're in the process of completing our business license fee study. And so with the cost of service study, we looked at all the general fund fees. We identified cost and provided fee-based, cost of providing fee-based services like food inspections. We've determined a current cost to recover, and then we evaluated and set new cost recovery numbers. So the business license fee study is ongoing, though, and it will be complete in time for the next fiscal year budget, though.
All right, so looking at our year-over-year expenditures for the general fund, we are about 1% or $1.5 million under what we budgeted for '26. The biggest categories when we look at the budget are personnel, which is almost 69% of the budget, and then services, which are almost 12% of the budget. In that service category, we have our purchase services. So some examples of that are pavement maintenance, our funding for social services, the substance abuse and mental health program, any building maintenance that we do related to HVACs, fire suppression, pest control, that kind of thing. We also have Office of Violence Prevention, strategic planning efforts, litigation, vehicle maintenance, and advertising in that category. And then in the miscellaneous category, we've broken this down to show what makes up that category. The biggest parts of that category are credit card fees and our street landscaping program, but we also have some other legislative costs, insurance premiums, investigation costs, promotions, and sponsorships, in addition to the truly miscellaneous expenses that don't fit well in any other category. So when we look at where our money in the general fund goes, police and fire make up almost half of general fund expenses. And while we do have a 1% decrease overall in our year-over-year budget, the budget for police did increase by 0.7%, fire increased by 2.5%, and public works increased by 2.3% year over year. So on the next couple slides, we have some examples of the reductions that we did. These are year-over-year reductions, so things that were budgeted in '26 that are no longer being budgeted in '27. These personnel reductions on this slide are positions that were either eliminated or they're vacant positions that were budgeted at 0 for the '27 budget, which means that they're still authorized positions, but there is no funding currently in the budget to hire those positions. And then most of the operating reductions that are listed on this slide are due to a 0.5% cut to the services category that we implemented across the board. In addition to that across-the-board cut, there are also some department-specific cuts that were made also mostly in the services category, but across various categories in certain departments. The major impacts of the reductions that we made were delaying any non-critical replacements, upgrades, and purchases. We reduced the utility assistance funding from the general fund from $600,000 to $400,000. We also reduced social service funding by 10%. And those are the purchase of our service contracts. We held open or eliminated some positions, health plans to discontinue family planning services, and then we implemented that 0.5% across-the-board reduction in services. We also had a pretty big net reduction of positions in the general fund at almost 24.5. 22 of those positions were existing positions that belong to communications functions that were moved to the new fund. So those positions still exist, they just don't exist in the general fund for '27. We had 7 new positions that we added that are listed on this slide. And then there were also 8 vacant positions that are held open for '27, so still authorized positions, but not budgeted for to fill in FY '27.
Megan, can you go back? I just want to clarify, but 7 new ones? Like
So,
these are
yes,
7?
7 additional
Thank you.
positions.
So now we'll look at the fiscal year '27 budget in total. So for all funds, our total revenue is $574 million, with total operating expenditures of $546 million, which balances or brings us to a overage in revenue over expenditures. Then we add in our capital improvement projects, which are one-time expenses that are usually funds that have been saved over multiple years. And so we have total expenditures of $603 million. So a little bit on how capital improvements are funded. The general fund funds capital improvements through transportation sales tax, capital improvement sales tax, fund reserves, investment revenue, bond funding, and designated loan funds, while enterprise funds fund their capital improvements through operating reserves, transportation sales tax, bond funding, and also designated loan funds. Parks and Rec uses the park sales tax, investment revenue, general fund reserves, and a designated loan fund. And this is all to say that these are not current revenues. This is money that has been saved up over multiple years to pay out at one time. So that's why they are not included in the operating expenditures for the city budget. So here's a look at where the money comes from. When you look at all of the funds for the city, 57.7% of all revenue comes from fees and service charges. 89%, almost 90% of that comes from utilities alone. So here's a look at our revenue comparison year over year. Got cut off at the bottom, but total revenue is expected to increase by about 2.7% for fiscal year '27.
All right, so again, looking at where our money goes, personnel is the largest category, which takes up about 30% of our overall budget, followed by services and power supply, which is power that we purchase from a third party.
And what's important about this is that every other category is in multiple funds across the city. Power supplies in one department, and it makes up 15% of our total expenditures.
About 5% of our total budget is in the miscellaneous category, but again, we wanted to point out that while it's called miscellaneous, there are actually things in here that are not truly miscellaneous expenses. The biggest in the total city budget is insurance, followed by medical claims and damage claims, which are like property and liability claims. We also have refunds and rebates and credit card fees in this category. So our proposed expenditures for the total city are down about 0.8%, and the biggest decreases are in capital and transfers, which are pretty volatile categories, so they can vary a lot year over year. We also have a 3% increase in personnel, which is due to the cost of living adjustment that we have in the budget. When we look at expenditures by function, you can see that the utilities are almost half of the entire budget for the city, followed by transportation and public safety.
And again, sort of like the purchase power that we saw, public safety is two departments within one fund, and they make up the third highest amount of funding for the city in total.
So we also are going to show a year-over-year comparison by fund. You'll notice the general fund has a difference of about $1.5 million, which we already talked about. The capital improvement sales tax fund, park sales tax fund, and transportation sales tax fund all have decreases. The transfers, or what the biggest expense in that category is transfers out that cover capital projects and also one-time purchases like vehicle and equipment replacement. So those decreases are just showing that we are not budgeting as many capital projects or replacements this year. And then you'll also notice the capital projects fund has a pretty big decrease, which is because we have less CIP budgeted for '27. On this slide, most of the funds that have an increase, like water, electric, airport, sewer, a lot of this is tied to capital projects. Again, those can vary year over year, so it's sometimes hard to compare between years. We're not too concerned usually when we see a big increase, like with airport. They have a lot of FAA funding this year, which is a good thing, but it also increases their budget quite a bit. All right, and then on this slide, we have a little bit of kind of a big decrease in employee benefit fund. This is mostly tied to what we project our claims expenses are going to be. And then we've got a big increase for public communications, which is a new fund. So this is establishing the fund that was not in the budget in '26. And then our overall expense budget year over year is down about $5 million from FY '26. All right, so the next few slides will summarize the fee changes that you'll see with the '27 budget. Community development has proposed a few fee increases along with Parks and Rec. Health is also proposing some fee changes based on the cost of service study that we did. The parking utility is proposing an hourly parking rate adjustment in garages. And then we've also got some utility fee changes that have been discussed. And then we have some upcoming engagement opportunities. This week on the 6th, we have our budget town hall number 5 during the day, which is a review of the 27 budget. The evening town hall on the 12th, I think, has been canceled. And then we've got the public hearing for the budget on August 17th, another public hearing on September 8th, and then the adoption of the budget on September 21st. All right, and then the last kind of reminder that we wanted to give to you all is that council amendments, if you'd like for them to be included to discuss in our presentation on the 17th, if we could have them on the 13th, we'd appreciate it. And if you do propose to increase an expense, that should be accompanied by a method for offsetting additional costs.
Great. Any questions from council, knowing that we have 3 more of these, obviously, to go as well? Yeah, Christina has a question.
So I tried to write the slides down, but towards the end of the presentation, I realized that the slides I was using off of the agenda doesn't match what's here, so I apologize, but I'll try to explain what I'm talking about.
No, but-
So slide 11 shows 48% of health and environment comes from grants. With the decrease in federal funding and with decrease in state funding, how do we anticipate that impacting the upward mobility in Columbia, which we know is pretty harsh right now, and the overall impact to the community there?
About half of the health department is covered by grants. We also get a reimbursement from the county. Since it's a shared health department, they pay for about a third of the health department. This category also includes some other departments like community development, neighborhood services, and they also have fee revenue that they bring in. So grants is a big part of it, but there's also other revenue here that's dedicated and is offsetting that category.
So do we think like a 10% difference or like a 20% difference? Like, what are we thinking there in terms of if we lose those grants?
So in the last
Hey,
couple
Rebecca's
years,
coming in, Megan.
Oh, thanks.
The question is concern over reductions in funding that is your grant funding.
Okay, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'll try to paraphrase, but with the grant or the dedicated funding sources marked as 48%, I was curious about how much of that is grant funding, and then of that grant funding, how much are we seeing on the horizon as being, depleted?
So one of the biggest reductions for this upcoming fiscal year has been the end of our SAMHSA grant. So that's been a huge federal grant that paid for the community paramedic program. That's a program that we do in partnership with MU. So that is the bulk of the reduction in grant funding. But we were anticipating that. It's not a cut, it's just simply the contract is ending, and there's not an opportunity for renewal. So as far as our other grants are concerned, we have not had any significant cuts yet.
Okay. I know I keep hearing from different legislators
Sure.
that there's a lot of funding cuts to those kind of programs coming, so I was just curious how that was impacting your department. I think that's all I had for the health, but I do have a couple other questions. On slide 32, it was titled How Capital Improvements Are Funded or something along those lines. We have transportation listed as part of the utility enterprise funds, and I know you've explained this to me before. Yeah, I think we're like almost 10 slides off or
I
something.
think your numbering got off on your slides, because I think you
Yeah.
skipped the 40s.
Oh,
We
is
have a
that
few-
what happened? I just like noticed that towards the end, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, my things, okay, yeah. So slide 42, the enterprise funds mentions the transportation sales tax. Can you kind of speak to that and how that is used for the enterprise funds?
So our enterprise funds would include things like the airport, transit, which both use transportation sales tax money.
Like, what kind of things do they use that for? I'm just trying to get an idea.
Roads, roads, street repair.
They also pay for our match on bus replacements.
Right.
Okay. And should the enterprise funds, should that be something we consider, like, looking at should they be supporting some of that on their own, or should it truly come out of that transportation?
Well, it's probably a little bit of both. I think that's part of the conversation that that could be discussed with looking at bringing back fares for transit.
Yeah.
And so it's really looking at exactly how you're funding your operations. And so it potentially could be looking at some of the enterprise funds being able to pay for themselves, or at some point, some portion of themselves.
Yeah, because if we're looking at adjusting fees and things like that, I was just kind of curious, like, is that something we should be considering when we're talking about the
Absolutely.
changes like that? Okay, I'm gonna try to make this last question a little bit faster, but I know I'm gonna get people that ask me, sorry, slide 36, but there was a slide that showed the miscellaneous funding and how that was being broke out. I know there's gonna be a lot of questions to me about what is the miscellaneous of that miscellaneous expenditures? And what might we see in there or would expect to see?
So that's somewhere that we pay for things that don't really fit in another account. So one example is like retirement tiles that we give to people when they retire. We pay for funeral plants, like if an employee or a close family member passes away, things that we haven't set up a specific account just to pay for that because they don't happen super regularly, or it's something that we don't have to pay for. It's not a huge part of the budget. Those are what's in that miscellaneous account, although there are some new accounting standards that are coming out that kind of encourage defining better what's in those miscellaneous accounts. So that is something we've been working on the past couple years, getting the amount that's in those accounts down, and we'll continue to work on that going forward.
Okay. I think that's all I have like a whole nother list I was typing up, but I'll keep it for other meetings. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on the presentation of the budget? And otherwise we'll go, okay, yeah, Valerie.
Is there any work that we can do to decrease the expenditures on credit card fees?
Not at this time.
Probably the
Well-
biggest way to do it would be to pass those fees back onto our customers.
We don't. And remind me, we used to, I feel like, but then we discouraged passing it on to the customers years
Ju-
ago.
Just for utilities.
Yeah, in
but,
part to encourage them to pay online and not have to come through the drive-through and have cars going around the block to pay.
Yep, that's correct. There is some ability in a few other areas where we could pass those along to the customers. One thing though that you always want to be aware of when doing that is that there's a certain percentage of customers who will shy away from paying things online if they are charged a fee to use their card, and coming in person, processing checks through the mail, processing payments these other ways have a cost as well.
Yeah, Val.
Do we have routes of payments for our online bill pay that's not a credit card?
We have bank drafts that can be done as well.
And presumably, most of these credit card fees are utilities. They're not, I guess, department expenses on a department card.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's not the same
Yeah.
credit card fee.
Yeah, these are fees that are come to us from our
These are-
customers.
These are pass-through fees for our customers.
Absolutely.
For different department fees. Okay. anything we can do to encourage automatic bank draft as opposed to credit card?
I mean, we've made it available and we have advertised it, but yeah, that's just a personal preference for customers.
All right, well, thank you for the presentation. Again, reminder, this is the first public presentation of the fiscal year 27 budget. The first public hearing will be August 17th. In the time between, there's a budget town hall on Thursday over lunch to kind of find out more if you have more questions. And you said the 12th one was canceled? Okay,
Yes, due to low registration.
okay. So email your questions to the finance department. Otherwise, come on August 17th. All right, moving on to scheduled public comment. This is why we started the meeting an hour earlier. So members of the public can contact the city manager's office by 5 p.m. on the Monday 1 week prior to the night's council meeting to schedule a 5-minute public comment. Scheduled public comment cannot be on items that are on the same night's agenda, with the exception of reports. Of note, it has been of typical practice this council to ask for additional follow-up of questions asked tonight of staff at the end of the meeting if it's warranted. Tonight, we have 4 scheduled public comments, so I'd first like to ask Scott Stevenson to come forward to speak. Is there a Scott Stevenson in the hall? I'll move ahead to Elliot Cade to come forward, and if Scott comes up, we'll let him come up. Yeah, come on up, Elliot.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council and of the audience tonight, my name is Elliot Cade. I've been a resident of Columbia since about 2006, originally brought here from out of state by the national prestige of Mizzou's journalism program and converted into a Missourian ever since. I'm one of the volunteer managers at Vidwest. The story of my nomadic childhood is mostly irrelevant for the purpose of tonight's discussion, but what is relevant is my experience with being a transplant, an outsider to places and things. As a non-native Colombian, although I found plenty of entertainment in my early 20s, as you might expect in a college town, eventually the novelty of Shakespeare's Triple Wells wore off, and it became more difficult to find ways to engage in the community that I had come to call home. I was an educator in Columbia Public Schools for more than a decade, but even then it didn't necessarily feel like I'd found an anchor that inspired me to want to stay. I left CPS just after COVID, disillusioned and burnt out, convinced that Columbia no longer provided the opportunities for life and employment that I needed. In my last few years at CPS, I ran an audio recording program for students, introducing them to music production and recording techniques, helping teenagers with a passion and aptitude for music to discover the possibilities and pitfalls of the studio experience. It was through this audio program that I was introduced to Vidwest. Vidwest kept me in Columbia. More than that, Vidwest kept me in Columbia and engaged me with the fabric of this town. I'm more knowledgeable about Columbia, more excited about Columbia, and more evangelical about Columbia. Through Vidwest, I've met people from all walks of life, young and old, wealthy and struggling, black and white. There's a meeting on common ground of interest in media production and discussion how media can impact and uplift. I've met individuals and organizations from across Missouri and beyond, strictly through the services that Vidwest offers. Film crews from St. Louis, photographers from Kansas City, small business owners and larger corporations, all of them I've been introduced to and interacted with entirely because of Vidwest. Vidwest provides high schoolers the opportunity to gain confidence and competency, driven by access to professional media equipment and training. My former students have moved away out of state to return to Vidwest and Columbia for the community and spaces that it provides. Empowered by his experiences at Vidwest, several of my students have moved to Nashville and enrolled in audio engineering programs, returning over the summers to bring back new skills and new insights. I've seen the seeds of dreams flourish and flower into success and opportunity. Vidwest is not Hollywood. Vidwest is not Nashville. Vidwest is not New York. But Vidwest has provided the training and aptitude necessary to thrive in these places, to realize and reach these end goals. Columbia is not St. Louis. Columbia is not Kansas City. Columbia is not Jefferson City. But Columbia lies as a nexus between these places, and Vidwest provides a gateway for citizens to enter Columbia and take advantage of the services Columbia offers, to have reasons to visit Columbia, to spend money in Columbia. I know VidWest is an asset to the city, to the community, and to the county. I know VidWest has renewed my excitement to continue to live and work in Columbia, and I know VidWest provides a service that would otherwise be unavailable within Boone County. I just hope that City Council and the rest of the audience here tonight understands that as well. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elliot. I'd now like to ask Marcus Richardson to come forward to speak.
Good evening, Council. Marcus Richardson, Southern Christian Leadership, President of the Columbia Chapter. I'm here to discuss the incident that happened on Walnut Street on last weekend. I will start out by saying I do appreciate the fact that city officials got back with me pretty promptly. We did send out emails, and we did have a chance to meet with our city manager. We did meet with our chief of police, Jill Sluty. We also met with the assistant chief, along with the NAACP with Pam Harden and Mary Ratliff, and also Gabe was also in the meeting as well too. So I appreciate the rapid response that we got to get in that meeting to get that handled. Some of the concerns that we see from the SCLC standpoint is one, we want to make sure that we as an organization stand with the businesses that are downtown. We stand with 50 Yard Line, and we also stand with Rain Bar. The incident that happened, I was made aware of it on last Sunday afternoon when it came through a social media feed, and it was not portrayed in a very appealing light, I should say, and I use that word lightly. And so our concerns were, how did it get started, and where do we go from here? And having gotten a little bit more information about it, we found out that this did not happen inside one of the bars or one of the clubs. This was actually something on the street. And so this gives us another question as to, okay, so if this happened on the street, where are our community ambassadors that was downtown? That was one of the questions that I raised into the meeting, because I believe that it should not have escalated to where it got to if we had the stopgap in there, which is our ambassadors. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Micah, our ambassador, I guess he's the guy who's over it, did send me an email, and he is willing to meet to come up with some solutions to this. But I think it's very important that we get a grip and a handle on this. One of the information that I also got was that some of those individuals who were outside, they were outside on the sidewalks because they were not old enough to get inside the bar or the club. So then that brings another issue up, because what are we going to do with school getting ready to start, college getting ready to start back up again? What are we going to do with that 18 to 21-year-old crowd if there's not a bar or a club for them to go into? And so the SCLC, we welcome all solutions. We welcome all plans of actions, but we want to make sure that our African-American businesses downtown are not being portrayed in a negative light, but that they are being portrayed in a positive light. And we also want to make sure that the right information is getting out there, so that there's not 100 different things going on and none of them really are the truth. And lastly, and I'll say this, Columbia is a city for all of us. Downtown is an area for all citizens, not just students of MU. We all have an obligation and we all have a right to have safety downtown, whether we are at the university or not. And so from that standpoint, the SCLC, again, we welcome all solutions, all meetings, all whatever we can do to help with the safety of downtown Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. And our final speaker, Tracy Wilson-Kleekamp.
Good evening, Dr. Tracy Wilson-Kleekamp. I'm going to tell you an old story and bring it to today. The story is about a little boy named Matt from 1855. He was charged with first-degree murder of killing a white child. The child took about 30 days to die, but the owner of the white child wanted him to tell the truth about what happened. So he and some other neighbors strung him up several times to make him tell the truth. And when they didn't like what he said, they held his hand down. So he was trying to get the loosened. They held his hand down so he couldn't make it looser. When that didn't work, they took him to another barn and they lashed him 300 times to get the truth out of him. And in their system, they believed because he was a black child, he was guilty. They didn't believe his testimony. So when I'm telling the story tonight, I'm gonna make the public Matt. And I'm gonna make the institution, the other folks who couldn't hear him because of who he was. By the way, Matt was 8. In the case, they say he's between 11 and 12 or 11 and 14, but it turns out that he was 8. My concern about testimonial injustice was in Matt is telling his story. The feedback is you can't be telling the truth because of who you are. That's what it feels like sometimes as a citizen, and some of us who are not white citizens. We are being told what you have to say, we don't want to hear it. We don't like it because it's not the pro side. So what I heard during this campaign for the 1% taxes, we're going to tell the institution side. We're going to tell the pro side. We're not going to tell the con side, right? Even though we're leaking money from, we don't have AMI, we don't have a inventory of housing stock, we're not collecting money we should have collected. We've lost lots of money, maybe $40 million over the past 5 years. But we're going to be nickel and diming over utility assistance because we're Matt and you're the institution. Our voice doesn't matter. Our voice doesn't matter when we're already paying an unfair share of the burden for the losses that have not been collected over the past 5 years. When Matt went into the barn and they whipped him 300 times, blood was oozing everywhere, so they stopped beating him. That oozing is the same leakage that we're having from our systems where we're not collecting the money that is due us, and you're passing it on to the ratepayers and the taxpayers. The whip and the noose are our police stops and their surveillance, because the institution is using surveillance to control the population and keep people under control, and we're not spending money on care. We're not calculating what the harm to people is being done. We're not asking what is the unmet need, what's that gonna cost us, and what it's gonna do to people. We nail it down to the institution says, we're only gonna pay this much. We don't care what the need is. But we, the institution, we come first. The institution always comes first. Everything the institution has done in the past 5 years with leakage is like stepping on people's necks and backs and saying, you need to take it because you're on the bottom of the pool. You are Matt. You have no voice. You're not allowed to complain. You're not allowed to have an opinion. If we have a campaign, please don't come with your opinion because we're only gonna talk about the pros. And we're not gonna talk about regressive taxes, and we're not gonna talk about who's hurt because we won't like it. We want you to be Matt. I'm here to tell you that being Matt is no good. Matt escaped from jail, thankfully, and he did not get executed. That's how Black people are, they survive. That's how poor people are, they survive. The question for you as an organization is, when does the institution stop putting its foot on people's neck and backs to protect itself and put the people first? That's the question before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. All right, up next, public hearings. Sheila, will you please read public hearing 2326?
Public hearing 2326 is the proposed annexation of property located on the southeast corner of Brown School Road and Creasy Springs Road, 180 West Brown School Road.
Thank you, and I'll remind this is our public hearing as required by state law, and the annexation along with permanent zoning will be at a later council meeting, potentially September 21st. So with that, I'll ask if there's a staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. Clint Smith, Director of Community Development. This is a public hearing, as stated, for the potential annexation for the southeast corner of Brown School Road and Creasy Spring Road. Approximately 75-acre tract of land This is the public hearing, so that is required per state statute. There would be 3 other items that will come to council, and based on requests and timing of the other requests, they would be introduced generally at the September 8th, which is a little bit later typically than we would have those introduced. So they would be introduced at the September 8th and probably considered at that second September meeting. So tonight, really the recommendation here is just to conduct a public hearing for this request. There would be additional meetings in the future for additional discussion on the annexation, but also the permanent zoning that's being requested, which is R1, and the preliminary plat as well. This is kind of an aerial view of that picture again. You have Brown School Road kind of going east to west along the top of that, long side of the property, and Creasy Springs along the west, kind of top to bottom of that site. To the east, you see 763 Range Line, and in between that and this subject site, the potential extension of Providence Road through that undeveloped property to the east of this site. Currently, right now in the county, the site is zoned RS, and so that's residential single family. So it is very similar to the city's R1 zoning, which is what the applicant has requested for this site. Currently, the site has 3 homes and accessory building on it. The annexation and the rezoning would be part of a request then to have the approval of a preliminary plat for a 147 lot single-family subdivision on this site. The surrounding properties, as you can see to the north and to the east, south, and west, are all really zoned that same single-family, whether in the city or within the county. And again, a lot of that is equivalent to that R1 city zoning, which has been requested. The red line down the middle kind of reflects the city boundary, the city municipal boundary as it stands today. So it is contiguous with the city to the east and a little bit to the southeast, which is required for it to be considered for a direct annexation into the city. This is a look at the preliminary plat. It will be considered by the planning and zoning at the next meeting of the planning and zoning later, in early August, or excuse me, early September. There was a little bit of delay where they were reviewing some additional requirements for that site. So it kind of led to some of that, again, I think timing-wise, being a little bit off from what we would typically see at council. But this is the 130 single-family, 130 lot single-family development that would be part of this request as well. This is area that's within a neighborhood district designation. Be consistent with that. It does have 2 major roadways that do align it to the north and to the west, and they would be considered major collectors on our major roadway plan. The preliminary plat, which again will be reviewed by planning and zoning, would be accompanied by a traffic impact analysis, and that will provide some guidance on any necessary improvements to that site and to make sure there is adequate access and site distance requirements for any development and any access onto that site. Site has access to utilities. Most would be provided by the city. The exception to that would be electric, provided by Boone Electric. Sewer for this site would be provided at the southeast corner of the slot. There'd be a pump station which would be connected to this site to provide access and sewer service for the development of this property. Again, so no council action tonight, is just conduct the public hearing portion. The additional annexation, permanent zoning, and preliminary plat would be introduced later in September for final consideration by council. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And apologize, I think that last bullet there is wrong. It's not March 2nd, it's more in September.
All right, any questions for, Vera?
I know you mentioned the traffic study will be brought up later in the process, but I also know that Brown School Road and Creasy Springs are 2 roads that we get fairly frequent complaints about. So can you speak to that aspect of the traffic study at all?
So I think the traffic study has been completed. At this point, I don't think the engineering firm that had submitted that found any requirements for needed improvements along that roadway. They did look at specific access points, identify, I think, locations that would be appropriate for access onto those 2 sites to make sure there is proper site maintenance maintained. Fortunately, I haven't reviewed those recommendations prior to this meeting. Again, it's something that is still currently under review and will be considered by planning and zoning in the future. But that traffic study would be included with the item that comes back to council in September.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? Yeah, Jackie.
So in looking at the current land that's contiguous, those are undeveloped currently, even though they're currently zoned R1?
Yes, to the east, that property is currently undeveloped.
Okay. And so in looking at the preliminary plat, the roadways that are on there, I see where it says temporary turnarounds at the end of, what is that? Arbondale and,
Yes.
so is that then intending to be connected at some point to future development?
Yes, that is correct. So by our ordinance, our UDC, anytime you develop a property such as this, typically in residential fashion, and you have internal streets, those need to be stubbed to any undeveloped property next to it. And that's to facilitate the opening of roadway connections to development that is adjacent to it in the future, to provide additional roadway connections and different opportunities to access the street network, the broader street network. So it's about efficiency of the transportation system. So it is a requirement. The temporary turnaround acknowledges that at some point in the future that connection will be made, but it may not happen immediately. So there needs to be some sort of turnaround for emergency vehicles located at that end, even though it's not necessarily a full cul-de-sac. It's improvements that could be removed in the future.
Okay. And then, so to the south, that's still county zoned, correct? So and this is probably getting way ahead of myself, there's no plans at this time with the county as far as connectivity to the south?
Not that I know of. We don't have any type of application in for that site. But in the future, we would generally require that connection be made for any future development.
Okay, thank you.
I know that we see a lot of inquiries about Creasy Springs Road flooding a lot. Is this within that area, or are you aware?
You know, I'm not aware of that immediately, but that's something that we can certainly, I think, have our team look at as part of the analysis.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think I'd have that answer for you right at this time.
'Cause I feel like we get a lot of questions about that road, but I could be mistaken. My other question would be, a lot of times people talk about, maybe not expanding out the city because we are pressing up against our ability to provide the infrastructure that would be necessary. What risk assessments have been done in terms of that?
Sure. So anytime we receive a request to annex and to grow in the city, that request is shared with all relevant departments, and they do review sites and development requests such as this to determine whether or not they have the ability to serve that site. And so I think each individual department is making that assessment. Utilities generally is one of the key things that we do look at. I know utilities departments reviews the adequacy of sewer service significantly, and that's really one of the key evaluations, is whether there is sewer to serve a site. And if there wasn't capacity or there wasn't the ability to extend a sanitary main to a site, that is a reason why development may not occur on a site.
I would also be curious about, our ability to respond in case of emergencies, in like location of nearby parks or infrastructure, just kind of like, how are we impacting all of that by creating an annex?
Yeah, and I think, each of those, there's not one simple answer to each individual infrastructure. So we do have 2 major collector streets here that can accommodate a certain number of vehicle trips per day. And that's why we require a traffic impact analysis to ensure that we do have adequate infrastructure to serve the site.
The traffic impact will tell us whether there's enough police and fire, or?
No, just for the
I'm confused
road.
based on my question I
No,
asked.
that's just one aspect of the review. I think
Uh-huh.
from a staff perspective, fire looks at the proximity of where this location is and proximity to the fire station and see what their call radius would be. Same thing with police service. And so when you look at this area, particularly this particular piece of area, it's close enough to regular city services that the impact is not as great as a development that's further out. And so that is analysis that's done internally as staff are looking at these projects.
Will the council be able to review any risk roll-ups of those things? You know, it doesn't have to be a detailed thing, but I would like to be able to understand the impact to our services in a way that's meaningful so I can make a good judgment there.
And we typically do a review of all infrastructure services that we provide in the council memo. And not in the public hearing memo, but generally when we bring the annexation, the permanent zoning, and the preliminary plat back to council, there'll be a general analysis of the utilities especially. But again, the traffic impact analysis focuses on the transportation network. The utilities will essentially provide feedback on whether they have the capacity to serve the site. As I noted, there are other utilities that come into play too, Boone Electric, which we would share this request with, and they would generally provide feedback on whether they have capacity to serve the site. And I think an analysis too of existing major collector roadways. This does front on 2 roadways, so there is that expectation that if these were to be, I think, improved in the future, that this is an area that could continue to expand to the north and to the west as well. So again, the sewer is a major component for growth, and the sewer main is directly or near directly adjacent to this site. So that, again, is a pretty significant component of, I think, the annexation consideration.
Is there a reason why Boone Electric would pick up the electric there if it was being annexed into the city?
Yeah, so some of our utilities, like electric and water, do have agreements with different utility providers. There are actually service areas, so Boone Electric has a determined service area sometimes that does overlap with city municipal boundary, and same with the water districts. So it's not uncommon for areas outside of the city, especially in certain directions, to be served by other utilities, again, like Boone Electric or other water service districts.
Thank you.
Betsy, you had your hand up? None? All right. Any other council questions before I open for public hearing? Yeah, Valerie.
When we review the plat, will we be able to see the floodplain maps and understand if there's any proposed plats within the floodplain? And will that help us evaluate flooding for the major roadways?
Yeah, generally, the preliminary plat will show the floodplain. If you could look closely on this, on the southeast corner, there is a floodway. There is a label identifying the 1% floodplain area. That's kind of relegated to the southeast corner. I don't think it's necessarily adjacent to those major roadways, but if there are areas that may flood along those, we can
Right.
have a conversation about that.
The complaints we get are always at the Bear Creek entrance off of Creasy Springs, which is about like a half a mile down from this.
Yeah. And anecdotally, this is uphill of those complaints.
Yeah. Do you have follow-up on that?
No, are we going to open the floor?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is anybody from the public that would wish to speak on the proposed annexation at Brown School Road in Creasy Springs? And you can please say your name for the record.
Wes Bolton, Allstate Consultants, 3312 Lamone Industrial Boulevard, Columbia, Missouri. Here on behalf of the owner, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. A couple that I heard, we have completed a traffic study and we'll be presenting on that for the preliminary plat. We are providing detention and water quality treatment per city standards, so we don't anticipate any negative impacts on flooding. I think everything else we'll address during the preliminary plat explanation, but I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have.
I'll allow others from the public to speak, but then we might have follow-up questions for you. So if there's anything else you want to say, you can.
Nope, I'm great, thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on the proposed annexation? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Right, well, don't go too far. What if they do have questions for you? Any additional questions on this? I know you'll be here in a month as well, I assume. Yeah,
Make some
Valerie.
statements.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Oh, it's in your ward if you want to go first.
You can go first.
I appreciate Christina's line of questioning. I have a lot of the same questions about growing outwards. And I have a lot of questions about, a lot of concerns about our ability to pay for growth as the city increases in population. I think it would be better for us to grow internally than outwards. Usually, these kinds of developments are limited by access of sewer utility. I do worry about pushing needs for additional stations for public safety. At this location, there is a fire department close by. It's not one parcel, it's not one development, it's each time we do more and more and more, particularly large ones and particularly non-contingent ones. And I think I'm considering more as we look at the plat. This is relatively contingent compared to others. It's relatively closer in compared to others. It's an area that, well, all of our areas have high demand for housing, but there's a lot of workforce housing around here. And there are parks nearby.
Yeah, Vera.
So this will potentially be in my ward. And I am just so incredibly excited to see some much needed development in Ward 2 in areas where this is very close to where I live. And when I'm out walking my dog, I sometimes walk past these kind of areas of underdeveloped land and think, oh my gosh, this would be a perfect place for housing. As Valerie said, there is a fire department very close by. There are multiple underutilized parks right nearby. It is an area where I am really excited to see development more on the north end of town. An area we've really been needing to grow into. As we talk about strain, I think we've had a lot of strain on the south end of town lately, and so pushing some of that development more north is going to help with that exact expansion strain that I think we are bringing up to some extent. So I'm very excited to see this come forward. I will be particularly excited to see that traffic impact study because as many of us know, but I definitely know, Creasy Springs is a often complained about road. It is not one that is fun to drive on, and so understanding how this will impact Creasy Springs in particular, I think is going to answer a lot of questions the next time this comes up.
Any other council comments? See none. We'll hold this obviously because we'll have the annexation will come for us at a later date. So thank you, Clint. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to old business. Sheila, will you please read policy resolution 14226?
Council Bill 14226 is a policy resolution repealing policy resolution number PR 8919A, adopting the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, and adopting a new policy resolution reaffirming the sector goals and strategies for the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, indeed. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Eric Hempel. I'm the manager of the Office of Sustainability. Joining me tonight is Leland Rehard. He's our environmental program coordinator and has served as the project lead for this update. So as the clerk just mentioned, before you tonight is a policy resolution that reaffirms the CAP sector's goals and strategies. Also tonight, I'm going to use this time to share the process and some of the results of the 5-year CAP update. So in doing that, I'll start with a brief recap of the original plan and then start talking more about the update. So we call it the CAP. It's the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Action refers to activities that reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are driving climate change. Adaptation refers to preparing Columbia's built and natural environments for the impacts of climate change, primarily extreme heat and intense precipitation. The original 2019 CAP was built over an 18-month community process involving task force meetings, workshops, surveys, and community events. When council adopted the CAP on June 17th in 2019, the community sent a very clear message that Columbia should lead on a climate response through immediate, equitable, and accountable action. So I just wanted to make a note about the targets that are included in the CAP. Where was that? Quick note. These targets were established through separate legislative action, and tonight's legislation makes no changes to these overall target goals. So the original plan is made up of 6 sectors that you see here, and within each sector, actions are organized like this. So within the housing, buildings, and development sector, there are several goals, one of which, goal H1, is reduce housing, building, and development-related energy consumption. Underneath that goal, there are several strategies, one of which is H1.3, which is to increase energy efficiency in buildings. And then finally, underneath that strategy, there are several actions. And this one, H1.3.4, deals with our municipal building energy benchmarking program. The original CAP has 163 actions in it. So how do we move some of these projects forward? We rely on cross-departmental CAP teams. They're led by staff, primarily Leland here, and supported by the Office of Sustainability, community partners, and sometimes expert consultants. Importantly, they're also advised by boards and commissions. So the original CAP called for a review every 5 years. This was to ensure that the plan would stay relevant and we'd be able to adapt to changing conditions, both environmental, political, economic, and then also be able to incorporate emerging best practices. So in August of 2025, after the CAP teams had reviewed all actions and staff consulted with peer cities, we issued an RFP and selected Cascadia Consulting Group to help guide us in this process. So the update parameters largely, again, was to maintain the overall emissions targets and maintain the high-level structure of sector, goal, strategy, and action. Also, critical to this and based on our consultation with peer cities and those that had been through this similar process, we really were focusing on a technical review of the CAP and specifically the actions so that we could develop a 5-year plan with about 20 to 30 actions. We ended up with 35, so pretty close to that target. The challenge, of course, of any 160 action plan is going to be prioritization. So asking the questions, what should we focus on? What can we actually implement? And so rather than starting from scratch, we treated all of the 2019 ideas as valid, but really worked to identify those high-impact 5-year plan actions and tried to keep it to close to 30. Another key consideration is that we wanted to make sure that we were moving in directions and focusing on actions that were supported by broad organizational support and community momentum. So we did these outreach activities and in order to really be able to communicate the status of the project, receive feedback, and develop new connections with community members, stakeholders, and organizations. And this list is long. I don't expect you to read it tonight. It's also in the update report. There are a lot of new organizations that we're able to work with and get feedback from. Not only organizations that you might expect to see, but also some that we were happy to bring to the table the Missouri Green Bank, Home Builders Association of Columbia, the library. So a lot of broad-based and I think pretty diverse engagement. So Cascadia helped us with updating our vulnerability analysis and modeling, adding some new tools that are going to help us support resilient community and community infrastructure. But some of those tools are interactive maps that indicate higher areas of vulnerability and allow us to overlay with other assets like tree cover and then demographics about the institution, the areas. So again, through a technical analysis and partner conversations, we were able to evaluate and categorize all of the actions, all 162 or 3, into these 4 main buckets. The 5-year plan, there are 35 actions in that bucket, and we really wanted those to be high-impact, feasible, near-term priorities that, again, had that broad buy-in and some amount of momentum. We also had ongoing actions that are critical initiatives that are already underway, either in the city or through community operations. Long-term actions are very valuable ideas, but really reserving those to revisit in future updates or as conditions change on the ground. And then modified actions. These are actions that are either already complete and are not ongoing, or most often were consolidated with other actions. And here is a breakdown of those modified actions. So 11 of those actions were considered completed and are not a part of the ongoing actions. Consolidated actions are the largest section in there, and they were consolidated with a long-term, ongoing, or 5-year plan action. There were some, those covered elsewhere, just kind of cases of overlap, and then some lower impact actions that were moved to that modified category. So we had opportunities for public input through some standard channels, Be Heard, email, and then Leland made some presentations to boards and commissions. And so we got feedback on the draft update report. For a summary of that feedback that we got, definitely there was interest and support for more detail in certain actions and action categories. There's a lot of support for our prioritization of actions in this way, to look at a shorter time frame of 5 years, and then also interest in partnering and supporting the implementation of actions. So also as a result of the comments that we got, we added some more information and detail to the ongoing actions in the implementation matrix. Also, as a result of the utilities planning process and some newer information there, the battery energy storage systems action was moved from a long-term action to a 5-year plan. And also the renewable energy ordinance was moved to the 5-year plan. So that's kind of the update and synopsis of the update process, update on the update, there you go. And a few notes about the actual policy resolution. It is to rescind the original policy resolution for the cap and replace it with the policy resolution 14226. Importantly, this legislation reaffirms the high level sectors, so the goals, the sectors, goals, and strategies from the original cap. So the high level components, really the direction is still, is reaffirmed through this policy resolution and would be a council action to change. The other thing that this does is it provides staff with more operational agility to be able to change our focus, our priority of action over the next 5 years, and be able to implement more effectively and efficiently. So that's staff report.
All right. Any questions for, yeah, Betsy?
So I've heard from the Buildings and Code Commission folks.
Yes.
About concerns that this will be overarching over whatever decisions we make to continue the 2018 energy building codes or move to the 2024. Can you speak to what this means and how, anyway?
Yeah, certainly, I'd be happy to.
Speak to it.
Yeah,
Quit
yeah,
talking.
absolutely. And I think it really underscores the third bullet there under impact. It gives the CAP teams and council and our organization more flexibility. Because in the original CAP, the one that is still in effect until after this resolution is passed, the language requires that the energy code be adopted as written. So essentially, it restricts, following that action verbatim, restricts our ability to make any sort of amendments. And as we found in the 24 code with some renewable energy provisions, we would not be able to, our current system is not set up to do that. Doesn't mean we couldn't make adjustments and be able to meet the code. But the action as it is written now is changeable only through council action and would present a difficult situation for compliance. What we heard through our review and our engagement process, is specifically on the energy code, is that requiring adoption with no opportunity to amend was not very popular, and from staff as well as members of the building community. So what the action tonight would allow is for us to have conversations at the staff level about how best to meet the intent of the action. And if that means as conditions change, we need to adjust language and still meet the intent. And obviously, the energy code is always going to be a council decision. The CAP is a guidance document. It does not make ordinance when it's passed tonight. It's a guidance document. The process that we've been following forever to review and adopt code will still be followed, which as currently it goes to the Building Construction Codes Commission, then in some sort of collaboration with the Climate and Environment Commission, recommendations are made, and then council decides, regardless of what the action in the CAP is. But with the CAP actions being at a staff level, that discretion can be very, very important to be able to develop buy-in, partnerships, and ultimately success.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this changes my view of this part of the CAP. My recollection from the presentation we had on energy codes that we consulted for at a work session was that the energy codes would have both a typical prescriptive pathway as well as a more, I guess, open variable pathway that would allow you to meet the intent of the new codes, much as you say. And I think my question is, if the codes themselves have a pathway that is less prescriptive, how different is that from us saying that we will consider the intent of the code? Is it necessary for us to include that as opposed to accept the code? And was it found that this pathway wasn't flexible enough for local builders?
I think you might be getting in, I mean, I get that Betsy asked the question about this for the CAP update, but I think you're getting into
Oh,
our
you're
conversation
right.
will be at the August 17th, which is about the actual code.
We
Do you
can
wanna
put a
fear-
pin in this.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think that this changes our ability to accept whatever code or not accept whatever code. I'd like to hear from sustainability what their perception is of the code, the building code, when we evaluate it, in addition to the feedback that we get from local builders, because I'm trying to understand where the areas are that are not flexible and how what we're saying is different than what's in the code.
Any other questions for staff on this before I open up to public? Yeah, Vera.
So on this slide, it says that there are no changes to strategies, but
Correct.
we went from 163 to 35. Does that mean that, are those just things that have been pushed to long-term?
So strategies, the 163 to 35 is in actions. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's another layer, a whole other layer.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff?
I think
I have one. Oh, I have a question. Sorry.
2 years.
Oh, well, I have a question. You know, in 2018, when we did the vulnerability assessment, it was like the first time we had some of that data. Did any of that change for this update with the group looking at it? Any of those vulnerability assessment outcome, like any surprises?
As far as the hierarchy or prioritization, no. Still, the major threats are heat and precipitation.
Yeah, so we asked the consultant instead to focus on what those impacts would look like as far as delivering us tools to better understand that, as opposed to kind of reworking something that our state climatologists could tell us.
I was going to say, so is the same climate data, those projections of looking forward for what that would be, we're still informing this data?
Yeah, we haven't fixed it yet, no.
Okay, good enough. And then my other question was, you know, obviously one of my favorite things in the first one was the tension points, this sort of conversation of those trade-offs. Was that a conversation that happened during the development of this? Is those conversations around housing affordability, but also long-term? How did that play out?
That was really the way that was kind of the framework that our engagement followed, was here's our climate action plan. Any climate action plan is going to need to talk about energy code, right? But how do we get there? What are the trade-offs? Really trying to surface where we have some maybe unrecognized partnerships that we can move forward on building energy efficiency that may be different than simply just requiring adoption of the code as written. So the tension points and understanding that we're going to have to take a 360 view of a solution. It was really the foundation of how we did our engagement and ultimately the prioritization, or how we really moved actions into that 5-year plan bucket. Yep.
Thank you. Valerie, did you have another question before I open it?
Yeah, I did, and it's a similar discussion about when we set goals, what's binding and what's not binding. In terms of our renewables goals, we set those by council action previously. How frequently do we revisit those? And if we have an opportunity to be more aggressive that we're not seeing, when do we next talk about it?
That's the question from when do we next talk about it?
I suppose that is the question, and it's more that I think that the public will want to hear this question.
Oh, okay, yeah, certainly. So without a doubt, the single most important action in the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan is increasing renewables. That is the way that we're going to make the biggest difference in our largest emissions category, which is energy. Sustainability does not run the electric utility. So there is a parallel process that you all are aware of to update that renewable energy ordinance. And through conversations with the utilities director and city manager, we decided that the best course of action, once we had some timing figured out, was to really hold aside the review of those very specific actions. I think there's 2 of them for the renewable energy ordinance. Hold those aside until that parallel process of revising the renewable energy ordinance had moved further along, until there was something to really compare against. The cap should not be out in front of an ordinance that's coming up for renewal. That just confuses the process. So those 2 actions are intentionally set aside because we don't really have the most up-to-date. We know that there's going to be an update, so we don't want to get in front of that. And that's included in the text of the report.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on Policy Resolution 14226?
Hi, Carolyn Ompron, representing the Mid-Missouri group of the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club is grateful that the City of Columbia has a climate action and adaptation plan and that many actions towards implementation have occurred. This plan is critical for the long-term health and prosperity of the community. However, the proposed update does not reflect the urgency of the climate crisis. And unfortunately, the plan is also short on timelines and objectives and seemed overly focused on deleting actions. Going forward, the City Council needs to establish performance objectives to hold the departments accountable to ensure achievement of the goals of the Renewable Energy Ordinance and this plan. There is a persistent feeling among many in the community that the city staff and the council are not treating the cap or the Renewable Energy Ordinance as top priorities. Overall, with only 9 years to go until the first milestones in 2035 for emissions reductions, the plan should include a roadmap of how the city will meet the 2035 goals. In the energy section, it is critical to our future that the Renewable Energy Ordinance mandates that all retiring fossil fuel contracts and assets must be replaced with renewable energy and storage. Without this, the staff will invest time and money in pursuing methane or nuclear options. An action to consider emissions of renewable energy sources was removed from the plan, and it needs to be retained and updated to consider all energy sources on a cost per metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent reduction. As some may want to add fossil fuel generating assets to the portfolio, these metrics are essential for understanding the impact of decisions that continue to pollute our future. In the housing, building, and development area, the Sierra Club is concerned with the progress related to rental energy efficiency standards. This is a matter of equity for our community. The use of energy scores is good, but these are only valuable to renters if they know about them and if they exist. We also need the original council-approved proposal implemented or more detailed information on why not, and this was removed from the cap. The action to create a pay-as-you-save type program to help low and middle income homeowners or landlords of associated properties was removed. It is imperative that the city find a way to assist low and middle income homeowners or landlords with affordable methods to improve the energy efficiency of their dwellings with financing. More communication is needed to raise awareness of the loan program the city does offer for energy efficiency improvements. Improving energy efficiency helps all of us by reducing peak demand on the utility. The Sierra Club strongly supports the action regarding the 500-year floodplain policy evaluation. There are also challenges with the 100-year floodplain. We request the staff bring before City Council a resolution to require landlords to notify tenants before they sign the lease if any part of the building or the parking lot is in the 100-year floodplain, or if any part of the building has flooded in the past, such as a basement apartment, even if not in the floodplain area. This is a matter of fairness, equity, and preparation. In the waste area, Columbia urgently needs glass recycling. Communities all over Missouri have Ripple glass recycling. Additionally, it has been 3 years since the last waste study was conducted by RRT Design and Construction. Let's get more projects done before we do another study. In the natural resources area, the Sierra Club requests priority attention to creating a nature reserve to permanently protect about 140 acres within Gons Creek Recreation Area. This area is of high ecological significance, and it includes sensitive natural features, making it the most important ecological area within the city's parklands. This reserve will help meet the goals of the CAP to maintain plant and wildlife diversity. In the area of implementation, the FY27 city budget needs to reflect items to address the CAP actions and to utilize funds in creative ways to accomplish these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Policy Resolution 14226?
Good evening. Could you make that 5 minutes?
Oh, are you representing?
I'm Mark Hyam. I'm representing Mid-Missouri Peace Works. Okay. And I thank you for giving us the chance to have input on the CAP and its potential revision. I'm going to speak primarily about targets, but I want to say that Mid-Missouri Peace Works endorses what Carolyn just offered in terms of Sierra Club input. It's all spot on, and we support it. There are two main things I'd like to come out of what I'm saying today, one of which is that the original CAP targets for greenhouse gas emissions were inadequate, which is something we said at the time, and the targets really need to be updated to reflect the fact that climate change is happening much faster than anticipated 7 years ago or 8 years ago when this CAP was being put together. Regarding the original CAP, you might recall Peace Works at that time raised concerns about the targets, saying they were too weak, overall not sufficient to meet the challenges that we face. More specifically, in calling for greenhouse gas reductions for the community at large, there was a target of 35% by 2035. This lent itself to a cute little slogan, 35 by 35, but we knew at that time that that was inadequate and that indeed we needed to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030. And this was not taken seriously or taken into account at the time. There was also a target originally of 80% community reduction by 2050, and 80% sounds significant, and it sure is, but there are no interim targets along the way between 2035 and 2050 that would allow, not having those interim targets year by year, it would basically allow slow walking urgently needed transition. I'm unaware at this point of anyone in the city government, either on the council or in city staff roles, who are calling for a reconsideration of the targets of the original CAP. But I think it's important to mention that just as the scientific community has predicted, over these years we've seen many more extreme weather events, fires, floods, droughts, intense heat waves, more powerful and destructive superstorms, rising sea levels, and more. And our hopes for limiting the planetary warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius are fading faster than snowballs melt in July, folks. We really need to consider how fast things are changing and why we need to really up it. You know, I looked up some numbers. Over the past several decades, the average global temperature worldwide has been going up at a baseline warming of about 0.2% Celsius per decade. But what we've seen over the past 5 years is an acceleration to somewhere between 0.35 and 0.43 per decade. That's over the past 10 years, excuse me. And it's approximately twice the speed we were expecting. And it's twice the speed that was put into the Paris Accord. At this point, the forecasters are saying there's a 75% chance that between 2026 and 2030, we'll have multi-year breaches of 1.5 Celsius. And the breach is expected to become permanent by 2030. Folks, it's time to invoke some of the wisdom my mom shared with me when I was a kid. And that is, it's better to aim high and miss than to aim low and hit. We've got to deal with something that's troubling here. It's troubling me. I'm sure it's troubling you as members of the council, but also as human beings, people with families, people who, care about our future. And I think what I want to leave you with is a notion that we need to do this for our progeny, for our children, our grandchildren. It's not time for ignoring any longer. It's not time to say someone else will do it. Rather, it's time to be responding with leadership. And I hope you all can see your way clear to that leadership role. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mark. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Policy Resolution 14226?
Peter Schneeberger, Fourth Ward. I just have a small statement, which is I'm very concerned when I hear somebody say, we can't let the cap get out in front of the renewable energy ordinance. Why not? If that's the concern, let's bring them together and vote on them on the same day, the same night. I can imagine this cap passing, and then renewable energy ordinance comes up, and we say, oh, this is going beyond the cap. So that is a real fear for me when I hear somebody say, oh, we can't do this because it's getting ahead of the renewable energy ordinance. I thank you for your service. I know you guys are spending all your personal free time to lead the city. And with that in mind, I request you to lead on this issue.
Thank you, Peter. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Policy Resolution 14226, the cap update? You might need to lower that down.
Sure.
Peter is very tall.
Hi, my name is Therese Folsom, and I'm representing a group in town called Neighbors for Safe and Healthy Environments. And the work that's being done is all important. There's one item that we do not hear much about being related to climate change, and that is the use, the relationship between pesticides and climate change. And I have a report here from the Pesticide Action and Agroecology Network that I would like to read their recommendations, because I think this is a subject that should be included in working towards reducing our greenhouse gases. Government policies addressing climate change must reduce synthetic pesticide use in order to mitigate and adapt to climate change and achieve climate justice. And the ways that they suggest that this can be done is to phase out hazardous pesticide use by 2030, to support practices that promote healthy soils as a carbon sink, to taking inventory current information on greenhouse gas emissions from pesticides during their life cycle for manufacturing, packaging, transport, application, and disposal. And I know there's a lot of talk about pesticide use being mainly in the agricultural area, but I'd also like to read a quote that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency estimates that we Americans douse our lawns with some 80 million pounds of pesticides a year, and at a rate 10 times higher than what the nation's farmers apply to their crops. And that's according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. I think the work, like I had said at the beginning, the work that everybody's doing is great, and it's much appreciated. But I think this is another possibility that we could add towards reducing our impact on the climate.
Thank you, Teresa. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Policy Resolution 14226, the cap update?
Hi, Jim Windsor, 200 Manor Drive. I had not intended to speak, but the discussion about renewables, I think that is very problematic. The best carbon reduction can be done by implementing smart meters so that the utility has options on rate design to get people to have a economic reason to improve efficiency and do other things. All that renewables do, renewables cannot replace capacity right now. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Solar and wind does not work when we need it, and the technology of battery storage at maximum expenditure only lasts 4 hours right now, and then you wouldn't have any way of recharging those batteries. They can help at certain substations overloading, but they will not replace system capacity. We have real issues going forward for the utility. We should not be wasting more money on additional renewables, but we can target if there is a good deal. So I hope that you will consider that, and I wouldn't have spoken, but also climate change, there's more moisture in the air, more clouds, which means solar won't work as well. So it will be even more unreliable. And you can look at your own data, system data, that shows the solar field on the east side of town provided 0 at our peak for 5 months in the wintertime, nothing. So we need to look at those things as a community, but we have to have real information, not made-up dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Policy Resolution 14226? Seeing none, we'll go to council questions and comments. Any questions from council or staff? Yeah, Jackie.
I think this might be a DeCarlin question. The comment on the request that landlords notify tenants if they are signing a lease of parking lot, apartment, whatever, being in a floodplain, is that something that we could regulate? Or I'm not sure if that's.
This is more of a legal question.
So the comment was requesting us to consider, yeah.
We'll have to do some research on that. I am not exactly sure if we could.
That's what I was wondering about, because it sounds like a pretty reasonable request that would protect our tenants. But I didn't know if that was something we could pursue or enforce.
Well, and I just have to, first, we don't generally build in 100-year floodplains, I don't think, although I could be wrong. I will say with 8 inches, however much rain we had this year, I've had flooding in some of the basements of homes I've owned for a number of years. They're rental property, I've never seen this kind of rain. So, we certainly have addressed that, but I'm not sure that it's really worth the time of the city to try and enforce that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but.
I was just curious if it was even something that was in our lane or not, I guess,
Yeah.
that would be enforceable.
I would sort of think that neighborhood services, when they do the inspections of rental property, would notice if, there's water lines in the basement or if it smells moldy. I don't know that, so that might be something to check.
Well, I think that's one of my questions then, because with the college students in and out and the high turnover, I don't know that it gets reported, one, but like I know our first home we bought in Columbia had a history of flooding. It was not as close to us until the first rain event, and we were like, what's happening? And
So
so
it was disclosed to you by the rain that showed up?
yes, over and over, but then we found out later that it was a history. And so I just don't know if the city has a position in that to help enforce anything like that. So that was my question.
Yeah, I know for home sales that those disclosures are made. For rental property, that, I'm not sure. That's something we'd have to look at, and see what our capacity is.
All right, thanks. I was just curious. Thank you.
Additional, yeah, Vera.
So this is something that came up in our council questions earlier, and then I heard it echoed by the public. I'm wondering about the timing of this. It seems like the cap and the renewable energies are very closely related in our understanding of how we're talking about these issues. And so what was the thought process behind bringing them separately or not bringing them together?
We want it to be done with the rest of the cap review, to be honest. And it was it was a clear delineation between renewable energy ordinance update and the renewable energy actions, and that conversation can be had separate from the rest of the update, essentially. And if I could take an opportunity to just clarify what I meant by the renewable energy ordinance, I didn't want the cap update to get out in front of the renewable energy ordinance, is not an implication that I didn't want the cap to be more ambitious than the renewable energy ordinance, but just that procedurally, I didn't want there to be confusion about the analysis from sustainability and the CAP's perspective, as well as the utilities' work to develop the renewable energy ordinance. So just wanted to take an opportunity to clarify that. Thank you.
Additional council comments or questions?
Is it possible to, oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question I'm going to have is about the rental efficiency. So I'm acknowledging that that was moved to 5-year goals, is that right? And that's what we're, anyway, we have
The move to long-term, yeah.
Yeah, we have existing energy efficiency programs for rental rehabilitation. One of the comments that came up tonight was about communication and education on those programs. Does that live within sustainability or utilities or both? And I'm wondering if that's something, and this is a DeCarlin question really, is that something that we can draw in with our new communications department and have a little bit more visibility on this program?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it lives between all. And so it is something that the utilities are working on. It's something that sustainability has worked on in some programs. And so, yes, we can use the communication department to kind of push that out, and also our connectors. I think, and that was something we actually did, was it last summer?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the attic insulation program,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah. I can also add to that, it's some late-breaking or developing news on that is that we are getting ready to prepare a request for, or to send out a request for bid to do some very specific outreach and engagement that, with the intent of reaching property managers and tenants and understanding where the most benefit can be all around the table of stakeholders. So from the utility services perspective and where we might be able to focus attention both geographically within Columbia, but then also for specific interventions or efficiency improvements. So that's something that, again, we'll be able to move forward on that area, that kind of constellation of issues within this next 5 years, hopefully within the next 5 weeks.
I love that. Thanks.
Me too.
Additional council questions or comments? Yeah, Christina.
And maybe I missed it, there's a lot of reading this weekend. Has the Climate Environmental Commission reviewed this, or what was their vote decisions?
Yeah, so we had an executive committee that met monthly to kind of push this project along, to give input, to kind of dictate who should be inviting, and to give our consultant and the office feedback as well. That included a CEC member that sat in on all those meetings, as well as us going, well, I feel like every other month to one of their meetings and updating them, kind of know what we've heard, what we're planning, and to get their input as well.
And they've seen this report, though, and
Yes.
have voted on it or not
They,
voted?
I believe, had a draft letter of support, but they were unable to meet at their last meeting to get it here for you.
Okay. And then were there any other boards that should have been considered? Did you mention like the tree board and
Yeah,
stuff
we
like
sent
that?
this to pretty much all relevant
Okay.
boards and commissions. A few of them did request that we come speak in person. That was the Water Light Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, the Tree Board, and of course, we've been commiserating with the Climate and Environment Commission regularly.
Okay. Do we have any letters from any of those boards or reports or?
We didn't ask for letters necessarily. We did ask for their input and anything that they may wish to do with it.
Okay.
Since this is more of a technical update, we were looking for more, opportunities to collaborate with them or any input that they would have on it.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
I'll wait
Well,
until right
she's
before
already
we
talked.
decide to vote.
No, she's already, I let everyone talk once. So let me see, Betsy, did you have anything? I just have a couple of questions before, but you can keep, because you had the microphone. So if you still had to go, you can go.
Well, I just want to know, like, should we consider like delaying the vote to when we can review some of the other things that has been discussed tonight with us saying the energy review things or the impact to the analysis you mentioned earlier that you couldn't, that wasn't done before this could be completed or something like that?
I
I
would
guess
say I
it's
view
more of a question for us.
Yeah, I view it as a yes and. Both are being developed in like the energy ordinance. You need the cap update. Well, technically 5 years was last year. So like you need your cap update, like kind of it's your management plan for going forward for the actions that they focus on in parallel to the other things. That's at least my review of it.
And additionally, I'll just say that the policy resolution really just reaffirms the goals, strategies, the sector's goals and strategies. The actions, which is really have the most direct bearing on the renewable energy ordinance, would not be a part of the legislation that's before you tonight. Those actions would be things that we would talk about with council and commissions and other stakeholders as staff. Ultimately, the decision is going to be with council, so by acting tonight, I don't see that you would be limiting your ability or to make a decision on the renewable energy ordinance.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah.
Betsy, did you have anything? Okay. I had just a couple of questions. We did have a conversation about rental energy efficiency standards a couple of years ago. Can you remind us where we are with that project? Because that was kind of like one of the sub-actions. We're really just pushing the home energy score, getting people the rental home energy score. But are we still working with people on standards?
So the approach with standards has always been to get a better understanding of what the rental, what the efficiency of the rental stock is. We have made several attempts through grant funding and otherwise to get a comprehensive study done. And that we haven't gotten grants, it's been out of budget. There are a lot of things that have stopped that comprehensive global understanding of what of what's there. So the approach that I just mentioned is really looking at both a market approach and then also through consultation with stakeholders, both property managers, utility staff, utility services staff, and tenants to do a more focused project that'll give us insight into the efficiency of that rental housing stock. So we have.
You can just say it's still in progress.
Okay.
Still working on it. Well, because I know, I appreciate like the update, but I think I was just wondering if something was coming back to us anytime as part of the codes and discussions. Yeah. Vera, you had your hand up, sorry.
Yes, I had a question, and the prior answer that you gave about this is voting on goals and strategies and then actions are separate items, I think somewhat answers this, but I'm going to ask anyway, which is the conversation about retiring energy sources being replaced by renewable energy. Is that a potential action under CAP, or is that the renewable energy ordinance?
Well, it is, it's both.
Okay,
Yes, Ann.
fair.
ultimately, it lives with the utility and their proposals that they bring forward to council, and then council's decision as far as, no, this is not renewable, not accepted, based on council decision, simplistically.
But is a conversation that could be continued for the renewable energy ordinance, even if it is not included as an action tonight?
Oh, absolutely, yes. That was the intent of moving it into a parallel process, was so that we didn't have an incomplete conversation about, well, when we see what's in the renewable energy ordinance, then hopefully this will be compatible, or, it's best practice to move things along together.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other council comments before I call roll? Or have Sheila call roll? Let's be honest, not me. All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Policy Resolution 14226?
Council Bill 14226, Ms. Peters,
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman,
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on. Sheila, will you please read Bill 16326?
Council Bill 16326 is an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the City Code as it relates to animal fees, amending Chapter 11 of the City Code as it relates to Public Health and Human Services Department fees, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
And I'll just note for the audience and our council, we have a number of fees and fares and rates and things that are all impacting the proposed fiscal year 27 budget. We're going to be reading them separately because they are done separately, but we will try to be concise with you and asking questions and feedback. So Rebecca, I'm assuming I'm kicking this to you.
Yes. Sorry, I'm looking for my,
Just hit it forward. Sometimes. Next slide. Yes.
sorry about that. Okay, so I'll be as brief as possible. In this past year, we have worked with the finance team to calculate our actual cost of service provision. That's the first time we've done a comprehensive study such as this, and we were really focused on our environmental health services as well as our animal control services. The fees that we're going to look at tonight were last touched in 2019, so it's been a minute before since we've done any fee changes. When we got the cost recovery gap analysis from finance, we looked at what is a actionable way to put these, to start moving towards closing these gaps. So we developed a public good fee scale, which is looking at who benefits from that service line, and then applying a percentage to what the cost recovery goal should be. So for an example, trying to recover 100% of our actual cost would be for those services that primarily benefit a specific individual. The best example I can give you would be for a vicious dog permit fee, because that is benefiting exclusively that pet owner, versus one that might cover 60% of the actual cost, has an entirely overwhelmingly a public service, such as our bite investigation, stray animal pickup, disease outbreak, et cetera. So we use this scale to identify what our goal was for cost recovery. Okay, so the other thing that we looked at as we moved towards our target recovery percentage is we capped our increases at 25%. So we did not want to have a significant increase in any one category this first year. And our goal would be to continue to increase those in the upcoming fiscal years until we reach that desired threshold. Okay, so the first one is looking at our annual pool inspection fees. These are the pools that are open year-round. They receive monthly inspections. We're suggesting an increase of $25 to the proposed fee. The second one, with the city ordinances, they categorize retail food based on the gross receipts of the restaurant establishment or the mobile food vendor. So low is considered gross receipts 0 to 250,000. Medium is the 250,000 to 750,000, and the high is anything 750,000 and above. We're not recommending any changes to the high at this point. So the city ordinance also combines both retail and mobile food. There's no distinction between what you pay if you're a bricks and mortar versus what you pay if you were exclusively a mobile food business. So we're proposing a $20 increase to the medium inspection category. So those are going to be your gross receipts of $250 to $750. For the low gross receipts, these are your establishments that earn less than $250,000 a year. We are suggesting a $15 increase in the fee. Temporary food events, we currently have a $40 fee for an event that is 1 to 3 days, and we are recommending increasing that by $10. For a temporary food event that lasts from 4 to 14 days, we are recommending a $20 increase. And as a reminder, food vendors without a City of Columbia operating permit can apply for a maximum of 2 temporary permits per year. Impoundment fee for animals, our current impoundment fee is $35. We're recommending an increase of $10, bringing that to $45. The impoundment fee is a one-time fee that's paid at the time that we take the animal into our custody. Then we're also suggesting a $5 per night increase to the boarding fee. The boarding fee is for the actual cost of the care of the animal while they are impounded. The current annual fee for a dangerous and aggressive animal is $300, and we're recommending a $75 increase on that one. And then for the animal licensing fee, we're recommending an increase from $10 to $15. And this is just a summary. So those are all of our proposed fee increases for this upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you. Any questions for Rebecca? See none? Oh, yeah, sorry, Vera, go ahead.
I sent this in before, but can you talk about with the animal impoundment and boarding fees, how frequently it might happen if someone is unable to pay that fee to get their animal back, or what you do in that situation?
Sure. So it's very, very rare that an animal is abandoned because the owner is unable to pay the fees. What usually happens is our staff, first of all, we do everything that we can to avoid even impounding the animal, because returning the animal in the field to their owner is always our preferred mechanism. And then beyond that, if we have individuals who are unable to pick up their animal, for first-time offenses, staff usually prioritize, we just want to get the animal home. But then our animal control staff do have the ability to waive the impoundment fees if the owners agree to utilize one of the spay and neuter vouchers, because our goal is also to control the pet population. So we really encourage spaying and neutering of animals. And then beyond that, the department head can waive the fees if deemed appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, any other, yeah, Christina?
I guess my question would be, if an owner wants to have a vicious pet and we're raising that fee, like, what if they just decide not to pay that fee, or like, what's that look like? And like, would we be discouraging them from disclosing that they have a vicious pet? Or I don't know, like, will we be discouraging getting that payment and being aware of that animal by increasing this?
Well, we already know that they have the animal, because we went through the process to deem that animal vicious. So that's already happened, and we're following up with those animals every year to see, are you still here? Are you following the ordinance? Are you doing everything that's required to have the permit and to keep the animal in the city limits?
All right, would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 16326? Seeing none, we'll come back to council comments. Yeah, Valerie.
Yeah, I do have a comment.
I received a communication from a member of the food board. They're working on, or have had discussions on adding a tier for micro business for food retail. I'll be specific and say I don't think anybody had a problem with the $15 increase in fee. But I do want to voice support for a micro business tier. Because there really is a pretty significant difference between a business that may gross less than $50,000 in receipts compared to a $250,000. And I'd like to give a pathway for our smallest businesses, our entrepreneurs and startups, to start small and build when they're ready.
Any other council comments? Yeah, Betsy.
I just have a question as to what is this annual pool? Do you have to inspect everybody's pool annually?
So those are typically going to be your indoor pools. And yes, you pay the fee annually and we inspect them monthly. So every hotel that has an indoor pool and spa, we inspect them once a month. Any gym that has an indoor pool or spa,
Okay.
we inspect the ARC.
I'm thinking outdoor pools and residential
No,
areas.
those are
I'm like
seasonal pools.
Talking about.
And we're not recommending any changes to the cost for seasonal pools this fiscal year.
Okay. And that fee is every month?
No, that's your annual fee.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council comments? All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16326?
Council Bill 16326, Ms. Peters,
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman.
Yes.
All right, going on to Bill 16426. Do we have, or Sheila, will you please read it?
Council Bill 16426 is an ordinance amending Chapter 14 of the City Code as it relates to hourly parking rates for municipal parking structures and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening. My name is Shane Creech, and I'm the Public Works Director. The current hourly garage parking rate is $1 for every 2 hours or any portion thereof, with the first hour being free. Staff is proposing adjusting this rate to $1 per hour to match the on-street meter rates approved in fiscal year 2026. Staff is also proposing reducing the free time in the garage to 30 minutes, until which time sufficient technology is in place to notify customers in all garages that the garage is full prior to entry. That exists in some, but not all the garages currently. Staff is also proposing enforcing these changes from Monday through Saturday. Currently, enforcement in garages is not done on the weekends. These changes create a consistent parking experience downtown and is estimated to increase revenue by approximately $350,000. This slide covers the history of rate adjustments within the parking utility. As mentioned previously, in fiscal year 2026, the meters were adjusted to $1 per hour, and the park mobile fee was removed to encourage its use and hopefully reduce the reliance on outdated meter technology. Staff is currently analyzing if there are certain blocks in the downtown area where it could make sense, based on usage, to recommend the removal of the meters. I think it's also important to state that our hourly meter and garage fees remain under the university's charges. In the past, it's been advocated that we needed to remain at or above the university to prevent students, and to a lesser extent faculty, from taking hourly and/or permit spots away from the district's employees and customers. This, combined with a pretty comprehensive change at the university in how their garage permits are handled, makes obtaining a city permit seem to be even more enticing to university employees. Last year, we showed this slide, which showed a parking rate comparison of 18 college towns. Our change to meter rates moved us one spot on the list into a tie for 11th. What is not detailed here is the number of parking garages each of these cities has under their maintenance. Therefore, today we pulled together information regarding 8 of these cities. These were just the easiest to track down. While all parking utilities are different, as you can see, we have the lowest hourly garage rate of any of these cities with more than 4 garages. Obviously, the more garages you have, the higher your maintenance needs over time. The parking utility has projects planned in each garage over the next several years. A major project at all of our older garages is the upgrade to the elevators to meet today's code requirements. Those projects total over $1.2 million alone. The parking utility has significant rehabilitation work that comes with the operation of the utility. These costs don't include general maintenance responsibilities, equipment and fleet maintenance and replacement, personnel costs, etc. The parking utility has a structural engineer do an evaluation on each garage approximately every 3 years, 2 of the garages per year, with staff doing inspections in the interim. This is how projects are identified and find their way into a future budget process. The existing parking garage gate arm system is outdated and not reliable. The software associated with it will soon not be supported as well. Therefore, we're planning a study estimated at $100,000 to explore going to license plate reader technology, which will make the current gate arm system unnecessary and improve ease of enforcement activities, potentially citywide. This study will give us a much better understanding of LPR costs. The parking utility also has the desire to pursue, in our opinion, long overdue additional technology upgrades. This will allow the utility to pursue modern offerings such as dynamic pricing during peak times of peak demand, explore moving to kiosks in lieu of parking meters, and/or go to a more park mobile only system, etc. Technology upgrades will also allow for efficiency and reporting improvements and the increased ability to monitor garage utilization in a more detailed fashion. However, these upgrades obviously take revenue to pursue. These projects truly do not go away. They simply start back over at the first garage, similar to the maintenance of our road infrastructure. Here are a couple examples of necessary maintenance items in 2 upcoming projects. The 5th and Walnut project is at approximately 90% plans and should be constructed in 2027 at an estimated cost of $440,000. The 10th and Cherry elevator project is an estimated $310,000 project planned for 2027 as well. The 10th and Cherry garage also has a major maintenance project planned to be funded this year at an estimated cost of $750,000. For reference, the 5th and Walnut parking garage has just under $6.5 million remaining on its bond. The Short Street parking garage has just over $2.6 million remaining on its bond. Therefore, we can't be done with this proposal. Fiscal year 27 will most likely include an analysis of the parking rates in the parking garages and parking lots, which hasn't been analyzed in about 10 years. In conclusion, the parking utility faces the same significant economic pressures from rising operating costs and persistent inflation as the district. The parking utility believes what is proposed here to be a reasonable and necessary adjustment, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, questions for staff from council? Yeah, Christina.
Why have we waited 10 years to start considering, what did it say? It's been almost 10 years since it last analyzed permit rates. Like, why did we wait so long?
So I'll go back to, let's see, this slide here. Some of this has to do with, there was decision made in, COVID was part of it. And then the police department assumed responsibility for parking enforcement. And that was at a time when police weren't staffed to really provide parking enforcement at the level that would encourage people to pay the meters. And so as part of that, there was a time there where the parking utility didn't want to bring forward changes to what you pay at the meter because we didn't have a good understanding of what revenue we were bringing in because people, quite frankly, weren't paying the meters. And so we're doing this in a organized fashion. Last year, we increased what you pay at the meters for the first time in quite some time, with the plans to come forward to make changes to what you paid for hourly spots in the garage this year, and then look at permit rates. One thing about having hourly spots at the same price is I think in future years, you could look at that as one group to bring up as time goes on. And so it's just a matter of spreading out what past councils, past departments had decided to wait on for a variety of reasons.
It just feels like I keep hearing it's been 10 years or 7 years or like.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's a long time to wait, and then to try to do that all at one time is a huge impact to people that use those services.
Any other questions? Yeah, Valerie.
Yeah, do you have a timeline on the license plate reader technology for parking garages?
I would tell you that it would probably take us most of fiscal year '27 to do the study, with plans to be able to come forward for the next budget cycle with what came out of that and what those costs would be, and then also obviously how we would pay for that in amongst maintenance projects.
So
Can I ask him to expand on what he just gave you, that answer? What's entailed in a study? Because aren't we just purchasing
I had a
them?
bunch on
So each garage will have to have the technology. Like right now, there's gate arms there, right? And so going to a new gate arm system, it'd be about $10,000 per lane to replace that system so that the gate arms work and what's in the pavement in those locations that detect that you're there, what signage you have there, all that. So when it comes to license plate readers, it would be looking at what equipment needs to be in the vehicles, what information do we need in the garages so that we can track how many cars are going in and going out, and also how we might be able to use that in meter spots throughout downtown.
So it's not a feasibility study, it is the planning study or the implementation plan.
Implementation, what it would cost.
Okay.
There's also, like with anything, there's several different companies that do that kind of work. So what's the best kind, that
Sorry to
sort of
jump in
thing.
on your question, but when he said study, I was like, what does he mean by study? Sorry.
Yeah.
Keep going, Valerie.
Do we plan to, do you expect that we would need to contract for that, or does that get done in-house?
We would contract. We would contract.
And you anticipate that they can recommend vendors with the plan?
They would prepare
The
something that
study.
would allow us to then put out a RFP or an RFQ to vet vendors for what we would purchase.
Okay. So just to make sure that I heard you correctly, we're thinking that would be implemented around budget season 2028 at the earliest?
At the earliest, yes.
Okay.
I think what you would see is those recommendations would come forward in terms of a new decision item or something like that, that would say, hey, this is what the results of that were, that's what this is going to cost. And then it would take, assuming we came forward with that, and that was something that we found the funding for and was approved in that budget, then it's going to take some time to actually install whatever that is, and then be able to switch over from the current system we have in place to the new system.
So I asked you about a strategic plan for parking. And mainly I asked that because that's the kind of place where I would go up and go look up what our trajectory is and our timelines are. You said that lives within the Public Works strategic plan. Do we have that kind of detail where it would have future planning for individual projects like this and not just infrastructure repairs for garages and such?
The Public Works Strategic Plan is based on the city's current strategic plan, so it is definitely just a drilled down version of the current city strategic plan as it relates to what Public Works does. So as far as something about the future of the parking utility or something like that, that's not really in that document. It is much more generalized than that. But what we do is, like I said, we look at, we have someone that comes in, a structural engineer. I do not have a structural engineer on staff that looks at the garages, makes recommendations. We use that to plan what projects we're going to do. And then that, so we use that information, and then fleet costs and equipment costs and personnel costs and all those things to make determinations on what we need to fund the utility. And so that, that leads us to when we have a situation where we fear we're short on revenue, this is where you see a recommendation like you see tonight.
Are there places that we would benefit from, I want to say, long-range planning and strategizing for technology and policies that would support parking utility better? Is that something that we're missing with our current planning? And I know there's a lot of changes in the parking department right now, too.
Yeah. I would say I think we have a pretty good handle on where we need to go, in my perspective. Really what it comes down to is being able to move forward on that from a funding perspective and not do that at the expense of the maintenance of the garages and keeping the meters working. That takes more time that I can probably fully explain. There's just a lot of outdated technology, and that's always changing too. So before you had, license plate readers weren't necessarily something that was affordable by a parking utility 10 years ago. That's why you see gate arm systems and things like that at the time. Also, that's changing so fast that you just don't see the meters that you see on the streets of Columbia in big cities because it's hard to find the parts. It's hard to find somebody that can fix them. And so all those things need to be done. And really, that first step is having the revenue to continue doing what we're doing and really bring us into the 21st century, I guess. So.
I have more questions, but they're going to be on a different subject, so I'll yield my space.
Okay. Other questions for Shane on this one? Yeah, Christine, you had more?
I was just going to ask Council Member Carroll, have you thought about privacy concerns with having license plate readers there, or how people might react to that, and what are your thoughts on that? Because I'm over here just kind of curious about that. And I know that goes beyond this, so maybe we need to table that.
Yeah, and that will be probably more council comments. Right now, let's do questions for staff because we want to give opportunity for the public to speak on the one, and then,
Okay.
but that's a good conversation, yeah.
Put it in comments, and we
Okay.
can talk offline.
Okay. Any other questions for staff on this one? Got my answered. Would anyone from the public wish to speak?
I did have that other
Oh,
question.
sorry.
That was a different question.
Sorry.
I thought
Go ahead.
Christina had more questions on the same. I had proposed an amendment that I sent back in June, and that was to continue the policy of not charging for parking in the garages on Saturdays. And that's partially because it encourages businesses and shoppers. It's also partially because it helps increase the likelihood that people will look to garages, use them, have better awareness of them. It's something that our businesses benefit from. I wanted to know if you could give me a budget impact of what that would look like, what the difference in amount of funding would be if we continued free parking on Saturdays.
Sure, I'll probably look to finance, because I think that $350,000 was an all-encompassing number, right? Oh, do you? Okay. Welcome.
There's an
Thanks.
extra
Come on
chair,
up.
Jim. I'm looking.
Jim McDonald, Assistant Finance Director. So when we did the economic parking study, the estimate we have is about $93,000 would come from Saturday collections. So of that $350,000 that Shane gave you, you'd reduce that by about $93K to get to what you would get if you kept the same Saturday policy we have now.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right, would anyone from the public wish to speak on changes to parking rates?
my first time at your new fancy podium. Nikki Davis, the district, 11 South 10th Street. We sent you guys a letter, which I hope you guys received. And I'm mainly just going to speak on behalf of our businesses. Our businesses are at the front line of basically everything happening right now. And parking is one that has been and always will be one of the top subjects of our businesses because it's what comes from their customers. One of our biggest things is the Saturdays. That was done specifically to encourage people to come downtown on the weekends, park in the garages instead of on the streets, to allow for more customers, more shopping, more sales tax. So we are very much against, very specifically, starting Saturdays being paid for in the garages. It will hurt our businesses in multiple different ways. We hear about it all the time already. Oh, I came in, I bought $10 sunglasses, I got a ticket, and now this $10 sunglasses cost, however much. So that's one of our biggest things. Another issue that we have is, we understand that it would actually probably make a lot of people more shopping downtown a little bit easier, understanding the parking garage hours. That's something that they just implemented, so it's the same as on street. But again, we are trying to get people to park in those garages, not just people that are leaving their cars there 24 hours. We'd still like to understand better the usage of our garages, who is parking there, how long, those types of things. We understand the arms might be older, though we spent a lot of money on that as a city. But if we need to update those for our $120,000, I think that's something that even the district would look forward to and seeing ways that we could help that happen. The 1 hour free going down to 30 minutes, understandable. One of the big things is I don't think anybody knows about the first hour. So how are we going to also market the 30-minute piece? Has any of that been marketed? For most people, they don't know anything about that free first hour or the first free 30 minutes. And lastly, you guys have a parking commission, and I don't see them weighing in on any of this. We would love for the parking commission to be more involved in these types of conversations. We are now inviting the parking commission to our parking subcommittee because they're not being able to meet regularly as a commission. So I think that would also help bring some more light to a lot of these issues, and I'm always happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Nikki. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 16426?
Good evening, ladies. My name is Bill Moyes, and I am here to bring up two very specific questions that can be answered with a one-word answer, yes or no, that I hope you hear the answer to before you move to vote on this evening, if that's how you choose to proceed. It's not been quite a year since the council came up with the idea of raising the on-street parking to $1. And in fact, during that process of making that change, it came to light that no one from the downtown CID had even been aware that that was being considered until all of a sudden there was a meeting in which the discussion came up that they were going to raise the rate. And it was like, oh, wait, we didn't ask you about that? Sorry. So there was a motion to table that ordinance for a period of time to allow the downtown CID to weigh in on that. And then after that information was gathered, the vote was taken place. So one of my two questions for tonight is, did anybody from the city staff initiate a discussion with the district CID prior to putting this ordinance on the agenda at a past meeting? Or did they find out the same way some of the rest of us found out about this proposed change by reading about it in the newspaper? So that's a question, yes or no, can come from Mr. Creech or Mr. Seawood or whoever else. The second question is very much related to that. Did anyone from city staff come to the Parking Advisory Commission to request any input from that commission on this proposed change? I know the answer to that question. If you don't know the answer to that question, I hope you ask that question tonight. Was the Parking Advisory Commission involved in any discussion to forward a recommendation to you regarding this increase? Okay? One last little observation that I had is in the staff memo to you guys tonight, it said that the only impacted ward would be Ward 1. So, Ms. Carroll, I'm very appreciative of the fact that your people are going to pick up the cost of this for everybody, and the rest of us don't have to pay for that. I hope that was an honest mistake, and they realize that this change is going to affect everybody who considers parking downtown, and I don't want to discourage that.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 16426? Seeing none, we'll go to council comments. Yeah, Valerie, I'm gonna go Betsy. She hasn't talked for a while. Give her a chance while she's here.
Yeah.
I do want to say that residents of my ward are more likely to live downtown already and/or walk downtown, so maybe we pay it less often. That said, businesses in my ward may be affected.
Oh, Valerie, I was letting Betsy go first.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
I just heard my name and went.
No. Wait, okay. Yeah, okay.
Well, I was just going to suggest that we table this tonight and ask it to go to the Parking Commission. And I guess the CID, from what Nikki was nodding, they already knew about it. But apparently the Parking Commission didn't. So why don't we ask the Parking Advisory Commission to look at this and bring it back in a couple of months? And
Can we
then
ask
we don't need to have any
staff
more
if the parking-
conversation about this tonight.
Did this not go to the Parking Advisory Commission, Shane?
As the ordinance is written, it did not. Well, it did not at a meeting because there were renovations going on here and the PAC meeting got canceled at that last meeting. And we did not have that prepared to take to an actual meeting. Throughout the year, and even last year when we were here, we talked about we were going to raise rates at the meters and we were going to propose to do the same thing in the hourly garages. So it's been talked about. The ordinance had not been written. And so as you see it tonight, it did not go to the PAC meeting because there wasn't an August
When
or
is your
a
next?
July meeting.
When is your August meeting?
I'd have to look, I don't know.
Do they meet monthly?
As long as they have a quorum, yes.
Well, then could we not ask them to address this, assuming they have a quorum in August, and then bring this back in September?
If that's what you all want to do. We did send it to the members. We just did not have a meeting. And
have a
we
formal
also
meeting.
went to a couple staff went to a couple district meetings, one of which included representatives from the PAC, just like Ms. Davis had said. So it's been discussed, but like I said, it is not,
So we have a,
as you see it tonight, gone to a PAC meeting.
so we have is that a motion, Betsy, to table it until PAC is reviewed at their August 12th meeting and
Yes.
come back to us? So that would be coming back to us most likely you wouldn't necessarily, Shane or DeCarlin, we're doing like kind of our fee adjustment, so would it be fine for them to give us feedback just coming to the meeting on the 17th to have that work? If this motion goes, I'm clarifying.
Yes.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second for the request to table it for the
Second.
Parking Advisory Commission? Discussion on the request to table it till after the Parking Advisory Commission reviews and comes back to us with a verbal feedback on the 17th? Yeah, Jackie?
So I plan to be supportive of this, but my question is, does this cause any budget issues as we're looking at our proposed
I
budget?
think that's the question about if we can get it before the 17th, because that's when we'll have to do any type of budget adjustments. So,
That's why I was kind of asking if it could be quick turnaround.
yes.
Yeah.
When is their next meeting?
Wednesday.
Did you say that?
Or the
Wednesday?
12th. So not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. Or is that this? I have no
So
idea.
it
I'm
could come
happy
back
to
on the
table until
17th.
we hear from them. Are they going to be reviewing all of the proposed fees? Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to table. I'll second that motion.
It's been seconded, but that's good.
Christina's
Oh,
already
Christina
seconded it.
seconded
We're
it.
just discussing it now.
All right,
We're on the discussion.
Christina.
Okay, I did not hear
Right.
that.
So
didn't hear
the
it.
motion and this, The motion, the second, is to table Bill 16426 until the 17th, the August 17th meeting of council, in order for it to go to the Park and Advisory Commission at their August meeting. Okay.
Sorry, I had quick discussion. I'd be very interested at the meeting for them to look at, of that list of college towns and their parking fees, how many of those do or do not offer free parking on Saturdays?
Similarly, meters, how many, the meters question, yeah.
You
Yeah,
know-
Vera, and then we'll call a roll.
Valerie?
Valerie, oh, sorry.
I just want to make sure I'm not taking somebody else's
No, you
spot
have-
now. Yeah, I want to say college towns are a little bit difficult with shopping in college, somewhat in conflict with events. I still want to make the amendment that I requested, because it's not only a consideration from PTAC, but a consideration from the district as well as other constituents. Ideally, I would like to see items like this come with a letter from the Parking Commission. I did attend CID meetings that Public Works came to and presented this. I don't intend to never charge weekends, and I understand staff's perspective that that's your only source of income, and waiving it is an issue. And I'm recognizing that there's a cost associated with the technology advancements. I think in the future, and this is a consideration for PTAC as well as college town comparisons, event parking and weekends that have football games and large events may be a different part of the equation than a regular shopping Saturday.
Yeah. All right, so we've got a motion to table this to August 17th, a motion and second. All those in favor of tabling B 16426 to August 17th, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving on, Bill 16526. Sheila, will you please read the legislation?
Council Bill 16526 is an ordinance amending Chapter 17 of the City Code as it relates to parks and recreation fees and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Gabe Huffington, Parks and Recreation Director. With me this evening is Cavell Cole-Neal, our Recreation Services Manager, and he'll be happy to help answer any questions you may have. The Parks and Recreation Department is requesting to update our fees related to Chapter 17. So we analyze fees on an annual basis. We typically focus on small incremental fee increases, primarily to meet our revenue goals and then also to cover our department costs. As we talk about fees, we are typically looking at the costs related to full-time, part-time labor, materials, supplies, contract services, and utilities. And then obviously, we've talked a lot about the emphasis on the minimum wage increase to $15 an hour and adjusting fees accordingly so that we can recover some of those costs. If approved this evening, these fee changes are expected to generate an additional $9,000 to $12,000 per year for the department. Our fee increases occur at different times in the year. We give all of our ARC members, for instance, 60 days notice that fees are going to change, as one example as we look at this. In addition, our Parks and Recreation Commission recommended these fee changes at their July 16th meeting. I'll start with some proposed fee changes at the ARC. And I lots of words on a slide, but I'll read very quickly, is increasing our hourly rental rate for group exercise rooms from $27.50 to $35, increasing our hourly meeting room rates from $25.50 and $75 to $30, $60, and $90, depending on the amount of room needed. We also are looking to increase our single full court in the gymnasium from $75 to $80. And then staff is also requesting to increase the hourly rate for 2 full courts from $121 to $140. In addition, at the ARC, we are requesting to increase the water zone 2-hour rental from $160 to $200. We're increasing the facility lock-in fees for overnight rentals from $1,000 to $1,600. And for example, this is just based on the fact that we need to have 6 to 8 staff members for a lock-in. And so as we started to analyze the fees associated with the lock-in, number of staff needed, and the work involved with that type of event, this corrects that to where we are recovering those costs. We also are requesting an increase for babysitting services at the ARC from $2 to $3 for 2 hours of service. And then lastly, we are requesting to change the schools out camp fee from a flat fee of $50 to a range of $35 to $155. So this is a lot based on the Columbia Public School calendar. So right now, there's a $50 fee. But if they have 3 days off, for instance, or it's winter break and we want to have a 5-day camp, or we wanted to offer a camp that may require some outside speakers to come in that may have a fee, this kind of range allows us to price accordingly so that we can cover the expenses associated with that type of schools out camp. This is not to be mistaken with Camp Como Kids, for instance, which is a completely separate fee and a different structure. In terms of adaptive recreation, we are proposing to change from a flat fee to a fee range for adaptive recreation programs. We're proposing to change our dance and recreation programs from a flat fee of $5 to a range of $5 to $15. Kind of the same premise here in terms of the type of event we have and the programming and the food or the decorations that we need to have with that event. We're also proposing to change adaptive sports programming from a flat fee of $17.50 to a range of $15 to $100. This helps cover the cost dependent on the type of program sport that those athletes are participating in. These fees were last increased in 2022. And then last, at the Armory, we are proposing to create an hourly weekend rate for the conference room and classroom at the facility. Weekend rentals require additional part-time staff. So while we have full-time staff in the building during the week, we have to bring in additional part-time staff. And so as Cavell and his team were looking at the rates, it was important for us to establish this rate of $32 for the conference room on the weekend and then $20 for the classroom as an hourly rate. Currently, Monday through Friday, hourly rental rate is $24 for the conference room and $12 for the classroom. These rates were increased in 2025 for the weekday rate. So at this point in time, staff's requesting approval of legislation amending Chapter 17 of the City Codes that relates to parks and recreation fees, and Cavell and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from council for staff? Yeah, Vera.
So the biggest fee change on there was under the adapted recreation with that switch from $17.50 to a range of $15 to $100. Can you speak to that shift in almost $90?
Yeah, so the range is designed so that, as Gabe was mentioning, that we can actually apply the cost of a program based on what it's costing the department. So most of our programs are right in that $17.50 range. We do a lot of stuff with our own facilities. However, one of our programs, such as bowling, we have to actually rent out lanes at the bowling alley. And so currently, we're paying the bowling alley, we work with them to get a reduced rate. So we are paying them $11.25 per bowler. We have 8 sessions, so it's costing us about $90 to host one session of adapted recreation, and then we're actually passing on that money directly to the bowling alley. So we're basically accepting fees from our participants and then just paying out the bowling alley. And then we've had requests for different types of programs. So people are looking for sports clinics, they're looking for sports camps. We've created a fitness program at the ARC, which gives them a non-traditional way to use fitness and kind of work that in their lifestyle. And so for all of our adapted participants and athletes, this would allow the programmer to actually look at how can we create some fees and keep the most of them at that low level. But when people request something that's a little bit more extensive, we can actually create a program that addresses that rather than trying to figure out a workaround to make it fit.
So with that bowling, that would not be $100 per participant. That would be $100 for renting out the area?
Well, it's the whole session. So right now we charge bowlers, I think it was $81 is what we charged them for this last session. And then we actually paid out $90 per session to the bowling alley. And so while we don't expect as much significant cost recovery for our adapted programs, it's not really about recovering all the costs. It's just having the flexibility to say, we offer this adapted program and we can work with different organizations or bring in different supplies or different equipment. And it's not going to establish that benchmark as our programs. It's just the one-off program that has a little bit higher rate.
Thank you.
Other questions for Parks? Yeah, Christina.
I would just really like to make sure that, like, if we do pass the school out camp piece where it can range from 35 to 155, that we have strong procedures written that kind of outline when we use the lower rate versus the higher rate. You know, I think that would make me feel a little bit more comfortable with having a spread there. I understand the purpose of it, like it makes sense logically. I just wouldn't want us tending to go towards the 135 rate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So staff, for the most part, staff are using either historical numbers for the programs they're offering, so they've started their position, they've kind of adopted some programs that were already established, and when they're creating new programs, they are required to create a budget and look at the actual cost recovery specific to that program. At the ARC, we try to recover all, if not most of our costs, not on every single program we offer, but that's something we would look at is what's the cost of the program, what's an affordable rate that we can offer to the community, as well as where do we have any flexibility in those numbers. We were kind of stuck in this place where when we had a flat fixed fee of $50, we were having to ask ourselves, what can we afford to offer for $50? Versus now being able to put together a true camp plan. We can say, okay, we can offer a full 5-day schools out camp, or we can offer a 2-day camp plus a 3-day camp, create some more flexible options, which is what our staff ended up doing this previous winter break, is they created like 2 smaller camps to kind of stay within that $50 fee, and then folks could participate in one or both camps at that point.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 16526, proposed changes to Parks and Rec fees? Seeing none, we'll come to council comments. Any last council comments? Yeah, Betsy.
Mine is just thank you for looking at your rates frequently.
Yeah, do appreciate that. Yeah. All right, Sheila, will you please read call roll on Bill 16526?
Council Bill 16526, Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
All right, moving on. Sheila, will you please read Bill 16626?
Council Bill 16626 is an ordinance authorizing amending Chapter 22 of the City Code to suspend transportation fares for users of the Go Como public transit system for the period October 1, 2026 to September 30th, 2027, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Go Como Transit has operated fare-free since March 2020, the COVID-19 emergency declaration. This is renewed annually during the budget adoption process. Go Como Transit is funded through transportation sales tax and the Federal Transit Administration's operating grant. A reinstitution of bus fares would require the installation of modernized fare boxes, which would cost approximately $585,000 based on discussions with other communities that have installed similar devices in our current fleet size. The process to procure, vet, and install fare boxes would take approximately 1 year. Here's a picture of an installed fare box. A modernized fare box would allow for the scanning of a bus pass, the use of a credit card, and the ability to use cash and coin. The last full year fares were charged was fiscal year 2019. Fixed route revenue in fiscal year 2019 was just under $250,000, and the full fare was $1.50. For reference, ridership in fiscal year 2024 was just under 350,000 passengers. Paratransit revenue in fiscal year 2019 was just over $150,000, and it cost $2 per ride. For reference, the federal cap is double the fixed route fare, so this was $1 per ride less than the maximum allowed. Ridership in fiscal year 2024 was 61,502. Ridership, even at the fiscal year 2019 rates, would recover the cost of modernized fare boxes within 2 years. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, does anyone from the public wish to speak on, just like lost my name, Bill 16626?
Nikki Davis, downtown CID. I think we've been looking forward to seeing progress in this for the last couple of years. I think we've sent letters on it. Right now, it is free fare, which is wonderful, except for the main hub is in the central downtown area, and lots of people are misusing our buses at this point, and then being dropped off and misusing our small businesses. So we would love to hear maybe a timeline of what it would look like to get this upgrade for our buses. We're not asking for a $2 fare or anything like that, but we'd love to see some type of progress in getting a fare for our buses again.
Thank you, Nikki. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 16626? Seeing none, I'll come back to council comments. Council comments before Sheila calls roll. Yeah, Betsy.
Do we have any idea how much money, based on the ridership of 354,000 folks, what would we be bringing in? Do we have any idea how many are, students or full-time folks or?
Sure. It's, anytime you start charging fares, ridership's going to go down somewhat. I would think, and of course, it's going to depend on what we decide to charge, what that revenue would be, whether we would go back to what it was in 2019, be higher than that, be lower than that, all those kind of things factor into that. I think the revenue that you look at on the screen here is a pretty good estimate of probably where we would start. But that being said, there's a devil's in the details a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jackie.
Question and comment. I think I would encourage us as a council to have discussions on this. My question, to be clear, discussions on if we are going to begin to charge a fare for the bus rides. And I think this is a discussion that we should have sooner rather than later. We hear comments, and I know I personally want to see improvement in our public transit system. And in order to do that, we do have to have revenue. And so my question is, in order for us to move forward outside of the vote that we take tonight, is that a report request asking about implementation and timeline at this point? So that so we're not in the same exact position next year.
I think it's probably more of a work session discussion. I think it's from a staff perspective, I think that's what we're looking for from, what direction does the council want to see us go? And so I think being prepared to have that conversation, I think is something that's important. And so I think it's more for a work session discussion.
Okay, then I would, if I need to make a formal request, I would like to make that formal request that we
Let's
take
do that
action.
at council comments at the
Sure.
end. Yeah, the legislation before us today. Any questions to the legislation before us for Bill 166? All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16626? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought we were going to open the floor.
We already did.
I did already.
All right.
Actually,
I did not have questions, but I did have comments, and I apologize.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember, does this one have, no,
It
this one
did.
have
This
an
came
amendment
from
sheet?
open.
The next one does.
Yeah. I'm appreciative of the CID's concerns and of the need to improve public transit in general, and the funding for that. I support our free fares. I think recommendations in support of free fares have come from the come from the Public Transit Advisory Commission. And I'm supportive of reviewing that every few years. When I look at spending money to collect money and what amount I think we could gain by that, I think that there are other places and other gains that might be more useful to us and other places to treat the concerns that our downtown businesses have perhaps more effectively.
Great. Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16626?
Council Bill 16626, Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
All right, Sheila, will you please read Council Bill 16726?
Council Bill 16726 is an ordinance amending Chapter 22 of the City Code as it relates to solid waste utility rates and services and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, again, this is a summary of the results of the solid waste cost utility fee study that was performed by Stantec. And in that study, they proposed a 5% revenue increase for FY '27, which is about $1.5 million in revenue. That would be a 10% increase, and then also suggested a 10% increase in FY '28 and '29, and then a 5% increase in later years. Should we choose to move forward with the MRF improvements for upgrading the equipment, that would be an additional 4% increase necessary. The proposal also realigned the pay-as-you-throw residential cart fees with the underlying cost of service over the next 2 fiscal years. So for residential rates specifically, the 35-gallon cart would go from $12.87 a month to $14.53. The 65-gallon cart would go from $17.37 to $18.28, and the 95-gallon cart would remain at $22.50 for FY '27. And then apartments would also go up from $15.72 to $16.74 and $15.45 to $16.26. And as you can see, Columbia is at the lower end of the spectrum for other communities in the area. And the proposed would go up slightly, but we are still on the lower end of the spectrum. The purpose is to align the cost of providing the service to the rate that's charged. With commercial collection, we would be combining the commercial front load and rear load fee schedule into one uniform set of fees. And then we would set the commercial recycling fees for commercial pickup to 90%. And so it's quite the reorganization for the solid waste commercial rates. And really, it's just to make it more in alignment with the cost to provide the service, but also it makes a little more sense so that if you get a pickup 2 days a week, it should only cost twice as much as what it did before instead of some random number, which is what was there before. And then it goes incrementally per cubic yards on here. So the ones in bold are what's proposed for the commercial front load and rear load pickup. And then what was in the original legislation for the solid waste downtown CID collection is shown here. And the primary thing that occurred was combining, let's see, the retail, office, and bank categories into similar categories because they dispose similar amounts of waste based on the research that Stantec had done. And there was some discussion at our work session that maybe we wanted to hold off on implementing the downtown CID rates until we completed the occupant study. And just for note, the ones that are in gray, there are currently no customers in those categories, so that's why I grade those ones out. But again, council requested an amendment to remove the proposed downtown CID rates from adoption at this time. So you should have a supplemental memo and an amendment sheet for that purpose for you to vote on this evening. Staff will continue to work on the audit of the downtown occupants. We anticipate having that done by the end of the calendar year, and then we will bring back updated downtown CID rates in January is what we're planning. And should you choose to move forward with them, we would probably propose to implement those in March. And again, we would work toward phasing over multiple years and alignment of the cost of service for the downtown, provided with the rate charged to each customer class. So there are some rates that we may hold constant, knowing that over a multiple year period, they would catch up to what the cost of service proposes. So again, if you approve the amendment that's been provided to you, we would return later with the downtown CID rates in January. So
All right.
that's,
Any questions for council of Aaron? Yeah, questions? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm repeating.
So I sent us ahead an amendment. One of those made our amendment sheet. The other half of that amendment, or perhaps better as a second amendment, I'm looking at classification 1. We decrease our rates for the largest users. At the same council work session, we provided the feedback for residential that for the largest users, we didn't want to decrease rates because that encourages using less waste. Also, for our largest commercial dumpster users, I'm not sure that it makes sense to decrease rates in that category. So
can I ask clarification? You mean just for the downtown CID when you say
I
class
did
one?
say the downtown CID in my original amendment email. I'm also saying we decreased rates for the largest users commercial outside of downtown, didn't we?
No,
Yeah,
it
from
goes-
89 to 69, is one
They
still?
all go down.
Oh, wait, they all go down.
And I think Aaron, was this the one you were talking about, that as they go up for frequency of delivery?
Right.
You were basing it based on like the cost of one day?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's good with me.
Okay,
So I'm
all right.
talking about the CID.
You're talking about, okay.
Where
I just wanted to be sure I understood.
Classification 1 is the largest volume users, in the same way that we didn't decrease the largest volume for residential. We may not want to decrease the largest volume for class 1.
Right.
That said, I think that it makes a lot of sense to hold on and make the rates effective after the audit. And I appreciate the progress that you've made on the audit. I know that's been a goal for a long time.
So before I open up for public comment, I'll probably have us vote on the amendment sheet. So the amendment sheet, as a reminder, is freezing, as is the downtown CID rates until after the audit is complete, estimated probably to come back to us in January with implementation in March. So I'll make that motion to amend Bill 16726 per the amendment sheet. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Betsy. All those in favor of amending Bill 16726, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 16726 as amended?
Jim Windsor, 200 Manor Drive. I would hope that you will hold all utility rate increases so that the public has awareness of the proposals and has an opportunity rather than just one evening. For those that may not know, I was Assistant Director of Utilities responsible for rate design, cost of service studies. I retired 8.5 years ago. Back in the old days, the rate proposals would go with the budget, and citizens would have multiple opportunities to have input, and so they could find out about it and say something about it. Related to solid waste, it's somewhat ironic that the night that you're also approving the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, that you're raising residential small roll carts and not the large ones. The 95, which are the large gallon, are 2.7 times as large. They fill up the trash trucks 2.7 times faster. They require going back to the landfill 2.7 times faster. They fill up the landfill 2.7 times faster. The cost of service study says, okay, well, we drive down the street anyway, we'll pick them up. And it's fair to everyone. It's not. And I hope that you will hold this, ask some questions, look at the climate impact of not encouraging people to recycle and reduce their waste. It is illogical to me that we do one thing earlier in the meeting and then encourage people essentially to throw away more stuff. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Eugene Elkin, 34, Second Ward.
You can do whatever.
Tonight, you know you have a job to do, but in a sad situation, I really wish you had an assessment of a family, maybe mother, could be mother, father, and 2 children. How about just mom and 2 kids? You take the cost of gas, you take the cost of going to the different facilities that you've been discussing, rate increases. Does mom really get a chance to raise those kids in a proper environment? Or are they going to be forced to play on the streets? Because the city of Columbia is busy raising rates. I sure wish you had a way of assessing just what gasoline prices have done, right along with food prices. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill, which one am I on? 16726, as amended. Seeing none, I'll come back to council comments. Any council comments on this one? It's like, I'll make a comment. I think one of the things that I find interesting is I appreciate the frequency of which we've been seeing cost of service studies. And that's the intent. These are best practices that we're seeing from utilities on the cost of service studies. And in fact, the cost of service study said to decrease the largest container. And council voted to align with our cap in keeping it at the same rate it is in order to incentivize conservation. And I view for most of these things, it is a trade-off. It's not necessarily a trade-off, it's trying to do the both and, trying to both make sure that we're fiduciarily responsible for the utilities that we have, which this is number 3 of 19, it feels like today, that we're having these conversations. But a lot of times for part of this is because things were not made in decisions in the past. So I appreciate your willingness also to understand our need for the amendment sheet, Erin, for understanding that we want better data before making any changes. But I want to take the time to say thanks to staff for getting us as much information as you can and trying to give us the sort of yes and solution to the things that we have. So thank you for that. Any other council comments? Otherwise, I'm going to have Sheila. We have a lot of things to still go forward. Okay. Yeah, Christina, comment. And then
I guess I do want to ask about the 2.7 kind of thing. Like, did we take into calculation how often those trucks would have to be emptied before they could complete their route and things like that?
Yes, so when they looked at the residential, they broke it into one, the collection piece, that you're running down the road and you're picking up at each resident, no matter what size container they have. So that cost is the same for each one, for the 35-gallon, the 65-gallon, and the 95-gallon. So that's the collection cost. Then the disposal cost is the difference, is the different cost for each of the different items. So your disposal for a 35-gallon is going to be less than the disposal cost for 65, which is less than the one for the 95. So that's how they figured it. They split it up into those 2 different pieces. So the collection cost is the same for each of the items, and then the disposal cost is different. And then you add them together, and that's what the proposed fee was.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I guess what I was taking away from the comment, and maybe I misunderstood, was, the consideration that if one street has all the, is it 95 or 85 gallon? 95 gallon, it's going to fill the truck up faster than if everybody was on the smaller,
Sure.
you know what I mean?
And they
so
base-
you're using more gas to make it happen?
Sure, and they based it off what our current carts are. So the majority of the carts that we have right now are 65-gallon carts. And then you have less 95 and less 35 compared to the 65. So you take all the carts and those sizes
Okay.
and the amount of disposal that we had for the test year, and then you divide that out. And so that's how they figured it. So, it's easy to say that it's, 2.7 times, but that's if there's the equivalent number of carts for each that are being used by the residents. That way of figuring it makes sense versus the way that the consultant figured it.
Okay.
So,
Thanks. I think other people have questions.
Were you,
so-
did you want to make your motion? or
Yes,
did
I
you-
am making a motion. I'm not hearing businesses complaining about our current rates towards the comment that was made earlier and your own comment, Mayor, and adherence to the cap. I move, looking at the slide up on the screen, that for Class 1, we stick to the current rates as opposed to decreasing rates for Class 1 CID downtown collection.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Hang on, I thought CID is completely removed now
Right.
because of the prior amendment.
yes.
Right.
and this is why I wanted to-
Delayed until January.
What comes back to us in January, could it be different than what's here?
Yes.
So that's why
Oh.
I was figuring we might get different rates then.
I thought that the amendment sheet was delaying when they are active.
No, it's removing it
From this.
from tonight's vote.
So I will provide that feedback for January.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16726 as amended?
Council Bill 16726 as amended, Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
All right, Sheila, will you please read Bill 16826?
Council Bill 16826 is an ordinance amending Chapter 24 of the City Code as it relates to special event permit fees and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, good evening. Amy Schneider, Director of the Convention and Visitors Bureau. I have Julie Osmus, Assistant Director, with me, and she's also the liaison to the Special Event Committee. In 2016, the city put together a special event committee, which consists of the Police Department, Fire Department, Risk Management, Public Works, Streets Division, Community Development, Building and Site, Parking Utility, Solid Waste, Transit, Public Health, Human Services, Finance, the Business License Services, Parks and Rec, and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Each department reviews the permit applications based on the scope of the proposed event and the impact on public safety and transportation. In 2019, this committee, the special events moved to the Convention and Visitors Bureau right before 2020 when there were no special events. So we've been overseeing it since that time. We looked at the special event fees over the past year and came to you during this time to try to propose these fee increases for street closures downtown as well as special event permits, which would align us with the Parks and Recreation Department and help offset some administrative cost. At this time, again, fee adjustments are limited just to permit application fees and downtown street closure fees. Right now, our current special event application is $25. We're proposing it to be $50. Street closure downtown, $100, proposing it to be $150. No change to the street closures outside of the downtown area. And then I wanted to show the temporary caterers permit and the temporary special event vendor fee, which is not getting a change at all. And there's other fees that are applied to special events such as these that are applied, and the costs are brought through those departments. And so, whoops, sorry about that. And so we're just asking to amend Chapter 24 to these two new proposed fees.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Betsy.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what the specially, like why they have an application for special events and what the fee is used for in the same street closure? This is just one street, or this is 4 streets, or any streets, or?
I'll let Julie explain that. I
Okay.
could, but she can do it better than I can.
The street closure fee is just for one street, or just, and sometimes event footprints are 2 streets, but it's just the $100. So it's not per street.
It's per event.
It's per
It's per
event.
event, okay.
Yes.
And that just covers the time of the city staff to actually put out the barriers?
No.
No, it doesn't, it is not applied to actual staff costs. It's just a flat fee.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, Christina.
The council memo for the fiscal impact says approximately $2,000 to $4,000 for short-term impact. Is that our annual estimate of, like, by increasing this, this is how much additional we'll make, or is this total?
That's our estimate per year of what we make off of special event fees. So I don't think it would raise it that much. I think Julie.
We average about $3,600 a year that we collect.
Okay. And so this is that saying 2,000 to 4,000 more, or?
We're estimating that it would probably increase about 2,000 to, in between, we're not real sure, between $2,000 and $4,000 additional.
Okay. And then the long-term impact just says unknown at this time.
I think that was calculated because each year is different. We don't know how many applications we're going to receive. Typically, we average about 150 every year, but sometimes it may go up to 170.
This is the kind of this is maybe a note for DeCarlo, or we're not at discussion yet, are we?
You can save it for the other comments if you wanted, about
Yeah.
the level of detail.
I would like
Yeah.
to see these type of things explained and analyzed of, like, this is over time, this is what we're expecting. Like,
Yeah, for the long time, financial impact, yeah. Any other council questions?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I will. I'm just going to ask this. You've already answered for me, but I know that the public will ask, so I want the information out there. Does this fee affect the neighborhood association block parties? And how do they access mini grants?
It does not, because those block parties are outside downtown, so they'll have their current $25 street closure. And then the mini block grants are through our neighborhood services.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Christina.
okay, sorry, I did have more question. The temporary caterers permit and the temporary special event fee, we're saying no change. Does this cover the amount of effort that it takes to process this application, or?
It's a base, again, it's just a base fee, and those are actually collected through the business license office. So I don't have additional information on that, but from what I understand, this is just a basic flat fee.
Okay.
Good. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 16826? See none, we'll come back to council comments. Any additional council comments?
I would like to say that we are coming back in October with more details about special events and how they work. And so it would have been best if we could have come with that before we came with this, but we will be coming back to you with more special.
With that information, I'd like to make a motion to wait so that we can get additional information on the fiscal impact and have that additional report.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
What are we tabling it to?
Till when we can have the report that you just mentioned and the fiscal impact.
We
What
have
would
a
that
work.
look like?
I believe we're scheduled for a work session the first meeting in October.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
So what are we, I need a date certain.
Whatever the first meeting is in October? I
don't
don't,
know.
or, I guess, second meeting in
How
October?
about the first meeting in November? That way we make sure we've got your work session, we've had a chance to look at it.
I'm just going to say a date, November 2nd, 2026. That's the motion, but we don't have a second yet. Do we have a second? Seeing none, the motion dies. Any other council comments on this one? All right. Looking forward to the work session. Thank you, Amy. Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16826?
Council Bill 16826, Ms. Peters,
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman,
No.
Sheila, will you please read Bill 16926?
Council Bill 16926 is an ordinance amending Chapter 20 of the City Code as it relates to electric utility rates and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, apologies, I did not introduce myself earlier. Aaron Keys, Utilities Director, and I didn't introduce Damon earlier, but I'll introduce Gwen, Assistant Director for Electric, Gwen Corches. So we're here to talk about amending Chapter 27 for electric utility rates. So we are proposing a 6% electric rate revenue increase for all tiers. There will be no change, no proposed change to the customer charge or base fee. This will provide about $8.6 million in additional revenue. We are also proposing to increase the power cost adjustment cap from 15 to 20% of Tier 1, but that we failed to get that on at the same time as this agenda item. So the first reading for that is B 21926. That first reading's tonight. We'll have the second reading at the next meeting. The Water and Light Advisory Board has recommended approving the revenue increase for FY27 for electric. Some of the reasons behind why we need this rate increase: there's been a significant increase in electric capacity costs, especially once some of our existing contracts expire. We will definitely see those rates increase in FY27. We look to be bringing the Dynegy contract, that's one of our current capacity contracts. We look to be bringing that back to you here in the next month, and you will see that that cost has gone up considerably from what the original contract was. We also would like to move forward with some high-priority infrastructure projects. And then we have more than $10 million of cost recovery for FY25 power purchases that we're trying to recover. And then we anticipate that we might exceed our power purchase budget here in FY26 with some of the weather events between Weather Storm Fern and this warm summer that we've had. And just as an example, when we compared some of the average day-ahead locational marginal price, the LMP prices from one year to the next, we've seen increases of more than 20%. So the particular example I've shown is 23%. So those are some of the things that are impacting the electric utility. Many of these things we don't have control over, but we still need to pay our bills. And power purchase is about a third of the overall entire city budget. So it's a big piece of our expenses. So this is what the residential rate looks like for gas customers. We also have different rates for electric heat customers and heat pump customers, but the 6%, it's similar. The customer charge stays the same. You see there's no difference. And then there's the 6% increase for the different kilowatt hour usages for both summer and non-summer. So when we look at a single example for an electric residential rate, residential customer, with both the 6% increase and the 5% PCA cap increase in the non-summer, for one that uses 640 kilowatt hours, it's about a little over $8. For the summer, someone that uses over 1,000 kilowatt hours, we're looking at $12.87. And with that, we will attempt to answer any questions.
Any questions from council for staff? Go ahead. I usually like to go last.
So you mentioned that we wouldn't be able to see the proposal from, not, I want to say Evergy, but what is it?
Dyno something.
Dynegy.
Dynegy, thank you. Until when?
I anticipate this to make it in front of you in September.
In September?
But that's just an example of some of the increases that the electric utility is seeing. So that's just one example of the many increases that we're seeing and why a rate increase is needed.
Aaron, can you tell us remind us what the communications plan was from outreach on these proposed rate increases and what staff has been doing on that?
Sure. So we do have a bill calculator on the website, and is it up and running? It's up and running live with the current proposals, where customers can put in their specific account number, and it'll compare their April bill from this year to what it would be with the proposed rate changes. So we'll have that. We plan to have an article in City Source. We currently have information on the Be Heard website, where we're also collecting feedback and input. And then we'll do our normal social media, press release, that type of outreach.
What has been the feedback from Be Heard so far?
I'm trying to recall some of the questions.
General questions, right, about like funding and what happens to projects, what projects we are looking into. I mean, just general comments, nothing too surprising or ordinary that would come along with such a request.
Okay. Yeah, question?
Is it, maybe this is for council, is that normally attached? Like, because sometimes we see Be Heard comments and sometimes we don't. So if
I
it's
haven't seen
out
one.
there, I just thought we would see it attached.
Yeah, I failed to attach anything.
Yeah. Any other council questions? All right, would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 16926?
Good evening. My name is Dr. Diana Coates. I'm here on behalf of a business, which I'm assuming this bill also impacts the business. Yeah. So thank you guys for the time, and I know it's getting late. One thing I wanted to call out was, you know, as a local business, I'm here on behalf of Good Day Farms. We're up on Paris Road. We received notice of this change, which about when I compare the dollars, it's about a 10% increase year over year for us. That equates to a lot of things for us as a business. So when I look at this, I would rather see a regular controlled increase year over year, so that we can anticipate those cost increases, because we employ about 200 people. And so when we have these big increases in those costs, that means that money, it's a business, that money has to come from somewhere. And so that means I have to cut staff, we have to move things around, and so that doesn't essentially help us as a community because we're not continuing the longevity of the businesses that support the community. And so I'd strongly encourage you to take a step back and look at these rate increases and see if there's not a way that we can get them to a more metered way. Also, to increase knowledge of them. We learned of this about less than a week ago, and we were actually given the wrong date for this meeting. We only found out from our lobbyists that this meeting was tonight, and so it was a bit of a scramble to get here to give this feedback at all. But thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 16926?
Jim Windsor, 200 Manor Drive. I want to speak actually to specifically the power cost adjustment and the impact on the industrial customers, which I think you just heard from. Industrial customers pay a very high demand cost and a lower kilowatt hour cost. Load factor is the ratio of demand, or the energy usage to demand. If we had 100% load factor, our system would be 50% lower than it is. We wouldn't need all of the transmission lines and substations and power plants and all of that, but industrial customers that run 24/7 help us out. And they are being penalized extremely high, at an extremely high rate, and it can kill the economic engine of Columbia. The off-peak rate, because the 15% and the 20% is based on the lowest residential rate, the off-peak rate for the very high efficiency, they have a 75%, they have to have a 75% load factor. It increases at 50%, the overnight rate. I hope you will hold this, send it to READY, get their opinion, send it back to the Water and Light Board. The power cost adjustment should be changed every year so it is close to zero, not held at 15% for years and now moved up to 20%. It is the wrong way of doing it. It's actually the opposite of efficiency. It's destroying the economy, basically. Thank you.
Jim, in your last minute, do you want to speak to the legislation we're actually voting on tonight, which is about the electricity rates? PCA is next meeting.
Power cost adjustment doesn't have to be passed by ordinance. It is based on a rate in the ordinances, and anything above that, it's a policy. It is not an ordinance. I don't know what's being presented, but that's the way it works. Technically, they don't even have to bring it back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 16926?
Hi, I'm Tom Jensen from the Water and Light Board. I live in Betsy's ward. I've got a couple of comments that I was going to share. I want to touch base on a few of the comments you've heard already. I'll start with those. With respect to Jim's comment about this killing our local economy, we're being responsive to impacts that are literally across the country and throughout MISO. So we're all in the same boat. And I think the reason the power cost adjustment is in the form of something for the council to vote on is because it's also capped. It doesn't go to wherever the market takes us. It's capped at a certain point. So at that point, that's a policy decision. I think that it's worthy of the group's vote. And yes, I agree with I think I wrote it down, her name, Dr. Coates, that I would also like the 3%. That's what we were always trained to with all of our water and light training that we've had over the years. The slow and steady increases so that we don't have to have these big responsive increases. But this, again, is responsive to what is happening in the market. We're just looking to keep up with our costs. One of the things, I won't repeat the reasons that the Water and Light Board voted to endorse these increases because you've seen it all in writing. It's attached to your agendas. But there's a few other things we talked about that I think are important to discuss. We don't just think about where we are in our debt service coverage ratio covenants when the bonds are issued. We think beyond that. We think also about where do we need to be in the reserves? Are we starting to get into the orange or the red category if we project out 2 or 3 years down the line? Because that kind of information is going to impact how a bond rating agency is going to measure the risk, which is going to determine the cost that we face. So we're in this weird conundrum where we have to have this increase so that it's not so expensive beyond what this increase will be down the road if we just kick the can down the road without the increases. So we think about that, and on the electric side, and I'll have a separate comment on the water side when we talk in a minute about that. But part of why that's very, very important, this rate increase, is because it's going to change some of those metrics that rating agencies will look at relative to what the big plans we have in mind with AMI. If the answer to this rate increase is no, AMI is off the table, we won't be able to afford it because we won't be able to afford the bonds. We might not even be able to get a bonding authority to I'm sure we get a rating, but it'll be downgraded. We've already been downgraded once since I've been on the board in these 8 years. So this is important also for strategic vision. And it'll also empower the city with the most important tool to
Thank you,
allow
Tom.
for special rate categories in the future.
Thank you, Tom. And anyone else for the public wish to speak on Bill 16926?
Hi, Tim Thomas, 407 Stallworth Court. I'm coming basically as a large industrial employee. I work out at Solventum, right across from Good Day Farms that just spoke. We learned of this similarly, where we got an email explaining that this rate change is being proposed, and we've had about a week to adjust to it. I'm in the middle of 2027 AOP right now, and it's extremely difficult to flip and put in a last-minute adjustment to say all my utilities are going up 12.5%. I know I see 6% here, like they said. Demand and usage are two separate charges. The explanation that we got with the estimates that are coming from the city, it's a 12.5% increase for us. That's over $400,000. So when you start looking at budgeting and understanding and employment, I employ at our site over 600 people. That's roughly speaking 8 to 10 FTEs. I got to find that money somewhere, or I have to eliminate headcount. So I'm not saying that we can't adjust rates. Obviously, everyone knows rates are going up. Everyone knows power is becoming more expensive. But having some kind of pre-notice, I think, as we work through this, understanding what the economic impact is going to be as these rates go in, whether that's through, discussions with READY or understanding how it's going to impact the end users, I think that's going to be very important. And then I think what would also be helpful for me, I think as long as we can plan for it, we can budget for it, we can make, some accommodation for it, it'd be really helpful for me as well to understand, is that money going in? I saw infrastructure. I have no idea what infrastructure improvements are occurring, but I would love to have improved reliability. I moved to Colorado for a while doing the same facility management job for another company out there and just came back, and in less than 2 years, we've had 8 power interruptions at our site. Every time that happens, we make medical product that go into hospitals, stethoscopes, surgical preps, IV caps, things that are being used for that require specific clean rooms to manufacture. And every time the power goes out, my entire site goes down. I throw away product. I have to re-clean every clean room at my site. That's at least a shift or a day of downtime before I can return to service. So I think knowing what that is, as long as I have something that I can invest in and we can plan for it, and I know that my reliability is going to go up, I think we can find a way to work through it. But just improving that communication, I think, is going to help.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 16926? Seeing none, we'll come to council comments. Can you clarify the communication outreach to our large industrial customers on this?
So we do have key account
accounts.
managers, and they were the ones that were communicating with their key accounts about that this was going to be on the agenda.
When did that communication start? Because we've been talking about this for months.
I'm not sure. Yeah, we were waiting until we presented it to you first, I think, before we presented it to them.
Which was at our budget work session?
Yeah, mid-July.
Right.
Yeah. So, and I did get word that there were not any comments on any of for the rates on the Be Heard site yet. I guess questions that we got must have been from email.
So I understand, I'm just trying to think of timing, and I understand to Mr. Jensen's point, we're about to talk about the AMI, and we had a bond debt conversation during pre-council earlier about its impacts on our ability to go out for a bond for AMI. But I have to say, I have some questions on the impacts to some of our large industrial customers and the lack of community, I don't know, customer
Right.
service to that. It just seems like a big, if somebody's all of a sudden having an increase of their rate, of their utility bill. I mean, I guess I don't know. We've talked about this for a few months, so can you, do you want to explain more to this?
I guess the challenge for me particular is timing, right? So when do we communicate to the public about what we're thinking about? And then when do we communicate to city council about what we're thinking about? Because if we communicate to you and you want us to do something completely different, then we've already told the customer something else, right? And so so it's kind of a little bit of a chicken and an egg. And so I'm just trying, I'm open to any feedback you can give me on the best way to move forward in a timely manner.
Right.
Where everybody's on page, right?
Well, I think too, one of the things that we've been working really hard, and this is to get to the comment from the other industrial customer there, is that we actually have been doing incremental increases. Like for the last 3 years, that's been our goal, is to do those. So I guess it would be useful to know the impacts to some of those key accounts.
Sure.
During that time. And I think, part of it is, I see where you're coming from, right? That like you don't want to go to them, but I think also getting their input into it is useful to us having this conversation to know whether or not part of it's phased, especially as we're talking about the power cost adjustment and its impact on some of those key accounts. Does it impact at the same percentage? Yeah, Betsy.
Well, I know the Water and Light Board's been talking about it for quite a while, but maybe what we need to do is, all of these, as we're certainly seeing, are showing up at one meeting for all of these rate increases to go with the budget in October, but perhaps we need to be addressing this more like in March or April. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I do understand what they're saying, and they need more notice than this. We need perhaps to not be having all of this show up at this time of the year. I'm going to have to look to DeCarland or ask him to come back with some ideas. If there's some way that we could do this a little earlier in the year,
Well, it's
would be, I
hard.
think, of an advantage to our large-scale folks. And I know we are trying to incrementally increase this so that we don't just give you a week's notice on this stuff.
And to that point, we understand that this is part of the budget that is coming to us. But I think the other part of it is the key account outreach for some of this. And I feel like last time when we did the electric, you didn't just do it after we had passed it. We had some pre-community meetings before the electric rates and water rates came up, and it does not happen this year. DeCarlin, were you going to comment?
No, I think I know the one thing we're planning for is the cost of service study for the electric. I think at that time you'll see more communications going out because that'll be part of our process. That doesn't negate this particular look, but I know for next year's discussion, it will be a little bit more robust. And with that cost of service study, you will see more of that engagement effort in part of that process.
So then forecasting to the next agenda item where we did have a water utility cost of service study, did we have that engagement happening during that process before we have that vote?
Last year we did. That's when the cost of service.
Okay. Yeah, Valerie.
I want to say, Water and Light Board, as Betsy called out, has been working on this for some time before we saw it. And I understand that you want to show it to us first, get our feedback, then give it to ratepayers, clients, before we vote on it. And all those things need to happen in short order as part of our budgeting process. That said, we have commissions for the purpose of involving public in feedback on our on the work that we do in government in general. And I also take to heart the call to involve Ready. I think Ready would be a good partner. I'm wondering if what we can do is invite people to attend Water and Light Board or have non-voting liaisons. I'm not sure. But there's got to be opportunities for engagement where we let people know what's coming as it's being worked on before it comes to us.
Can I ask, I see our Ready Board President in the back. Did you send out the notification about potential utility to your listservs or your Ready Board? So, yeah, Paul, if you wouldn't mind.
Hey there, Paul Eisenstein, Economic Development Director for the city, also President of Ready. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, you often will send out kind of like, hey, building codes are going to be on the city council meeting, or there's openings for boards and commissions. Was any of your outreach to your investors or board or anything in relation to any proposed rate changes for the utilities? Do you recall?
I don't think we did, no.
Okay, all right, yeah. I just wanted to get that answer because there's
Yes.
questions about it.
Okay,
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, but yeah, would love to engage in this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Additional council questions or comments on this one?
I don't know what we do about this. Yeah.
Vera, then Betsy, then DeCarlin, if you have some advice too on thoughts to this, appreciate it. Yeah, Vera.
I also just want to acknowledge that all of this happened during a gap in our communication infrastructure as a city. And so I am wondering if in the future we can have more involvement of our new communication department with these kinds of rate changes and things that we know will impact people citywide. And maybe that person can also help make sure that all of our key stakeholders of different areas are being involved earlier. To me, that feels like kind of the natural fit of what we were hoping for from the communication department.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Betsy.
Yeah, our 3-week-old communication department. I would just say I understand what the speakers have said. I think with the amount of work we've done and the effort to move on to AMI, that we need to take this as a cautionary tale and make sure we include Ready and we include more of our large stakeholders. And I would say we should go ahead and call the question and vote on this.
All right, we've got a request to call to question. So Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 16926?
Someone's raising their hand.
Council Bill
She
16926.
called to question, so this is the comments we've had to, are wrapping around.
Council Bill 16926, Ms. Peters,
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
No.
Ms. Elwood,
Yes.
Ms. Sample,
Yes.
Ms. Hartman.
No.
It passes 4-2.
All right, moving on, Sheila, will you please read Bill 17026?
Council Bill 17026 is an ordinance amending Chapter 27 of the City Code as it relates to water utility rates and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, again, Aaron Keys, Utilities Director. With me, I have Allison Anderson, the Assistant Director for Water. For water utility rates, we have a 10% water rate increase proposed. That is for both the base charge and the usage rate. That will bring in $3.4 million in revenue increase. No change to the miscellaneous or the system equity fees are proposed. FY '28 through FY '30, there are 3% water rate increases proposed for each of those years to address inflation. And this is from the cost of service study that was performed last fiscal year. Water and Light Advisory Board did recommend approving the revenue increase for FY '27. And again, just as a reminder, with the water rate or with the water cost of service last year that was approved for fiscal year 2026, that was a 12% revenue increase, where we are recovering peak water usage in the higher tiers. It eliminated the non-summer and summer tiered usage and maintained that tiered usage throughout the year to catch some of those shoulder seasons. It increased the Tier 1 maximum volume to be 100% of the winter average consumption by the user, with the idea being that if you use the same amount of water year-round, your water bill would be the same. It combined the fire flow charge with the monthly base charges, and then it updated the system equity fees last year and the miscellaneous fees. But again, this year, those are remaining the same. So this is what that looks like for the different meter sizes, what the base fee adjustment looks like. So for most residential users, it'll go from $14.32 to $15.75. And then that usage fee for current customers inside the city, Tier 1 usage fee goes from $2.30 per CCF to $2.53 per CCF. And the other tiers are also raised up each 10%. So again, because we changed the structure of our rates last year, many people saw a decrease in their bills. So if you looked at what a typical water user was for 5 CCF consumption, in FY25, their monthly water bill was $34.72. In FY26, that went down to $29.83. And so now it's going back up, but still less than what it was in FY25. So it's up to $32.78 as an example. With that, I am willing to attempt to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff from council? Yeah, Betsy.
I guess I would have the same question. Are we able to communicate with our large commercial users so that they're not surprised by these rate increases?
Right, so the key accounts were all contacted for both the water and electric rate changes.
Okay.
Any additional questions from council? I have a question to that point. So last year, when we had the presentation from the cost of service study, it showed us the chart on the suggested percentage increases of that incremental charge. Is this proposal following that, what we heard last year as well?
Yes, this is following the proposed cost of service study recommendations.
And so at the time last year, when we were talking to key accounts, was this talked about then as well?
I don't recall what the specific message was, but I would hope that we said that we would have regular increases.
Because I guess that's a question I have then, right, for if this moves forward similar to the last item, is that
Right.
going to be part of the communication about that?
Right, we will definitely make an effort to communicate to our key accounts and to
All
Ready
customers.
that, you know, these are the increases suggested for this year and what the proposed cost of service recommends for each of the utilities in the coming years.
Great.
And we'll notify them that of solid waste and sewer as well, since those cost of service studies were performed this year.
Correct. Okay. All right. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 17026?
Hi, I'm Mac. Tom Jensen again for Water and Light Board. So everything I said about rating concerns before apply here, but I can speak to what's emerged as one of the biggest concerns. And for at least 6 years of my tenure on the board, I was the liaison with Ready. And I know Paul now, and we can resume that. And part of that role was to basically spend a lot of time on Route B, calling on some different big employers who comprise, I think, the majority of the industrial ratepayers. And there's like 23 or 24, something like that, are right down Route B. So it was, and Bernie used to throw monthly luncheons hosted by a different facility each month. And we can certainly press ahead and resume that. And you know, I think some of those ratepayers they've seen what the power cost adjustment trends have been, and they've planned for it. But in fairness to those that may not have been planning for it, they have the luxury of a lot of land, and they've got combined power and heat generator that helps offset and manage their costs. So some of these, no one is blind to what's happening with this, super high trend in utility costs. And of course, that includes a lot of water consumption on down Route B for food production especially. So you have our undivided attention as of next week. I'll be the new chair. And we rotate. There's nothing special about it. And I'll dive in, roll my sleeves up, and make sure that we begin like a communication campaign, which will also benefit some of the communication proposals we've made to council, so that everyone has a little more confidence that everyone's talking to each other.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 17026? They're reserved for you, Jim. That's why they put it there.
I know how much you appreciate it. Jim Windsor, 200 Manor Drive. I have no problem with the rate increase. I wanted to let you know that I saw the cost projected of the AMI meters. It's about $40 million. And I ran an amortization table for 10 years at 5%. Comes out essentially $5 million a year, principal and interest. Which, half for electric, half for water, roughly, which coincidentally, the water utility pays $2.5 million in property tax equivalent. So if the tax proposal passes tomorrow, it would be a great time to change to just charging the water utility the city rate instead of the Boone County rate. And you guys decide that. And then that money can go to infrastructure needs for a critical infrastructure instead of going to the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 17026?
I'm going to speak on behalf of myself, David Switzer, Ward 4. Just to remind you all, because it seems like it's been a year since the cost of service, what the cost of service, and we have new people as well, what the cost of service study accomplished. And I want to reiterate what I said then, and I still believe it. It was the finest work of cost of service study I have seen in my career. I am a 15-year professional. I have been involved in cost of service studies. It was the finest cost of service study I've seen. Stantec did excellent, top-notch, high-quality work. What it accomplished, it ensured the financial future of the utility. It met the financial obligations of the utility. That's number one. That's what cost of service studies do. Number two, it made the water costs more equitable. It put them onto the people who actually produce the costs for the system, right? So high volume summer users are the ones who use the most water, and they're also the ones who produce the most cost to the system. This cost of service study rearranged our rates in a way that put the costs onto those users. The third thing it did is, while doing that, is it made our water more affordable. So by the most standard metrics of affordability recognized in peer-reviewed study after peer-reviewed study that have been used by system after system that I use in my research, our water got more affordable last year and continues to be more affordable even after a 10% rate increase this year than it was prior, right? And so those are the three things that it accomplished. And I just want to remind you all of that when you're voting on this, that is what this accomplished, right? And the other thing I just want to say, when it comes to rates, if you don't, and I'm glad you voted yes on the electric, but if you do not vote yes for rates now, you'll be voting yes for higher rates later. That's what happens. You don't just get to say, hey, we're going to have lower rates forever. If you don't raise revenues to where you are meeting the financial obligations of the utility now, that means that future councils will have to make up for that. Maybe you won't have to answer for that. Certainly there are people who voted down rate increase after rate increase who are no longer on this council who don't have to answer for it. And you do. Because, and to be clear, I think you guys have done a great job over the past few years in terms of that. It was a real problem, and I don't think it is. In fact, in the Water and Light Advisory Board, the last one I said, somebody said, hey, let's talk about what, This is the result of previous council. I said, no, this is not. This is because costs are up, right? And our council has actually done a very good job of keeping up with what the utility needs while still keeping an eye on affordability, which was done through that cost of service study. So that's my time. Sorry I rolled in right before, but
That's very
I
energetic,
appreciate it.
David. Thank you. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak? You don't have to be as energetic, but it is late, so if you want to,
I
knock
liked
yourself
it.
out. I
Keep
did
that
too.
energy, guys. I need this.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back to council comments. Yeah, council comments. Yeah, Valerie.
I'm not seeing the same comments regarding communication from the public, so I'm going to assume that they are less affected by this change. I don't have a problem with responsible incremental rate changes, and I see the same problem that you see, that jumps are from neglect in previous years, and we need to be able to take responsibility. My vote reflects communication and a rush and wanting to hear from DeCarlin and wanting to hear the rest of the questions from this dais. That said, by all means, please do resume your liaison work to Ready. I think that's an excellent relationship to nurture.
Additional council comments? Nothing? All right, Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 17026?
Council Bill 17026, Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
All right, moving on. Sheila, will you please read Bill 17126?
Yes. Council Bill 17126 is an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the City Code as it relates to the Unified Development Code, UDC, Schedule of Fees, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Oh, hey, Clint.
This is a request for the amendment of planning fees associated with the administrative costs of processing certain cases such as subdivision plats, annexation, and PD plans. This would affect Chapter 29, that's our UDC, essentially where our zoning and subdivision regulations abide. The requested fee increase would essentially be a $50 flat fee increase in the base fees. As noted in the staff report, we have not had a kind of a comprehensive fee increase since 2019 approximately. So this is really meant to accommodate, I think, a recognition of the increase in costs over that time period. An additional fee, the mailed public notice and posting fee, that would be increased by $25, and that was identified last year where there was an increase in that fee. It was broken up into two phases. Last year was a $50 increase, and this year was a $25 increase to spread that increase out over time. We've also added additional fees that were identified as actually not being within our fee schedule that we do pay. So for transparency reasons, we've added that now to our fee schedule. And there was a supplemental report. We did learn kind of later on that Boone County Recorder's Office was increasing their recording fees, so we wanted to accommodate that with this request as well. So we did amend the ordinance to accommodate those increases so they're reflected in the current fee increase. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council for staff? See none. Any questions from the public on Bill 17126? See none. Before we do council comments, I'll go ahead and do the amendment sheet that you have on that includes that recorder's fee, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to amend Bill 17126 per the amendment sheet. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
I missed who seconded it. Was
Jackie.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, any council comments on Bill 171 as amended? Yeah, Christina.
I did have a question, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Again, can you explain why we haven't had an increase since 2019? Did you, I'm sorry, it's late.
It's only been here this last year.
Yeah, and so typically, I think the analysis that staff does is not something we're doing every year, and this was a little before my time. But we do review comparable cities, and so we are trying to, I think, keep ourselves competitive with other comparable cities and their rates. It's not something that was done, I think, on a consistent basis. So something we, I think, internally will be looking at a little more often, I think, given, I think, the reality of fees and the costs that do increase, generally on a yearly basis.
Any additional council comments? All right, Sheila, will you please, I'm trying to remember which one, will you call roll on Bill 17126 as amended?
Yes. Council Bill 171-26 as amended, Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Bill 17226. Sheila, will you please read?
Council Bill 172-26 is an ordinance amending Chapter 13 of the City Code as it relates to hauled liquid waste rates, amending Chapter 22 of the City Code as it relates to sanitary sewer utility rates, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
All right, I'm going to ask for a staff report, but I also do acknowledge that once we talk about it, we probably will table this because of the requirements by the state for the public hearing or public comment period or whatever it is.
Yes.
So do we have a staff report?
Yes, Aaron Keys, Utilities Director. With me, I have Tom Rotterman, the Assistant Director for Sewer and Stormwater. And as you mentioned, we will ask that you hold your vote on this until the required public hearing on September 8th meeting. By state law, we're required to have a 30-day public notice, or 30-day period prior to the public hearing. For the sewer utility, there is no proposed revenue increase for FY '27 based on the cost of service study that was done by Stantec. There will be a 3.25% revenue increase proposed in '28 and '29 if we were to follow the cost of service study. Again, the cost of service is, the proposals are to align the cost of providing the service to the rate charged. That includes updating waste hauler fees, extra strength fees, and increasing sewer connection fees based on calculated unit cost for capacity. So users will see a change in their monthly bill based on their usage. Their residential base charge will go down from $12.37 a month to $11.10 a month, but their volume charge, so how much water they use, it's based on their 1 1/4 average, will go up from $2.55 per CCF to $2.68. So for example, if you're using 9 CCF or less a month, you will probably see your sewer bill go down, as shown in these examples. And then users that use more than 10 CCF of water per month will see their bill go up slightly. But overall, the revenue for the sewer utility will remain about the same. Again, you can see Columbia has one of the lower sewer rates in the state. St. Peter's is the only one that's lower, even, yeah. So this proposal, this is for non-residential services, so commercial industrial customers. This shows the change to their base rates, which again are going down for all users. The base charge is going down, and that usage volume charge goes up, and that stays the same for the non-residential users as well. In addition, for Chapter 22, we're proposing to amend the extra strength charges, and those are for industrial customers specifically that have pretreatment permits with the sewer utility. They are required to monitor their flow and sample it for biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, and total suspended solids. The charges for BOD is actually going down. The charge for suspended solids is going up. And there's a proposal to change sewer connection fees. You also have an amendment sheet We failed to include that in the original ordinance, but that was part of the cost of service, was to include changes to the sewer connection fees based on the cost of service. And as you see, the 5/8 inch meter, which is your typical residential meter, that connection fee is proposed to go up $400. And then the other ones incrementally based on the meter size. And then amending Chapter 13 of the code is related to hauled liquid waste fees. So these are your fees charged to waste haulers, typically like your porta potties and septic tank companies that service that. So what is being proposed is for waste-activated sludge from packaged wastewater treatment plants and ponds, currently from, that's basically 4.9 cents per gallon to 5.5 cents per gallon. And then for portable chemical toilets or septic tanks and other wastewater from 9.2 cents a gallon to 10.8 cents a gallon. And then we're also proposing to remove the per load charge. Currently, for every load that comes in, there's a per load charge. And what we're proposing to go to is just straight gallons. So currently loads come in, they're charged per load plus per gallon. And what is being proposed is only a per gallon charge. And this will recover approximately the same amount of money that we're recovering right now. So again, not an overall revenue increase, but just a change in the rates. So again, the amendment sheet is for the sewer connection fees to be included in this proposal. And then we're also asking you to hold this until the September 8th meeting.
Okay. Any questions for staff from council? See none. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on Bill 17226? See none. I'll go ahead and before we do council comments, do the amendment sheet that you have. So actually, yeah. I'll make a motion to amend Bill 17226 per the amendment sheet. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Any council comments? Yes. All right. Well, I'll make a motion to continue this until continue Bill 17226 as amended to the September 8th, 2026 council meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Great. All right, moving on in our agenda. As a reminder, Bills 178, 179, 26 were tabled to the August 17th meeting at the request of the applicant. So I ask Sheila to read Bill 18226.
Council Bill 18226 is an ordinance granting the issuance of a conditional use permit to BJEM Properties LLC to allow the operation of a short-term rental on property located at 1505 Richardson Street, providing a severability clause and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. This is excuse me while I flip through the ones that we just tabled. There we go. This is a request for a short-term rental, which is a conditional use permit request, 1505 Richardson Street, approximately quarter-acre lot. It would be for 210 nights. The original request was for 8 transient guests, and it did require a public hearing, which was posted in the local newspaper with letters and postcards sent out to surrounding property owners. As you can see, here's the property located on the north side of Richardson Street. Williams to the east, also running north-south. On the far left of the screen, you see 763 College Avenue with the intersection of Paris Road in the northwest corner of that site, to give you a little context on the location of this site. This is the property in question. The driveway there is on the right side of the screen. The length is notified or is signified on there. The location that you see on the screen was identified as having capacity to hold 3 cars. One of the requirements for the 8 transient guests would be to pave 1 additional spots for 4 spaces. I would note the 3 spaces on the right would have required essentially tandem parking, so inline parking, to accommodate those 3 parking spaces. And that did come up in conversation. A little overview of the site. It's zoned RMF, detached single-family, 4 bedrooms. I did discuss the parking already. There were no short-term rentals identified, licensed short-term rentals identified within 300 feet of this site. And none of the surrounding units appear to be owner-occupied within the 185-foot radius of our notification distance. The site was previously offered as a short-term rental, and it was actually cited as operating illegally. I would note that it was, or the owner was ultimately in court in order to pay a fine for that illegal operation, and then did submit application to the city for licensing of their short-term rental. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were 2 speakers. They identified concerns with parking. One of them identified, I think, parking across driveways in the neighborhood as a concern. The commission, during their discussion, I think also noticed the concerns by the residents, also had concerns with, I think, the parking arrangement with the tandem parking spaces. And you'll notice this is reflected in the motion. So the motion that was proposed was not for 8 transient guests. It would have been for 4 guests. They were able to, I think, come to a consensus that 2 parking spaces would be appropriate for that site. They also, I think, expressed concerns with the illegal operation of the property and with the management of that site. Ultimately, the vote on that was a 3-3 tie. In that instances, that does constitute a failed recommendation. So the recommendation would be for a denial. So that's a recommendation we have before you tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I believe a representative from the applicant is in the audience if there's any questions for them as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Clint on, yeah, Christina.
Is this property currently available for renting? Because I looked at Verbo and it showed that it was available for 12, to be able to sleep 12 people.
I didn't recently check that site.
I looked last night.
Okay. We can have staff evaluate the operation, and if it is ongoing, they would respond to that.
Additional questions for staff? Yes, all right. Open up for the public. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on Bill 18226?
Hi. I don't know if I should lower this. I'm Jessica Foote. This is my house. It's not available to rent. I haven't rented it on VRBO in years. I keep deactivating it, and then but it's not bookable. Like, they reactivate it. People try to send me requests. I'm like, it's not available. Anyway, as far as the parking, I didn't see as far as I could see, I met all of the criteria for the license. I didn't see where the parking couldn't be tandem. And then when I purchased the house in 2021, I believe it was, maybe it was 21. There wasn't a fence. The parking extended further north. And so it's actually gravel through the fence. And then I had them put in a double gate so that there could be an additional parking spot. Sometimes people park there, it hasn't been in operation for, I don't know, a year, but people would park there sometimes if they wanted to secure a trailer or whatnot. So there actually are 4 parking spaces. They are tandem now. It would be possible to extend it all the way through, if it's allowed. Extended it all the way north to the street behind there, Brighton, and then it'd be kind of like a pass-through. As far as the complaints about parking, I've never received any complaints. No one has stayed here for a year, so if someone's saying their driveway's being blocked. It's not from this house. I've received one person ever in the 4 years I was operating it saying that my guest blocked their driveway, and immediately contacted that guest and requested they move their car, and they said okay. So I don't know, I can't really respond to anyone saying that guests of this house are blocking anything on the street. I'm trying to think of what the other. The 4 years I was running it, I had 201 reviews on Airbnb with a 4.93 rating. So, I mean, I've been taking this very seriously, and I tell every person who stayed there exactly how to park, where to park, don't park on the yellow curb. At that point, there was street parking allowed, but I don't think it'd be a problem to move it to the driveway. But yeah, I think that covers it all.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 18226?
Good evening, Peter Norgard from the Benton Stevens neighborhood. I'm here in opposition to this application for the STR operating license. I believe in letting people show you who they are. And in this case, the applicant knowingly avoided seeking an STR license. They knowingly ignored advice from city warning them to get their license. They were eventually taken to court where they pled guilty, I believe is what I heard at the public hearing. So to that point, all of this is a matter of public record. I would say much of this was with knowledge that the city was watching at some point, because once you get the notice from ONS, ONS knows you're operating illegally, they're going to be checking up on you to see how you're doing. And the fact is, this applicant didn't respond to that for whatever reason and was taken to court. Having worked with Lee Kotowitz and ONS, I know that they're extremely lenient. They give you lots of opportunities to make things right. And they don't really want to take people to court because it's expensive and it's a pain in their butt. And so for this to have gone to court, to prosecution, indicates that this applicant doesn't necessarily operate in the best faith. And that's with the city looking. So right now we have no good way to regulate the STR once it's been approved. Like, we don't have the mechanism there to ensure that only 4 people are renting. So once you potentially accept this application and nobody's looking, how do you think they're going to behave? And that's what we're worried about in Benton Stevens. We have a dearth of properties similar to this where people have not really taking the interests of the neighborhood to heart. And that's what we're concerned about. So, Benton Stevens is primarily residential, and I feel pretty strongly that this applicant doesn't share the residential aspirations of our neighborhood. And for that reason, I would ask that you deny this application.
Thank you,
Thank
Peter.
you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak on Bill 18226? See none, we'll come to council comments or council questions. Yeah, Valerie.
Were there any concerns with Office of Neighborhood Services besides the noncompliance with the STR?
Are you asking, were there other complaints submitted and filed with ONS about that?
Yeah, when you looked up the address, you usually check with ONS, right?
Yes, typically, the evaluation does include a review of any type of outstanding issues. I'd have to pull up the staff report here real quick just to
Thanks.
verify
Sorry.
that. Usually that's listed within there, so. Pardon 1 second here. While I'm looking at that, though, if there's any other questions.
When I went to the ONS section, all I saw was discussion about prosecution for this purpose, but I could be missing.
Oh, hey, Bill.
Did anything else come up?
How about that, Bill Rotz, Housing Neighborhood Services? No, that was the only concern.
Thanks.
Yep.
To that point, I guess that's a question I had related to like the prosecution, you know, I mean, like that sort of piece. What is that timeline of, you know, when did notification happen about illegally operating an STR and when was, I mean, we're still not in compliance, but when did compliance be sought and all of that?
Yes, I think we had noted that notifications had been submitted in mid-2025, and I believe it was earlier this spring, 2026, when that case was finally complete. And there's a number of reasons why cases that are sent to the city prosecutor's office can take a little bit longer. Sometimes they're continued for additional reasons, but generally, I think it was mid-2025 is when we, or 2025 when we sent out a lot of those notifications. But that should be in here, and again, I'm checking our staff report because I didn't have that at my fingertips.
Because we passed the ordinance in for adoption, well, passing like February, but going into effect June 1st of 2024 with enforcement starting June 1st of 2025. Is that correct, or am I off a year? I think that's correct.
No, that sounds correct. Yes.
Right. So then we started notifying properties that were still not in compliance that we were aware of in 2025?
Correct.
Including this one that had been operating for 4 years. Is that what you saw too?
Yes, I think according to the applicant, they had been operating for a number of years.
Okay. Additional, yeah, Valerie.
Would we have prosecuted if they hadn't been renting the property in years?
I think the prosecution was for the continued operation even after notification. So it wasn't necessarily for the previous operation dating back to
yeah.
prior to the ordinance being adopted.
Yeah, Vera.
Do we know how long?
Let's ask our questions, and then we might call you back up. Yeah, thanks.
Come on back up.
Well, yeah, you can work on coming up, but I'm going to let Vera talk first since you.
You're in charge,
Yeah.
sorry.
Go, Vera, what was your question?
My question is, do we know how long between notification and not when the case was finalized, but when the case actually started? So when she appeared in court, which is probably a better question for you
would
to
know.
answer.
Yeah,
So
Jessica, do you want to come on up to the podium?
I have it right on here somewhere. Can't even remember now. This house is in an LLC that is also owned by my ex-husband. The notifications went to him, and he got himself out of it, but I'm the one who was left with it. So that's how I could explain the delay. I think it was first sent in June. I'm sorry, I had it written on one of these pieces of paper somewhere. June, and then I don't know when they actually sent me it was that same summer, last summer. I don't know. I'm sure somebody knows somewhere. But anyway, I didn't know because I wasn't living there. I don't know if that answers your question.
So can I clarify, last
Yeah.
summer, was that when you got like a notice to appear?
I don't know. I didn't get any of it. It was like mail going to a house I don't live at. And then, yeah, I guess at some point, I didn't get the notification of you need to be in compliance. And then at some point, my ex-husband says, oh, look, you got a letter that you need to appear in court. Because at that point, I think they sent him one also in both of our names, but they sent them both to him. He said, oh, I called whoever and told them I'm not running a short-term rental, and you deal with your side of it, is basically what happened. So I don't know how many letters were sent before then.
Were
And-
you,
I don't know.
Yeah, Valerie, did you have clarifying?
were you operating? Were you renting it to, I want to say tenants, but to visitors in 2025? June 2025?
Yes, so that's what I got. They said there was, okay, so they put September. They had one date, you operated on this day, we have a probable cause, which I don't know what that was. And then I called the city, what am I supposed to do? They said, oh, they just want you to get a license. Okay. I applied for a business license, and then the business license people said, no, that's not what you need to do. You need to do this other thing. Now I'm confused. So then I hired an attorney. Like, what do I need to do? Am I really being sent to court? And then that's where he said, okay, just don't operate it and until we, and then he recommended that I plead guilty. So
I'm gonna go, we've got a couple other questions for you as well. Yeah, Christina, you have a
Sure.
question.
What's your background with renting properties, selling properties, like property management?
So I own this house, and then I own a long-term rental that I have a long-term rental license for, and then I own another house that I live in.
Are you a licensed realtor or anything
Yeah.
like that?
Mhm.
You are?
Any other questions for Jessica? No, appreciate it. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I know it's kind of a confusing mess, but I'm trying to get it sorted out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional council comments or questions for, we've just lost Betsy. It's been a long night. It has been a long night. Any additional, yeah, Valerie, did you have a comment? I'm gonna see if Betsy's in here.
I typically go with P and Z on this one. They spend a lot of time and a lot of work in their analysis.
So when you say they spend a lot of, like, I think the motion failed, but did
It was
that
a
mean that,
tie.
like, did that mean the original thing passed? Because I think there was like, it was originally going through as like a 8-person, but then there was a motion to change it
Correct.
to 4 or something. So did the original motion pass to council, or did it all just?
No, there was only one motion. So the
Oh.
motion, after P and Z discussed, the consensus motion was that there could be support for 4 guests and not 8. That motion failed, and there was no further motions, which would lead me to believe there wasn't support for the original motion, which was 8.
Okay, so there wasn't actually a vote on the 8. Oh, okay.
Any additional questions? Yeah, Jackie.
Could you go back to the photo that includes the driveway, the current driveway? Okay, so with that length in question, does that result in cars being parked over the sidewalk?
At 54 feet of length, I think our analysis was you could fit probably exactly 3 cars in there. So, but
Without
it-
blocking the sidewalk?
Without blocking the sidewalk. But that would probably be very tight, and I think that's what was reflected upon at P and Z.
Well, and I've received.
And in tandem kind of arrangement as well.
Right, and that's one of the, well, I've received multiple emails regarding parking, parking on the wrong side of the street, blocking the sidewalk, things like that. So I wanted to, thank you for that clarification.
Additional council questions or comments? Yeah.
Well, it kind of goes to what Jackie was talking about. So I think there's a shared easement with 2 driveways there. Is that right? Is that what I read or saw or something?
Yeah, from our understanding, I think it's kind of a shared driveway arrangement with that, with only really 1 lane being on this property.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Yeah, Valerie.
I mean, we're in the comment period.
Right, comments.
I'm not sure that, like, I get that it's a shared driveway. I'm not sure that that favors that this is a good property for that use.
Right.
That's all.
All right. If no other comments, I'll ask Sheila to please call roll on Bill 18226.
Council Bill 18226, Ms. Peters?
No.
Ms. Buffalo?
No.
Ms. Carroll?
No.
Ms. Elwood?
No.
Ms. Sample?
No.
Ms. Hartman?
No.
It's been defeated.
Thank you. All right, and then we had one item pulled from consent to go into old business. So Sheila, will you please read Bill 17726?
Council Bill 17726 is an ordinance rezoning property located on the northwest corner of University Avenue and College Avenue, 1205 University Avenue, from District RMF multiple family dwelling to District PD plan development, approving the PD plan development of Theory Sterling, inclusive of requested design exceptions, approving the statement of intent, and fixing the time when this ordinance shall become effective. Second reading.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. Request tonight is for a rezoning, but it does include rezoning to a PD zoning district, an associated PD plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat. There will be a statement of intent included with that as well. So the request in front of us, my approach tonight would be to hit, I think, what was the important topics of this. It is a significant project. This is something that could change the landscape of a portion of downtown. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know there's a few speakers here with the applicant that, and probably from the audience, so I want to make sure to save as much time for those speakers as well. So I'll, again, like I said, touch on, I think, the principal components of this request and can fill in anything that council would like to discuss further. Just a little aerial view here. This is located at the northwest corner of College Avenue, which is running north-south on the east side of the property and north side of University Ave. Really located on the intersection between the East Campus neighborhood to the east and the entryway into the university and downtown kind of to the west. Here's another kind of overhead view with some of the streets labeled. You can see Matthews Street on the west and Paquin Street on the north side of the property. Just kind of a zoning overview. So a majority of this area, kind of that burnt orange, is RMF. So that's multifamily zoning. It's really our most intense residential zoning district. Allows up to 17 units per acre for multifamily development. In the upper left corner, you see the beginning really of the downtown zoning district. So the streets, the multicolored streets, they represent different frontages within the MDT, and I won't necessarily go into what that means. I think what the important part here is really that 4-block section from the Northwest College intersection of College University between this subject site and the downtown. What we're going to be looking at tonight is a project that really is has a lot of characteristics of what would be considered an MDT development, a downtown development, giving its scale and the scope and its density. However, based upon the UDC, or zoning ordinance, a property cannot request zoning into MDT unless it is immediately adjacent to other property within the MDT, which does make sense. We do want our downtown to grow, I think, in a certain fashion. But I think there's a conversation here around this area, this 4-block area, whether this is really an area that is better suited for RMF standard zoning, which is limited generally to 3 stories with typical setbacks, or if this is more of a downtown district or akin to a downtown. And so that's really the scale of the development we're looking at tonight. So on the left here is really the footprint. A little hard to kind of, I think, make that out, but essentially what you're seeing here is the building taking up all the space within this block. This block actually includes 7 lots. There is an existing multifamily structure on the majority of it, but there's also several single-family homes located on the north side of the property. So this project would consolidate all that into one large block, so one multifamily development proposal within that entire site. One thing I want to point out on that left, the color sided, is the presence of an internal parking structure. So really I'll call it tan color is the residential units. And the area kind of on the north side of the property that's a little more gray, that's the parking structure within the building. So it is meant to be encircled by the dwelling units, not really viewable from the outside, so the view of the building would mostly be more of the dwelling units and the structure itself and not a parking garage. On the right is the existing footprint of the multifamily building. There's also another building there located kind of at the southeast corner of that property, and the single-family homes located on the north side. So overall, like I said, consolidated 7 lots, majority being the multifamily existing one. The plan calls for 305 units, and that would include approximately 970 beds, so a little over averaging 3 bedrooms per unit. But you can see the exact breakdown in the upper left corner there of how many bedrooms, units per type, 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom, are being facilitated within this development. It does have some allowance for some personal services. As many people know, there is an existing barber shop on the site. Access to the site, that was definitely one topic of conversation that did come up a lot. So this site, as it stands currently within this entire block, there are about 10 access points onto the surrounding streets, including the existing multifamily, which has 4 individual driveways for the properties on the north. So the development really is consolidating those access points down to 2 on the east and west side of that property. To the east, it would filter out onto College Avenue. To the west, on Matthew Street. Given the scale of this project, a traffic impact analysis was produced by a traffic engineer. A couple points to note is that they did identify AM and a PM peak with expected trips between 215 and 205 in the peak hour. One note within that traffic study I would note is that that is akin, or excuse me, those numbers are coming from the International Traffic Engineer Study Manual, and I'm saying that wrong, but that's essentially the manual they use to identify, I think, expected trips generated by certain uses. They did look at the actual use or the trip generation from the site currently, and it was actually dramatically lower than what was expected. I think that's a reflection of the fact that this is located in certain proximity to the university. And when we see that, I think the expectation is there that there will be a certain number of residents there that are not necessarily taking daily trips and may not have vehicles given the proximity to locations where they may be working, where they may be studying, and where they may be visiting entertainment. And so that is generally, I think, the goal of having dense development in the downtown is so that we can have those multi-trip, pedestrian trip instances where cars aren't necessarily always required. Majority of traffic here leaving the site, according to the traffic study, is going to be heading north and south on College Avenue. There was really minimal decreases in service levels to any of the surrounding streets. I think the largest one was on Matthews, and really was just a few second delay on the north and south travelways. Nothing that would raise to the level of needing any type of specific traffic improvements to the surrounding roadway. One thing I would also note is that during the conversation, there was a significant amount of concern, I think, with pedestrian travel as well. That wasn't necessarily addressed within the traffic impact analysis. One thing I did want to note that staff's become aware of is that the intersection of University and College has been identified by MoDOT as a location where they will be conducting a study for pedestrian safety. So they identified it as an area of vulnerable road users. They've identified 3 intersections in town to do the study and to make improvements, and this is one of those. The project could include looking at signals, looking at dedicated left turn lanes, things that would address safety concerns with pedestrians traveling through this intersection. I think there's a lot of conversation around this development and how it would impact the safety of that intersection. From a vehicular standpoint, again, the traffic study does not point to dramatic increases in the traffic levels at that intersection. From a pedestrian standpoint, traffic study didn't necessarily directly address that, but I think anecdotally, you would expect that most of the pedestrian trips being generated from the site probably would not travel east across College. Most of those trips are going west towards the university. So there would not necessarily be a direct impact from the pedestrians generated from the site on that intersection per se. I would point that the safety issues is an ongoing and a current, I think, existing condition, regardless of whether this development was built or not. I wanted to show the architectural rendering here that was provided by the applicant. That's significant because this is something that we are recommending as a condition of approval, that this architectural rendering be consistent with what is constructed on that site. That would be a condition of the PD approval that staff is recommending. The couple of things about the building in itself, the overall structure, maximum stories would be 8, and that tapers down to 7 going to the north as you really approach some of the smaller scale residential development to the north side of that. The dwelling units, again, circle the perimeter of the parking garage, so the facade is reflective of something more akin to what you might see downtown, and I think that is an important distinction, that this development really is more or less trying to straddle the difference between, I think, what an MDT development would be and perhaps what RMF does allow. And I'll touch a little bit more on, I think, the surrounding development and how this fits into that context as well. So there's 4 design exceptions. And so design exceptions are what we call essentially variances that are approved through a PD project or a PD plan request. PD, really, one of its main functions and one of its main features is that you essentially can create your own zoning district, so it provides some flexibility where the zoning ordinance may not provide that. And there's 2 different ways you can look at this. Staff has kind of done an analysis where if this was developed in the RMF, what design exceptions would be required. I think you could very easily take the perspective of if this was built in the MDT, what design exceptions would be required from that side. And so I'll kind of touch both those ways, but really the analysis was done because it is RMF, it was done from that perspective. So building setbacks, and the first 2 I'll briefly touch on. Building height and parking, I'll speak to a little bit more. Setbacks are 10 feet around the perimeter, and RMF would be 25 feet. Again, I think that's reflective of the fact that this is in a more dense urban environment. It would be more consistent with what you would see in the downtown. This isn't something you would see 2 to 3 miles outside of town, where a 25-foot setback would be more appropriate for kind of that buffer around neighboring land uses. Landscape requirements usually require 15%. They're requesting erection to 10%. Again, that would be consistent, less landscaping with MDT development. Building height and parking requirements, I wanted to talk about those a little bit more. So the building height, again, they're requesting 85 feet. The building that is there currently is approximately 65 feet. The 65 feet was permitted through a previous zoning district, which was R4. This was eliminated when the UDC was adopted in 2017. So now, outside of the downtown and outside of the core area of downtown, the highest you could build a residential structure is 45 feet. Prior to that, in the R4, there was no limit on the height. And so that really leads to the additional height of the university apartments that you see there today. So it's approximately 65 feet. As long as they, I think, adhere to required setbacks and had an elevator and had a certain minimum size dwelling unit, size for the dwelling units within that property, there wasn't necessarily a height requirement. So it did allow for this more dense development within this area, but through the UDC adoption, that really option had been eliminated. So now the only option is developed within the RMF, which has a much smaller maximum building height. A couple things also within that surrounding kind of context for height. The Paquin Towers, directly northwest of the site, is approximately 162 feet in height as well. Excuse me, getting a little hoarse. So as it stands currently, the only zoning district that would allow this type of height outside of a PD district is the MDT. and really is the MDT within that core height area. That's a little bit more of the central area of the MTT zoning. Around the edges, it's actually limited to 6 stories. And this one would approach that 7 to 8 story range. Parking was another thing that was, I think, discussed quite a bit in length. So again, kind of looking at it from 2 different directions, from the RMF and the MDT. The site does provide 570 parking spaces. If this was developed within the RMF, we would require 718 parking spaces. They would be short by about 150 parking spaces, or approximately 20% under the requirement. If it was in the MDT, the requirement there is 0.5 spaces per bedroom. Now, to do a little more direct comparison, roughly in the RMF, it's closer to 0.75 spaces per bedroom, but it's a sliding scale, so it's not exact. But just to give you some context there. This proposal is looking to park this site at 0.6 parking spaces. And so part of the evaluation, they did provide staff with some examples of other similar developments here in town, and also other developments that I believe they operate throughout the country. And so that provided more of a direct comparison when it comes to really the desired parking level for a development such as this. First, I'll cover really the examples they provided downtown. And so really the important part here is the utilization and really the parking ratio. So again, the parking ratio that they will be providing is a 0.6 bedrooms, 0.6 parking spaces per bedroom. And staff, when looking at this, felt like the bottom 2 of these were really the most relevant. The top 2 have very low parking ratios, and so they're 100% parked, and so that makes sense, right? The next 2 is the Todd is at 0.43, so it's a little bit less actually that's required than downtown, and less than what this would be providing. And they're at 100%. The next step up though is the U Center, and they provided 0.76 spaces per bedroom. And their utilization rate, so how many parking spaces are being used, is at 63%. So the far right column you can see is, I think, a good comparison of what's actually being used. So at 0.43, we have 100%, but at 0.48, we have an example that's at 63%. And really the goal here isn't necessarily to have an abundance of available parking. One of the goals really, I think, with having a parking ratio in the downtown especially is to have enough parking, I think, to offset the majority, but not necessarily have an abundance of extra parking. Additional parking being constructed that's unutilized does lead to additional housing costs. And so we're trying to right-size it. Downtown has a 0.5. It's fair, I think, to
Before
look
you
at this.
go on, I think Betsy has a question on this slide.
Yeah, I do have I have a question on lots of these slides, and I'm sorry I didn't stop you as you're going along.
Well,
but
hold on, are
it's
you
almost
close to the
midnight, So
end?
I'm trying to
Yes.
let it go on. But when you say 100% utilization, but then the occupied parking ratio is 0.24, what are you talking about? What does that mean?
One of those is how much provided, and the other one is what's being used. So when it's 100%, provided and used is the same. It's 0.24.
So in this case, when it says 100% utilized, what does that mean?
That means all the spaces are full.
Okay, and the occupied parking ratio means what?
That means what that site then technically is parked at. So it's parked at 0.43 spaces per bedroom. That's what they've provided, and all those spaces are full, so the utilization rate for the 0.43 is 100%.
It's 100%.
So
And this parking, and this
Proposal.
proposal, thank you, has an occupied parking ratio of what?
So this one, it wouldn't have an occupied ratio now because it's not in
Okay.
operation.
Right.
What they're providing is 0.6.
So that physical
So-
parking ratio would be 0.6?
Yeah.
That third column?
Yeah, so they are providing more parking spaces than the Todd, less than U Center, right? But what the U Center is actually using is 0.48, so still less than the 0.6.
Did we look at what Brookside does?
We did,
Because I
that wasn't
remember there
provided
being
as
a
an
huge
example.
problem on Brookside at Walnut and College. So did we look at that to see what they're using?
That wasn't provided as an example, no.
Okay, probably because that spilled all the way over into the neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't have the ratios on that one
Yeah.
available, so.
Okay,
I
thanks.
do have one more slide on the parking that's,
Okay.
I think, also informative. So they had a number of other properties they provided based on other locations. And so looking at, through this, staff, I think, identified a couple there that I think has some of the characteristics that make it a little more consistent with Columbia, and so we really focused on those. And I think the important part, again, if you go to the far right side, is the second column to the right, the occupied parking ratio. So again, 0.55 for Gainesville. So again, that's less than the 0.6 being provided. 0.4 for Syracuse, and again, less than what the 0.6 is being provided. So really, the overall, what's being illustrated here is that a generally in similar circumstances, the information we've been provided at least suggests that somewhere in that 0.4 to 0.55 range is really what is the utilization that's needed for this type of development. 0.6 should accommodate most of the demand.
And is this your last slide, Clint?
That is.
That is your last, okay. Yeah, Valerie, you had your hand up for a question.
I had a parking question, too. Do you have the ratio for University Place apartments? How many parking spaces they had to how many beds and what the utilization is?
I would maybe hazard a guess they may have that. I know their bedroom count was around a third of what this proposal is. So I think it was 379 bedrooms.
Right.
The number of parking spaces on site, I don't know if I could tell you that offhand. So we might be able to pull that together, though.
And I think a lot of those students were coming from overseas or out of the country, so I'm not sure how many of those had cars.
Yeah, and I think that remains a relevant observation.
We'll have it.
Yeah, we'll get to
Yeah,
that.
the
So-
applicants can answer some of that information when they speak during the hearing.
Yeah, council questions before we open up for public comment. I guess I had one. Do you know what the size of the sidewalk is along College Avenue?
I believe it's reflected at 6 feet currently. Also on University Ave, I think it's 6 feet.
Okay. And then I think I had asked Public Works earlier, the sidewalks, kind of like, if you continue on that path going south along the university, I believe theirs are 8 foot and then get to 12 feet as you get even closer to Rollins.
I believe that's correct, yes.
So with the setback that we have right now, the 10-foot proposed setback, that includes the landscaping strip and then 6, so is that 2 feet of, is that 2 feet of grass? And then what is my grass and sidewalk to the setback?
Give me 1 second while I have that pulled up.
Yeah, it looked like a 10-foot setback.
I will also have sidewalk questions. Could we pull up the picture of the proposed architecture?
Like the rendering?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd say, yes, with the 10-foot setback, on the east side, there is, it does look like a retaining wall, so there's several feet of open space that would be landscaped between the sidewalk, which generally is located at the back of the property line, and the building.
That one? Is that in the?
Yeah.
Okay. Your sidewalk questions?
So it looks like this sidewalk is directly abutting the street with no barrier. Is this in accordance with our Complete Streets, Safe Streets for All, Como to Zero plans for what we want our sidewalks to look like, knowing that this is an area that MoDOT has identified as high vulnerability?
So it'd be Public Works to come up.
Apologies for throwing out like 7 different names for that plan. It is midnight and I can't remember which one is correct.
No, that's okay. While none of that has been finalized yet. We're working through that. I can tell you that what we currently do in a situation like that, anytime we put a sidewalk on the back of curb, we increase that with a sidewalk to at least 6 feet. As far as what will be done on College with what's proposed, some of that will depend on the amount of available right-of-way. But like from my perspective, I think the thing to look at is what's adjacent to it, is kind of what the mayor had spoke to. From what I can tell, on the university, they really don't have any right-of-way, quote unquote, but they have about 12 feet where they either have a 4-foot grass strip and an 8-foot sidewalk, or they have a 12-foot sidewalk at the back of curb. And so I think that's something worth looking at. I don't remember offhand exactly what a road like College what we would do from a complete street standpoint. And that still takes some vetting too before we would be ready to say what that said permanently.
Yeah. Additional council questions before we open up for public comment? Yeah, Valerie.
Typical width in MDT along Broadway of sidewalk?
That varies slightly as well, but it's a 0 setback, so everything between the building face and the back of curb is sidewalk downtown. Most of them are at least 10 feet. I'm sure there's some places where it's wider, and there's some older areas where it's smaller than that, but most of them are about 10 feet.
Thank you. Any additional council questions before I open up for public comment? All right, does anyone from the public wish to speak?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Tim Crockett, Crockett Engineering Consultants, 1000 West Nifong. I'm going to direct your attention. This is an updated rendering of the site, and really the building didn't change at all. This is when we talk about that, we presented this as we want it to be what's going to be built is going to be represented in this depiction. That's exactly right. But the architect took additional time after the P&Z meeting and formulated this to match more along the lines of what's on the PD plan with regards to the sidewalks. So you can see here, Councilman Elwood, that we don't have a sidewalk that's adjacent to the back of curb. It's more inland into the development itself. And so what we did is we matched the city requirement or the sidewalk width that was there. And we're certainly open to looking to changing that. So if council would like to have wider sidewalk, we're more than happy to do that. We have room, I believe, on all sides, maybe not quite so much on Paquin, but the other three for sure, that we can change that sidewalk if need be. With me, there's other speakers here tonight. We'll talk about various parts of the project. I won't go through the overview. I think Mr. Smith did a good job on that. This is what I like to talk about. Obviously, you know the location map. This is the boundaries of the MDT district that doesn't quite come up to this piece of property. So we can't ask for MDT. We add in the boundaries of the University of Missouri and Stevens College. Those are in green. And then we bound ourselves with College Avenue. And we have this, as Mr. Smith indicated, about 3 or 4 blocks of very uniquely located property. What do we do with it? It's not MDT, but I don't think that it really, it's underserved if it's RMF with 3-story buildings and large surface parking lots. So I think that this is a unique piece of property. Again, this depiction here, you've seen this similar before, but what we've added to this was the green space that goes all the way out to the curb. What we had originally was just what was on our property, and what you can see here is this goes all the way out to the street itself. And so you can see that we have green space on both sides of the sidewalk around the perimeter of the property. Again, you've seen this, and you can see this is what we're proposing. This is what is there now with U-Place and the other development. There was a traffic study that was done on this piece of property, and the traffic study was done in conjunction with the City of Columbia. Before we do any traffic study on this piece of property, the parameters and the limits of the traffic study are determined by MoDOT and by the City of Columbia. Our traffic engineer does not propose what to do. They don't propose scope. They don't propose what intersections or what growth rates or anything like that. What they do is they have a scoping meeting, and they meet with the city and MoDOT to make sure what is needed for this, and that's what is done.
Tim, are you
So-
requesting the additional 2 minutes on behalf of the applicant?
I would appreciate that if you don't
So
mind.
Stephen, when we get to there, you can add 2.
So again, so the traffic study is completed at the discretion of the city traffic engineers and MoDOT engineers. They're not done by us. Again, this is our development. Right now, and I didn't show one, there's another access actually on Matthew Street. There's 10 points of access that come into this piece of property as depicted by the red arrows. I think that's important because our proposal restricts that to 2. We've gone from 10 to 2. That is shown in the traffic study. And yes, we do have one that goes out on the College Avenue. Yes, the level of services are minimal decreases. Really, the levels of services in that area for all the studied intersections don't have much impact with this development. Even though we do have the one that goes onto College. MoDOT was grateful when they heard that we were taking the 4 access points and reducing it to 1. They really were appreciative of that. We talked about the reduced building setbacks. And I don't want that to be construed that we're putting our building closer to the roadway, because that's quite the opposite. On College Avenue, we're actually further back. We are granting between 10 and 14 feet of additional right-of-way on College Avenue. So we're giving up a portion of our property to the City of Columbia and to MoDOT for additional right-of-way. Our existing building, the existing buildings you see now, is about 32 feet from the back of curb of College Avenue. Excuse me, of University. Excuse me, College, that's
College.
correct. I apologize.
It's midnight.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty
I'm
late, Tim.
Our proposed building is going to be further back than that. So we're not going to be nearly as close to College as the existing building. You can also see the cars and the parking. Look at the parking. The parking is right at the back of sidewalk through there. All the way through there, it's right at the back of the sidewalk. We're not going to have that. We're going to have green space. All of our parking is going to be contained in our parking structure that's back further away. So we don't have any issue with that. Again, utilities are all there. We can discuss that if need be. Columbia Imagine, there's a list of items that we've met. We met all of the criteria for Columbia Imagine, and we feel that that this is a good development for this location. I know I'm right on my money right
Perfect.
there. Right there. Thank
right.
you very much. So I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Could we
So,
ask him
unless you have
questions now versus having?
I want to have them go through their presentation first, if they have multiple pieces of
It's
the
either
presentation.
way, however council wishes to do it. We're happy to answer questions as we go, or we can do the whole presentation.
Let's do the whole
I wanna-
presentation, and I'll just
this is
have
our
my
practice.
list of 20 questions.
I appreciate that, because this is kind of our practice. Thank you, Tim.
All right, thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak? If this is your name is on here, I'm assuming you are the person coming up.
Yes, that's correct. Good evening, City Council. Jonathan Docambry, architect with Gensler. So we set out in this journey to design a building of such magnitude. We really looked at the context, history, and the proximity of the site. And we believe kind of what we've come up here with is very contextual in both scale and height transitions. This section diagram illustrates how we tried to balance the height of the building. The proposed Theory Sterling building would be 85 feet, and it would step down to 75 feet on the western portion of the site. There is a break in the building that you can see in between that allows natural light into the courtyards. This does show the scale of the existing parking structure across Paquin, which is 45 feet. I'm sorry, Packard, and then the Paquin Tower is 165 feet. So I think it was alluded to earlier by planning zoning about kind of the height here. So this is just to show you the scale and the magnitude of what we're proposing. In terms of the massing and articulation, we were thoughtful in the way that we break down the mass. We didn't want this to read as a continuous mass of a building, but we wanted to create some architecture that showed reliefs in the building, that reflected some of the materials within the campus and the colors. And more importantly, we really wanted this to blend in at a human-scaled design, which starts to break down the scale of the building in a more pedestrian standpoint on the street frontage. So as mentioned earlier by Tim, here's the latest rendering. We went back and adjusted it to show the true reflection of the site as best we could with the building and how it would actually sit on there. So this reflects the actual setback from the streets per the current design that's been This design follows all the regulatory compliance with all municipal requirements, zoning setbacks, and we believe it transitions smoothly into the existing MDT zoning. We did, as Tim mentioned, give back some of the right-of-way along South College. And what we try to do is animate the street edges, especially on the south portion of the site. So lots of natural light, glazing. This provides a lot of transparency through the active zone. So you get a lot of light and eyes on the street for security and community. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Todd Gaines. I wanted to speak for a second about why we're proposing this project, why it makes sense now. Does the city really need more off-campus student housing? I'll give you a few facts. I promise I won't bury you in all of those, and I won't spend any time talking about who we are. I would say yes, the city absolutely does need more student housing. If you look at how the school has grown, it's been quite remarkable. Mizzou's freshman class size has expanded by 20% in the last 3 years. Overall enrollment has increased by over 8% in the last 3 years. By the time this project is completed in 2029, off-campus market will be over 100% occupied, which means that students will be moving further into neighborhoods to lease because there won't be enough purpose-built student housing. On-campus dorms are so full that the university in the last 2 years has leased units from off-campus projects, including U Center. They're out of space. This project helps alleviate the housing crunch and pulls students from single-family properties to professionally managed properties such as ours. So we think that's a very worthwhile reason to build this project. One other thing I wanted to touch on was simply, and I apologize if you can't really read this, it's a pretty small slide, but I just wanted to walk through quickly the sort of the ratio of units that we're proposing here. So we propose 12% one-bedrooms, 21% two-bedrooms, 10% three-bedrooms, and 58% four-bedrooms. That's by unit. Why is that important? If you look at the average cost of those bedrooms across our comp set, the more beds you get into each unit, the lower the cost is to the student. And so by programming more four bedrooms, we are offering a more affordable product to more students. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Maybe Jeff?
Good evening, Council. Jeff Givens, Peak Made Real Estate. We're the partner with the Dinnerstein Companies on this project. How can I advance? I won't cover our company. I won't even cover this slide. I'll go to what is probably most meaningful to you. And we talked a lot about parking. I'll just give a little more color to the top table. And again, that's like projects and like markets that we felt were good comps to Columbia, Missouri in either city size, market size, project size, or location of a student apartment community next to a major university, which all of these are. And not only do we want to feel comfortable in our ask of you and, you know, a parking somewhat variance, but we want to be comfortable ourselves that we're parking our residents adequately, and we don't want to overbuild parking, we don't want to underbuild it. And so as we hone in on this 0.6 number based upon in-market comps and what we're doing in other markets, it felt very right to us. And, you know, owning and operating this property, we wanted to make sure that we were doing this right by the city and right by our residents and right by ourselves. Finally, I want to cover University Place because I know my time is short, but we have, and all the data's up here, 168 units, 351 beds, 168 parking spaces. That's a ratio of 0.48. It's been mentioned, you know, we do have a large number of international students at University Place. It's 37% of our residents. But that's pretty typical of most of our apartment communities across most of the markets that we serve. I'd say we're 25 to 30% international students on average. We acquired this, and I represent the owner as well, as being a developer of the site of University Place. So we bought this property in 2018, have operated it now for 8 years. We always had visions of redeveloping the property. It's such a unique condition in such a great market, such a great location. As we teamed up with another developer, we found a way, and we're very excited to make what's really a pretty functionally obsolete property, all the structures upon it, into a better condition, and to serve a growing market with what we think is just a better living environment. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? I don't know if you have anyone else, Tim, in this presentation. Okay, all right. Careful.
Do that. Hi, thank you. Cindy Nagel, Cliff Drive. I'd like to request on behalf of the East Campus Neighborhood Association the 5 minutes. I probably won't use it.
Okay.
So I just want to start off by saying, as a neighborhood, we're not opposed to this project as a whole. It looks lovely. It's going to look a lot nicer than the White House with the siding that falls off, so I'm excited about that. So because it's a planned development, though, there are a couple of things that we wanted to point out and ask council to consider as they're considering the project. 2 of the 4 deviations from the request from the current RMF zoning involve setback and parking. And those are concerns anytime there's any project developed near East Campus, because a lot of parking gets pushed off into our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. As far as setback goes, we would ask that the setback requirement accommodate several things. The improved sightline, I appreciate the fact that that was addressed, but we need improved sightlines at that intersection. As we've heard here, it is the most dangerous intersection for pedestrians in the city of Columbia. There are also a lot of vehicle accidents there, as a couple of us in this room know. There are a lot of dangerous interactions on a daily basis. Most of us who live in the neighborhood drive through it a lot. We also walk it a lot, and we bike through it a lot. And even though there's not an accident that happens, we see a lot of near misses. And a lot of dangerous behavior by drivers and pedestrians alike. So I know that's not exactly what this group can accommodate or can control, but I think it's helpful now that this project is being considered and underway, that we look at how we can make that a safer intersection for everyone who's using it. And I appreciate that the mayor forwarded to me the link to MoDOT's project. We plan to take advantage of that. We're requesting an in-person meeting to address with MoDOT safety improvements for that intersection. And we'll be engaging with our legislators to help push that along. But one of the things that I think we really would like to see on the opposite side of University from our neighborhood, which is the west side, is improved laneage for all of the various vehicles that are using it. So there are people who are turning in to the right. There's a straight lane, there's a right lane, and there's a left lane. So right now there are 3 lanes of traffic there. It could really use 4. It's a very congested area. If you've ever driven it or walked down it, because really one of the lanes is taken up by metered parking on the south side of University. So it gets very congested in there. Traffic backs up. It backs up way back into University toward the university to the west. And so looking at planning for the future to increase the size of that intersection to accommodate all of those various directions of travel, I think would be a helpful thing to consider now, because, now's the time that we can do it. We can't do it after the building is built. So I think, as far as setback goes, if we could take that into consideration and look at appropriate setback to accommodate that future request. And then as far as parking goes, I understand the concept of this is close to downtown, but this is really a residential development. There's only potentially one small business that might be in it, not like a first floor of businesses. And so I prefer if we treated it more like a residential development as far as parking needs, because as we all know, and I think someone mentioned the other project on Walnut, we all know that parking has spilled over into other neighborhoods, and a lot of parking spills over into the neighborhoods surrounding downtown, including East Campus, but including Benton Stevens, including North Central. And so I think giving the residents of those neighborhoods surrounding downtown a break from putting even more parking into our neighborhood would be appreciated. So we really have just a couple of asks, and that's sufficient setback to accommodate future needs for university, sufficient sidewalk setback, as Mayor Buffalo pointed out. We'd also, and then the parking, we'd like to see that at the level of RMF.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay,
You're at
thank
time.
you.
Peter Norgard, Benton Stevens. I'll just add a short few comments, give you some flavor with respect to the Walnut and College development. So in 2012, 2013, the Brookside built their multiple building structure, not nearly as pretty as this one, I might add. This is a very nice building. I think I like it a lot. But the parking was an issue at that time. And at that time, we had cars spilling over because, first of all, I don't think they provided any parking, but then they were forced to provide parking, but they charged too much for their parking, and we still had a problem. The city's solution for us was to put in a residential parking by permit only ordinance, which they were going to force us to have parking meters in our front yards, which nobody wanted. So eventually we came up with a solution that worked, and I think pressure was put on the developers to come up with a solution that worked for us as well. I just want to be careful that, we're throwing around this parking ratio number, and we're trying to point to U Center and Todd and say, look at them, they're, whatever. Well, they happen to be in a part of campus that has two very large garages and lots of surface parking and absolutely zero residential parking surrounding it. Over here, we have almost no parking structures except one that I think is used for commuting professors, and then a residential neighborhood. So they're not even remotely the same. And then we talk about Gainesville and Syracuse. Have any of you been to Gainesville and Syracuse and looked at their parking? I doubt it. And then I have to say, on a personal note, I was a little bit affronted by this notion that this is going to be professionally managed and that those of us who are operating rentals in this city are not professional. I feel like that's very dismissive of us, so I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Would anyone else from the public wish to speak? If you're planning on talking, you might come forward and sit in closer chairs. Thank you.
I'm Debbie Oder. I live on Cliff Drive. I just want to make it known that my daughter and I live there together, and she is the fourth generation of the family that has occupied this house. It has been family occupied since its beginning in 1940. So we are very much invested in the neighborhood and the safety of our neighborhood. There's a couple of things that weren't brought to your attention about this particular development, and I am not opposed to the development. I am concerned that we are giving away some of our protections by going to a planned development. But that's okay. if we do it right. There are many things that you can do to make sure that this planned development is safe. And one of those things that has not been brought to your attention is dedicated unloading zones. We don't want people unloading and reloading on University Avenue or College Avenue. The only place that makes sense is Matthews. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Good morning.
Yeah, it's not funny, Clyde.
I'm Clyde Bentley, and I live on Cliff Drive in East Campus. I wanted to point out that this is not a new issue for us. In May 18th, the neighbors were invited to go in and talk to the developers about this. And the issues that have come up tonight about parking, about access, about landscaping, were all discussed at length, and we thought with the message got through that we do need something that looks more like that would be planned under RMF than the PD. I'm a fan of planned developments because I think they allow people to use innovative ways of developing, but they're not designed to subvert the existing zoning and to delete the 15% landscaping and the parking requirements, I think is a poor use of the planned development tool. This is a major entrance to the university that defines this town. So this intersection is something that you should pay great attention to because it's going to have long-lasting effect on the look of the campus and what we define as the town. So I would say go back and redevelop this, relook at this more under the current zoning plans than it's been required by the PD. Thank you.
Thank you, Clyde.
Yeah, I agree.
I am Janet Hammond, 6th Ward. So you've heard a lot about PD development. You know, if you don't make amendments now to this plan, you won't be able to. But what you can do is in your control to do right now. So once approval is given without an increased setback, there will be no opportunity to add a dedicated right turn lane on University Avenue. That would be a long-term safety problem with no remedy. We've all know about the safety study that the city conducted and shows that University and College is the #1 intersection for accidents in Columbia. So that's a primary concern for those of us that live, well, in East Campus, but it would be interesting to see all the people who drive out of the university at 5 o'clock and to see what they have to say about the congestion and the problems there. So please amend the development to include sufficient setback to allow a third eastbound lane on University Avenue, wider sidewalks, designated loading and unloading zone, and right in and right out only on College Avenue. That hasn't been mentioned, but if you frequent that area, you will see cars cutting across all 4 lanes, and that's just accidents waiting to happen. So, and then, of course, I've lived in East Campus for almost 50 years, so parking. So please ask them to require or require the RMF level of parking. So thank you very much for your time. And I'm actually leaving at 2:30 this morning on a trip. So I just want you to know, I guess I'll be up the rest of the night.
Thanks,
So,
Janet.
Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Caleb Colbert, attorney at 1203 West Broadway. Just want to touch on a couple of things real quick. First, the council indicated you had questions for the applicant. Don't forget to ask those. We're happy to provide any information that we can. Turning back to the setback question and the right-of-way question. Again, we're going to dedicate additional right-of-way sufficient to allow the additional turn lanes that have been mentioned by the neighbors. College Avenue is a MoDOT road, and so it's ultimately up to MoDOT as to whether or not those improvements are made. With respect to the loading and unloading zone, we do have a dedicated loading and unloading zone on Matthews, shown here as the cutout in the green. Additionally, we would intend, if the city is agreeable, to purchase meter hoods for a certain narrow time period when students would be moving in and moving out, so that we have the opportunity to very temporarily use those parking spaces for loading and unloading. There was comments made about how this location is different than some of the other sites that we used for comparable parking analogies. This site is located next to two University of Missouri parking garages. Additionally, I think it is important that this project has a recommendation approval from city staff, and we went to the Planning and Zoning Commission in June, and we had unanimous support from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we touched on a lot of the same topics that we're hitting on tonight. Again, we really do think that this is a high-quality project at a location that is perfect for providing housing for students. It creates housing where you have an opportunity to attend the University of Missouri without a car, because you can walk everywhere you need to. It's a unique site. It's student housing today. We're proposing to improve that student housing with a better product tomorrow. Again, with that, we would be happy to answer any additional questions. I'll let the engineers and the design professionals that are smarter than me touch on those.
Not yet. Yeah. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public wish to speak? Okay, now we'll go to council questions. Betsy, you said you had started a list, so I'll start with you since, yeah.
Yeah, could I get a little more definition of what it is you're dedicate, or what the easement is that MoDOT could use, and the kind of setbacks you're actually, so I'm looking right at you, Tim.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
the setback from the street on College, because it looks, are we talking a 25-foot setback by the time you have an easement for MoDOT? And, I mean, what do you,
Okay, so let's.
What are we talking
okay.
about?
So
And which is front yard, side yard, rear yard in this development? How do you call those?
in this case, we have a 10-foot perimeter setback.
Right.
Okay, now let's not be confused. That 10-foot perimeter setback is from our right-of-way line. Okay, the right-of-way line is not the back of curb. It is inset. So if you look at this picture here, the sidewalk all the way around, okay, sidewalks get placed 1 foot inside the right-of-way. Okay, so all of the sidewalks are in right-of-way. So all of the green space, all of the sidewalks around this project are in public right-of-way. So that's how much public right-of-way there is.
And how much is that?
It varies. So on Matthews Street, hang on 1 second.
yeah, Matthews is a pretty
I had
narrow
it with me.
street, so.
On, I don't want to misspeak. So on Matthews Street, there, and typically right-of-ways are measured by half width, meaning that may or may not have it on the other side, but you have everything that you need on your side. And if we don't, then the city requires more. So on Matthews Street, the city wanted 25 foot of half-width right-of-way. That's what's there currently. On Paquin Street, they
Wait a
want.
minute, so that
Talk in
means it's 12 feet?
non-engineering terms. Talk in
12 and a half
non-engineering
feet.
terms.
So basically, the right-of-way for Paquin Street would be a 50-foot of right-of-way. 25-foot it would be on our side, 25 is on the university side. Measured from the center line of the street. And that gets you to, and I wish I could, That gets you, oh, I'm jumping around, that 25-foot gets you to this black, that real black line that runs through here. That's the right-of-way line. Okay? So our setback is measured from that line, not the back of curb. So many people believe that you have a setback. Well, it's a 10-foot perimeter setback, so from the back of curb or from the street, you're set back 10 feet. No, that's that's inaccurate. We are measured from the right-of-way line. So on Matthews Street, there's a 50-foot of right-of-way, 25-foot half on our side. On Paquin Street, there will be a 25-foot half right-of-way. Right now, there's not there. It's not there. So we are granting additional right-of-way on Paquin Street. On College Avenue, we are giving everything up to a 53-foot of half right-of-way. And that's been consistent with other developments up and down College Avenue. They want 53 feet from the center. So in this case, we are giving additional right-of-way anywhere from 10 to 14 feet of additional right-of-way to accommodate that 53 feet that's consistent with other projects and other developments along College Avenue.
Can you give an example of those? Because I can't think of anything recently besides Brookside, and that's not nearly enough.
No. The Love Columbia project is one.
Okay.
They gave 53-foot of half right-of-way, and I think we looked at a couple other plats that have been done. It doesn't have to be recent, but they were been looking at wanting 53-foot of half right-of-way through there. So that's consistent with what the city has asked for in other projects up and down College Avenue. And then University, University's already there. It's already 66-foot of right-of-way, 33-foot on our side. So it's already consistent with a major collector roadway. So it already has that additional right-of-way already granted there on University. Again, grab the right one here. That is measured to this black line right just to the north or up above that sidewalk. That line there is the property line, the right-of-way line. Our setback is measured from there. So then you see this dashed line here. This dashed line is our setback. So when we look at that, and I wish I don't have it, but if we go here, this building sits in front of what our proposed building would be. Our right-of-way line proposed right-of-way line is much further back. All of this parking is within future right-of-way. So if this project were to be approved, this parking would be within the right-of-way. So all that has to go away.
So Tim, sorry, you're saying, so the site, this existing U-Places wall that got hit by a cannon is within that 53, and you know what I mean? So like, it's included the 53 and a half plus the 10-foot side that you're asking for the exemption on?
Yes, so it's 53-foot of half right-of-ways measured to, that gets you to the right-of-way, which gets you to somewhere in this line, well, I can't see it, but back in here at the base of this building, close to the base of this building. Then we're set back another 10 feet minimum from there. And actually, our building is even beyond that 10 foot just a little bit. So really, we're not even up on that 10 foot except for at the corners. So,
I think the corners, though, are the more concerning parts, right?
well,
'Cause that's more
but
of
keep
that-
in mind, the corners also have truncations. So they accommodate for turn lanes, for the turning movements and all of that. So if we look, if you go back to this, our property, our right-of-way being granted through here, Mayor, and this is so touchy, it does not, you want to, stop, right? So you can see, on the corners, we're granting additional right-of-way. We're granting truncations at those intersections. So all of this space out here is all right-of-way. So at the intersections, additional right-of-way is being granted to accommodate any future intersection that they may have. And you can see that on all four corners. So we've got a truncation here, we've got a truncation down here, we've got a little larger truncation here, and a relatively larger truncation up here. So all the corners have additional right-of-way beyond just the standard width for the street.
And Tim, if we were to request for the sidewalk to match the 8-foot or 12-foot that the university has, what would that do where would that sidewalk go?
Typically, sidewalk starts, city policy is sidewalk typically starts 1 foot inside the right-of-way. Okay, so we have our property line, our development's on this side. We have our property line, we have 1 foot buffer, we have our sidewalk. So if we show a 6-foot sidewalk along College Avenue, and
It goes closer to College.
and you want an 8-foot, typically, I mean, we can put it wherever you like. If we want, we can slide that around a little bit. But typically what you would do is if you want to go from a 6 to an 8, we'd add 2 feet closer to College. Now, if you, but we've got a little bit of flexibility there, a little bit, to move that around.
Additional
have-
questions? Yeah, Valerie.
Do you have room for a 12-foot?
If we put it closer to College, yeah, I think we could probably fit a 12-foot in there. I mean,
I'm suggesting both closer to College and closer to the building.
We can. The one thing we have to watch out for just a little bit is our access point here. To get our parking garage down, we're dropping this, we're dropping our ramp coming down. We have some head clearance already with regards to vehicles coming in because we're having to drop down. And we can't start our decline until, see, our sidewalk must meet ADA requirements. So it has to be relatively flat through there. And we can't start our decline until we get past the sidewalk. So we've got to be a little careful on, you know, if we had some flexibility with regards to location at our drive entrance, I think we could probably accommodate. But that's our biggest concern because I know the architects are already having some concerns on headroom clearance already.
Your green space and right-of-way is already a little bit wider close to that edge.
Right.
What about restricting left turn out of that driveway onto College? What about right turn only? Would that be something you'd be supportive of?
We looked at our traffic engineer looked at that, and our level of services were good and very good with full access. And so that was presented to the city traffic engineers and MoDOT, and they agreed with that, and they thought that, well, we'd rather give up 4 and get 1 and keep it full access than restrict that. When we restrict that, we have to put a median out in College, and then that's going to restrict traffic movements on the other side. On top of that, the only place to put that median is in the turn lane already. So then that's going to reduce the storage capacity for the left turn that turns coming down, come on here.
West onto Paquin.
Yes, and then there's also the turn lane that comes down here to make the left into East Campus. So we didn't want to really reduce storage in that turn lane. The turn lane, I talked to the traffic engineer about that, Ms. Carroll, and if we didn't have that turn lane in the middle, it'd be a different situation. Because when you leave 2 lanes to get into a third, but with that turn lane, the ITE manual and all of their calculations, it works.
Do you have a loading area in your garage as well?
There's some spaces in there, but really this area is more suited toward that. Right now, and the reason why we have this is already a loading area that's out there right now. And so we want to preserve that and trying to keep, we don't have dedicated loading and unloading because it's basically turnover weeks. This is student purpose built, so we have that, 1 week or 2 week period. So we don't want to take those spaces and just reserve them only for those 2 weeks out of the year. Yeah. We do have other dedicated spaces for scooters and bicycles and all of that interior. But as far as the loading and unloading, we believe that's exterior along Matthews is the best location. What also makes Matthews a prime location for that is there's no other users on Matthews. The parking garage across the street, the university parking garage, doesn't have access. They don't take access off of Matthews. So it's kind of on one of those streets that are kind of left alone, and so it would be an ideal location. It's away from East Campus. It's on our west side. It's kind of protected.
I used to live in the white house with the siding falling off on the corner of Paquin and College. I can say loading day, move-in street on Matthews is quite congested as it is.
Right.
I had another question, I've lost it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me have Jeff supplement.
Oh, service
information on it.
vehicles, will you have, what about service vehicles?
Service vehicles, so when you talk, they would be right in here. So these spaces right in here would be dedicated towards service vehicles on a daily basis.
Okay.
And then Jeff can also speak as well.
Yeah, it's a good question on loading and unloading, and we've got several properties in urban areas. A couple things that mitigate it. One, all of our apartments are furnished, so we're not loading in furniture with each new lease, which, is a big relief. It's mostly clothes and personal items. And our combined property management groups, they'll run a a lease up and move in like a, like a FedEx facility. I mean, they'll give you a slot, we'll make it so that it's very well organized and to mitigate that very concern. And so these are 12-month leases. I mean, we have residents move out at the end of July, they're gonna move in mid-August, year after year after year. And so it actually is pretty well, managed if you're ahead of it. So, in the furnished units make a big difference.
Can I ask a clarification on that? What about, though, so we have, that's not unique in Columbia, and we have a big issue with that gap in between the move-in, move-out with vacuum carpet cleaners, like all your people who are servicing it. Do you have the capacity in parking for those services? And then similarly, you might be furnished, but what
Right.
about mattresses?
Think about, a big delivery would come likely and pull off, in the loading area on Matthews. But a service vehicle, a group bringing in replacement mattresses or whatever, they could, in the height of our garage is such, they can always come into the garage. And we have elevator, have to get our architect to identify which corner, but there is an elevator bank within the garage that would be ideal for loading and doing that type of work.
Okay.
Yeah, so they wouldn't have to be on the street to do that.
I'm going to call you Tim Crockett if I see a bunch of cars parked on the parking lot, the sidewalk, Neville and Sons, or whoever's carpet cleaning. Yeah, Christina.
It's been a little bit since we talked about it, so I apologize, but when we were talking about the ratios, did it take into account the difference between the 1-bedroom to the 4-bedroom? The occupancy of those instead of just the apartments? Does that
No,
make
it's
sense?
really, it's kind of a gross measurement, so it's the total number of bedroom spaces,
Okay.
essentially the ratio between that and the parking spaces.
So bedroom, so the 4-bedroom would be 4, right? Okay, sorry, it's late. That's the question I was trying to ask, so thank you.
Additional questions? Yeah, Vera.
Well, mine is more comment than question. Do we want to wait for other?
No, okay, so we're done with public comments, because it could just kind of
Yeah,
bled
yeah.
into that, yeah. Go ahead.
Are we able to pull up the comparative parking slide again? I guess it does.
You
start
have it on yours too. yeah.
Switch.
The one that compared it to other units. Yeah, thank you. So I think on the parking, I think it was a very good point to bring up that U Center is being used as a dorm by Mizzou, is being rented out by that, as I believe, my understanding is that that has been the case for a while now. And I think that does affect the number of parking spaces that are being used, particularly as Mizzou encourages freshmen not to bring their cars onto campus. I am also thinking about, there have been multiple developments in Columbia that have been built as student housing and later, after the fact, maybe years down the line, have been sold and turned into non-student housing. So when we think about rates in terms of student capacity for parking, I wonder about the longevity of this property and whether this will create a problem for Columbia 10, 20 years down the line if it is no longer students living here. So I think my big concern with this at the moment is the amount of parking available.
Yeah, Valerie.
I did have questions for staff still, and I have some comments as well. You mentioned the MoDOT study on the intersection at University and College. When do we have opportunities to engage with MoDOT to, I guess, make appeals and recommendations?
Shane, I'll probably give this to you.
Yeah, they, MoDOT recently put out information about all three of their vulnerable road user projects. And they have the ability to provide comments online. And within that release, it also said that you could request in-person meetings, which is what I think the neighborhood association is going to do. It's my understanding they're going to let that project next year, next construction season. And it's my understanding that the project includes what they call protected left turns in all four quadrants, which means there'll be a dedicated green arrow in all four directions, which is really what the city would have recommended for that intersection regardless of this project, so.
Can you tell me anything about leading pedestrian intervals? And is that something you think MoDOT would embrace?
Sure. The city pursued and received a Safe Streets for All grant to look at, to do a study on leading pedestrian intervals. We think this is a good location to look at that, leading pedestrian intervals. I can't get the words out. It's probably because it's late. We'll give 3 to 7 seconds for the pedestrians exclusively. So what I would tell you is, I think this is a location to look at that. What complicates things a little bit is if you've got a protected green light for each left turn for each vehicle, the normal timing that exists out there today, and that, how does all that affect College overall? So that's something that's got to be looked at. But I do think this is an intersection that we will look at as part of that and use that information and whatever else we have at our fingertips to determine how to move forward with that. We've always worked well with MoDOT when it comes to that sort of thing, especially if we're going to help pay for it. And so I don't anticipate anything different in this case.
So I'm going to recommend that we write a letter from this body to MoDOT with our perspectives on the area as it is developing and the needs. I would like to meet with them, and if that's a work session we can have, I would embrace that. I think there's improvements to be had, and I'm not sure that that's something, the intersection improvements specifically are within the scope here. Setbacks are, sidewalks are. I would like areas that are highly pedestrian in nature to have pedestrian analysis in the transportation study called out. I'd really like to see a 12-foot sidewalk, especially on College, and I'd like to see that depicted on the PD plan for approval or in technical adjustments. What else did I have? Parking. I'm saying things that sound critical, and I'm often critical, but I'm also appreciative of this project. I see a lot of applications, and I've seen a lot of details of applications, and I think this is a quite good application. I want to acknowledge that this is a lot different than the other comparators because of its location. It's not closer MDT. It's practically on campus itself. And because it's replacing existing housing. I talk a lot about housing condition and housing rehabilitation. I had friends living in University Place 20 years ago. It needed improvements then. When I was in grad school 20 years ago, I rented that white house. It was in disrepair then. I think this is an important improvement for our city. I just want to make sure that we do it well and we do it future-minded. One of my main concerns, besides the width of the sidewalk, is the length and uninterruption of the building frontage along College. It would be great to see more architectural renderings of the facade that faces the city street. It's a long block. It's a long block to have uninterrupted. It looks like the main portion of the glass entrance is towards University. That makes sense. But also, it improves the pedestrian experience if we have notable features surrounding pedestrian entrances on all sides. The parking ratios, when I talk about replacing existing parking, University Place, 351 beds, 168 parking spots, 0.48 ratio. Theory Sterling, 957 beds, 570 spaces, 0.59 ratio. I think it's reasonable to expect similar types of residents will want to live there given its location. I think you will not have as many car users as you do at other locations and similar buildings. This is a very specific building in a very specific location. And along with that specific location and the comparison to MDT, it's actually not very much like MDT, and I think that some of the developments like this that we have not done parking for as well, that were closer to MDT, we have some lessons to learn from that. This is more like campus than it's like MDT. I don't think it's quite like RMF. It's basically on campus. The Bond Life Sciences building that is on the corner just south of there is 85 feet tall. I think we're looking at reasonable context here.
Valerie?
Improvements that I see are going to be the sidewalk, loading, turn lane.
Okay. Nancy, can I ask you a question? So, Mr. Crockett, you mentioned, we're giving the city more right-of-way. This 10-foot setback is in addition to that. I don't see any of that in the ordinance, so how do I know that that will be, because it makes it look like we have more setback as I would look at setback.
It's
like a
actually on the
curve.
PD plan, Mayor. It's actually on the schematic, on the PD plan. It shows the additional right-of-way. So, let's see here. So this is not the exact PD plan, but on the schematic portion of the PD plan, it identifies additional right-of-way being granted. The PD plan is also the preliminary plat. It has a dual purpose. That preliminary plat is where you show additional right-of-way. It is actually shown on that plan as additional right-of-way. So before we can pull a building permit, we have to final plat the property.
Right.
So we're going to come back through, well, that final plat has to be in conjunction with the preliminary plat, which is the PD plan, which shows that additional right-of-way.
And that final plat will show the wider sidewalk along College that you've talked
No,
about?
the construction plans will show that. The preliminary plat, or excuse me, the final plat does not show sidewalks. It doesn't show any building improvements.
Okay.
On the site. Now, I would also like to mention briefly, I believe the section of 12-foot sidewalk that's adjacent
It's
to
closer
College,
to-
it's at the back of curb.
Right, and that's the one closer to Rollins.
Right, and so it's at the back of curb. So, if we want to put that sidewalk further back with the green space, I would ask that council maybe consider maybe not a 12-foot sidewalk, but something along the maybe an 8-foot sidewalk, possibly 10, but somewhere along the lines of 8, because we're going to be further back. We still want that green space, and I believe that a 10-foot would still be sufficient for the pedestrians that are going to be through that area while providing green space on both sides, while not being right at the back of curb.
I think I would like it to match that 8-foot because it does have that green space between. The 12-foot is from the pedestrian mid-block crossing that happens there by the physics building down to Rollins, which has also the median. So we know there's not anyone
Right,
climbing over it.
Right.
What's
So
just
to
north
answer your
of
question,
there?
Mayor, the preliminary plat shows, it doesn't need
It
to be
does
new
show the
ordinance.
additional
It's actually
right-of-way.
part of the plan.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Wider sidewalks are more similar to a downtown setting to a more metropolitan area. I don't think that's terribly uncommon. I don't want it right on the curb either, but I can see that in a number of cities as well as in our downtown areas. It's often built that way.
Betsy's had her hand up, and then Christina. Yeah, Betsy.
So I would just say this isn't a downtown area, though. This is still part of a residential area. And if you happen to look across University Avenue, there's a lot of green space, and the university buildings are set quite far back. I'm not saying that this needs to be set that far back, but I think expecting this to be one of our downtown buildings where there isn't much of a setback, I think would be wrong. And we need to either accept this setback or ask them to move it back a little bit more, because it really does crowd. If you look at the university, the white campus there, those are, as best I can remember, 2-story buildings. There's maybe a 3-story building there that I'm
Closer to
missing.
physics and bond. Yeah.
But there isn't. I mean, the life science building is apparently quite large. And then I had a question for you as to, you guys continue to compare this to Paquin, which is however tall that is. Why have you chosen to have the larger part of the building on University and step down to Paquin versus the other way around?
Because the natural grade, Councilman Peters, it falls that direction going down. And so Paquin is about a full story below the elevation of University.
Okay.
So it drops going to that site. So the lowest part of the entire site, that's
along
that's on the other, is on Paquin. And so it kind of drops down. So that's basically the reason, because you can kind of see that from this corner here, from the low corner here to the high corner is about that elevation.
And then can I just ask how much, I presume you're charging for parking? So when you charge a lot for parking, then the students, the young people will decide just to move over to the neighborhood where there is no restricted parking. Is there any reason why we shouldn't expect that to happen the same as it did over at Ben Stevens?
There's always that potential, but again, I do think independent of parking rate, we have the right parking ratio for a property of this size. And I wanted to answer another question that you had raised, Vera, when you talked, what if this had gone, or at some point goes multifamily, let's say. If you think of a multifamily parking ratio, and I don't know it exactly in Columbia, but in most municipalities, it's 1.5 space per unit. We would actually be well beyond that with 570 parking spaces and a little over 300 units. So that would be 450 spaces. So we would shine in the multifamily category from a parking ratio standpoint. I think the fact that we are providing what we think is an ample quantity, that it is within the building, the convenience factor is pretty significant to be able to have your car within the building. Where I have seen those that choose not to park with us park elsewhere is on very rare occasion, and I don't think that the price of parking is a deterrent. I think, yes, it is a fee, but if you think of your security, your convenience, and it is a relative number relative to my rent for my apartment, you know, it's not a rounding error, it's a little more than that, but I think all those factors lead us to believe that our residents want to park in our garage, even if they're charged to do so. And our rates, the rates that we're, you know, at least underwriting for the deal, are rates that are being charged today by U Center and the other communities in town. So, you know, I can't say with certainty, but, you know, I feel pretty good that our residents will want to park, those that have cars with us.
But if they don't, then that's not your problem, right? it becomes the
We can't
neighborhood problem.
control that.
Right.
We can't, no.
I'm going to do one more question, ask if there's any amendments, and then go to question, because we've now been talking about this for quite a while, and I'm worried we have a lot more on ours. So Christina, you had your hands up.
I think my question is pretty quick. So earlier.
Make sure you're by the microphone, though, still. Sorry, you're
Yeah, I
standing.
forgot I stood up. So when we're talking about the sidewalk and increasing it possibly to 12 feet on College, we also talked about the ability to like drive into the parking garage. Would that 12-foot impact that, or do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Ms. Hartman, for us to make that work, that 12-foot would have to go toward College.
Okay, so as long as it went towards College, not into the,
Right.
thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Towards College at that location.
Correct.
All right, are there any proposed amendments to what we have before us? So as a reminder, what we have before us, ordinance has the 4 different exemptions that planning and zoning approved, which are the setbacks, the landscape, the height, and the parking. Are there any amendments to what's proposed to us before? All right, seeing none, I'll have. Oh, sorry. Well,
You're
I
really
looked this
fast.
way.
You're really
You've been
fast, you're
talking
right.
more.
I'm
I
gonna
assumed.
It's
Sorry. Okay. Proposed amendments.
The proposed amendment is for the sidewalk.
Do we need an amendment?
Do we
for
need
that?
an amendment for that? I mean,
And this is the sidewalk on College.
I want the sidewalk on College and University, but yes.
Is it
If
possible to do an 8-foot on
10
University as well?
feet is more practical, then that's fine with me.
I think it was 8 foot is what the university has, and then they get rid of their additional green space to 12 feet as it gets closer to Rollins.
Yeah, but we're closer to College, so can we go with the part that's got the green space?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that one's 8
Okay,
feet.
so how wide is that, ladies? 8 feet?
According to Public Works, it's 8 feet on that side of the university.
Can they do 8 feet without moving towards College and not inhibit the parking structure?
Can we see?
Maybe we should just say what we
I
would like.
prefer
not
to
a-
move
not-
towards the building than
Yeah,
towards
I
College.
can't change the driveway. I can't push it further back at the driveway locations. That inhibits the architect too much to be able to make that headroom work.
Yeah, I'm not asking that location. Well, you have a 6-foot one shown, right?
Yes, ma'am.
For the rest of the angle of this. I'm also noticing that you have more green space at that end of your building.
Yeah, down here.
As you move towards,
Could we split the difference? Go what?
University.
Can we center it on what we have here?
can that move towards the building as opposed to?
I'm sorry, Tim, what did you,
Could we
7
split the
feet?
difference? Go, use a 6-foot, but add a foot on either side?
So that we still have green space along College.
Right, we still have, yeah,
to add.
and then we'll keep it where it's at currently at this location. We'll add 2 feet toward College, and then once we taper away from that, we'll add a foot on either side to get to the 8 foot. And
Perfect. What's the width of the green space?
at that location right there,
The green space on College?
that green space is about 10 foot, about 10 feet on either side.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
So if
Thank
we
you,
could
Tim.
Add a foot on either side. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Oh.
Anything
Then
else
could
on
we
amendment?
ask-
I was just asking for amendments. So-
Okay, University Avenue. It's unclear to me, I know we've spent all this time on College. University Avenue, what type of setback do you have for that? Is that, because, you guys are asking for less green space than you're supposed to have.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm asking, what are you doing on University Avenue?
On University Avenue, with what is our setback? It's a 10-foot perimeter setback adjacent to all public right-of-ways. So it's a 10-foot setback around the entire perimeter.
And remind us the public right away on that side. We spent so much time on College.
Yeah, yes, it's the
What's
same setback.
What's so it's from the middle of University
From the middle of the
towards-
university to our right-of-way line is 33 foot, half right-of-way. So what you have there is, you probably have about a 10-foot green space between the back of curb on University and the sidewalk. And then we have different sidewalk variations, but on the east side, you probably have about another 10 foot of green space, 10 or 11, maybe 12 foot of green space between it and the building. It all varies through there.
Okay. So do we have an amendment for college? And
So it
has
doesn't
somebody
need to
made
be
a
an
motion
amendment,
for
it
that?
sounds like.
I'm sorry?
Nancy, does it need to be an amendment, or this is like what we've done before, where they're doing a preliminary plat, we've given direction, and staff, when they do the technical review, will make sure that council's intent that we've talked about at the meeting is in what they show.
I think it's probably better done as a note on the plat as well, and we can make that happen as far as construction goes.
Okay, and then are we okay with parking?
That's
We
my
need to
question.
understand, but we also need to understand what you're wanting on University, if there's a
Is
change
it
to
possible to do the
University.
wider sidewalk on University, or is that one limiting us to just the 6 foot?
We would like to do 8 on University. Do you foresee a problem on that?
If we go 1 foot either side?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's a problem on
Perfect.
University.
Okay.
Now, Mayor, back to your question. I think, I don't want to speak for staff, but I would like an amendment.
Okay.
Only because if we leave it to the
Or a
intent of.
motion.
in
I'll
the-
do a
the-
motion.
The intent of council, I would like, when we review plans and
Okay.
change department reviews, or we complete them, they review them, we know
Okay.
exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that the sidewalks along College and University Avenue are 8 foot wide with green space along both streets and splitting the, I don't know how you said it, splitting the,
Widening out based on with the 6 foot in the middle.
yeah, widening
1
out
foot
from
either
your,
side.
where your 6 foot is shown, 1 foot
1 foot
either side.
Oh, yeah.
I made that motion. Second, do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Valerie. Any other discussion on it? All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Was that clear for you, Clint? I should have looked at you more. Okay. All right, and then the next question is
No one
about.
said no, right? It was unanimous.
Correct. Okay. And then the next one is in relation to, Section 2 has the exemption for requested from parking. So right now it has that they're allowed less than 718 parking spaces. I think the proposed was 570, is that correct? Is
Correct.
that right? So is there a motion to amend, like, what would you amend it to? What would you propose? And Nancy, you want
You're
to?
saying you want something other than what's in the plan?
Right, because that's where I'm confused. The
So
ordinance I
the-
have, which talks about the exemptions, and the plan is also part of it.
Correct. The PD plan, as it's currently presented to you, is incorporated in the ordinance.
Okay.
So you don't have to make those separate amendments unless you're wanting to change something that's shown on the PD plan. And so what you said, what your first amendment was to provide staff with direction, even though we're considering the ordinance, I'm going to take that kind of off to the side as providing staff direction in a very clear fashion to do 8-foot sidewalk on College
And University.
and University. Okay. I just heard College, but half my,
It's 1 AM.
half my ear is still yesterday. Okay, so both on College and University. So that, we're just going to take it off to the side. We didn't actually amend the ordinance, but
Right.
that is clear direction to the developer as to what's going to come forward when they submit their plans. So now we're back to the ordinance as drafted with the rest of the plan.
Right, and that's our question is, right now, we're allowing the exemption to be less than an RMF
Correct,
for parking requirements,
correct.
which would be the plan that is attached to it says 570, I don't know, my thing went to sleep.
Correct.
570. So I guess this is the question, it sounds like there's a want for more parking, but we're also understanding that, I don't know what.
Yeah. On the parking, I don't think there's much room that we have to negotiate on that, simply because we have squeaked out every space that we can in that parking structure. And the only way for us to get more parking is to go up. When we go up another level, that changes us into a high-rise configuration, which is totally different with the fire marshal, totally different with, with what they can serve and how they can serve this site. And so that's, we have tried to get the parking that we can on the site, and that's what we can get.
Okay. Thank you, Tim. All right, so that means that kind of,
So-
if we were to vote right now on what we've already amended, it would be what is before us, plus a little bit bigger sidewalks on College and University.
So you would, otherwise we'd have to ask you to decrease the number of units so that you had adequate parking for this space? That would be correct. Okay. And I presume that would make it unreasonable to build from the standpoint of the people that are building it?
All right, any other questions on this? Any other potential solutions? Seeing none,
I don't have a solution, no,
Yeah.
but I mean,
I do have a
I'm concerned that we're just gonna have this is just gonna spill over.
Yeah.
yeah, Jackie, question?
I agree with that. I do have concerns on parking, so I'm very torn. But I also did just want to touch on the landscaping. With the addition of additional buildings and concrete, I'm concerned about the decrease in the green space and the vegetation, whatever you want to call it, that would affect our heat map for our city. And so I don't know what the, perhaps if you could explain your reasoning behind the reduction landscaping request.
We're not having the 15%.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So trying to get the building to fit with the corridors and how the building kind of wraps around the parking structure, what we are left with, and honestly, we're asking for a reduction down to 10% when the minimum is 15 in an RMF. In the MDT, we don't have that requirement, so we have 0. And so given that this isn't really an RMF development, but it's also not an MDT development, we're kind of in that in-between. And quite honestly, when we're asking for a reduction to 10, we're not really at 10%. I believe we're closer to, bear with me here. I think we're closer to almost 14%. So we're just asking for a slight reduction. Now, some of that's going to change that a little bit when we start adding additional width of sidewalks and that kind of thing. Might reduce that just a little bit, but we're really not going all the way down to that 10%. So we're closer to the 15 than what it really depicts.
Come to the microphone, please, Jeff.
Yeah. Is that inclusive of all of the green space that we're adding outside of our property on the right-of-way?
No, it is not inclusive of the green space on the right.
So
all that is.
if you took what was within the right-of-way, that's a pretty significant boost. The other, what we're replacing is almost 100% impervious. So it's not as if there was a lot of green space on the existing condition. So I'd say this is a better state than the existing condition from the impervious ratio.
Are you providing street trees in the right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am. They're shown on the landscape plan for the city requirement.
Yeah, I also want to call out the previous building has quite a bit of impervious pavement, as you've mentioned. I see the addition of undergrounded stormwater, which is usually a big consideration when we add impervious.
Okay, so are we ready to vote on this?
I'm ready.
Any other questions? All right. Sheila, I'm like, what number are we on? Sheila, will you please call roll on Bill 17726?
Council Bill 17726, Ms. Peters,
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo,
Yes.
Ms. Carroll,
Yes.
Ms. Elwood,
No.
Ms. Sample,
I'm thinking.
yes. Ms. Hartman,
Yes.
passes.
All right, thank you. And we'll be watching this closely. All right, thank you. All right, moving on. We're only just now to the consent agenda. Sheila, will you please read the items on the consent agenda?
And it's long, so bear with me.
Okay.
Items on the consent agenda include bills 17326, 17426, 17526, 18026, 18126, 18326, 18426, 18526, 18626, 18726, 18826, 18926, 19026, 19126, 19226, 19326, 19426, 19526, 19626, 19726, 19826, 19926, 200, 26, 201, 26, 202, 26, 203, 26, 204, 26, 205, 26, and resolutions 143, 26, 144, 26, 146, 26, 147, 26, 148, 26, 149, 26, 150, 26, 151, 26, 152, 26, and 153, 26. Bills 173, 26, 174, 26, 175, 26, 180, 26, 181, 26, 183, 26, 184, 26, 185, 26, 186, 26, 187, 26, 188, 26, 189, 26, 190, 26, 191, 26, 192, 26, 193, 26, 194, 26, 195, 26, 196, 26, 197, 26, 198, 26, 199, 26, 226, 201, 26, 202, 26, 203, 26, 204, 26, 205, 26, and resolutions 143, 26, 144, 26, 146, 26, 147, 26, 148, 26, 149, 26, 150, 26, 151, 26, 152, 26, and 153, 26. Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Yes.
Okay, before we move into new business, there has been discussion about whether or not we would want to go into recess and re-pick up the meeting during the daytime. The question then would be, what time are we recessing until? So if we were to recess, I guess Carlin just went to go see if the room was, Nancy, what were we gonna,
No, I just think he was going to go, I was just going to say he's going to go make arrangements for the room if that was.
see if the room was
Or at
available?
least alert folks that that
Right,
might.
yeah, I can rearrange my meetings in the morning. DeCarlin, space is available. That's the question, is what time could people come, knowing that we all probably have to make arrangements and rearrange things?
My phone's dead. My phone's dead. I can't look at my calendar. I typically have client stuff in the morning, but I think they would understand that we're here till 2 a.m.
Could you guys do like 9 a.m.? Oh,
I was going to say that I cannot because my husband has to go into work early tomorrow and somebody has to be home with my kids.
can we bring the children to school? Yes. Or could we do virtual attendance for Valerie?
We could.
I don't know why you're asking me.
What do we have left? We have reports?
We have the two resolutions, an
AMI.
intro, and reports.
You have the bonds, you have the notice of bond sale, which is your
That's
big item.
Oh,
The
no,
$40
I need brain
million.
power for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding.
It's a $40
Yeah,
million.
and at our next meeting, unfortunately, we have like 4 or 5 public hearings as well as.
Can
other
we,
things, so
can we at least
We don't have
change the
time.
order and do
time.
the resolution that sets the hearing and that amendment sheet before we go into recess? And maybe the intro items, and then do you have to do the bonds, or can we table that?
No.
They need the,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so then we're not recessing, because it sounds like we're doing both things.
Okay.
That's what you just said. Because you said we have to do the bonds today, or,
Well,
Tomorrow, it's possible that we could do it tomorrow in the morning.
it is tomorrow.
In 4 hours.
This
Yeah.
meeting, it's not a continue for another 2 weeks.
Correct, correct.
Right.
Okay, so we would be recessing this meeting until tomorrow morning, and then doing those items at that time.
At 9, is that what you?
At 9?
Well, I have a 9 o'clock
9
meeting and a
works.
10 o'clock meeting, so I'll have to try and
Well, we
change.
should be done by then.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll make a motion. Wait, what am I doing, Nancy?
So can I go back
Yeah.
to the city clerk's request? I think what she was suggesting is that we go ahead and
Reset, do
Take the-
Resolution 14526 that sets changes the time for the setting the public hearing, which accidentally says 7 o'clock rather than 6
so that we
o'clock.
can go ahead and get that noticed.
Yeah, because I've got to try to send it to the papers. They don't give me much time anymore.
Okay, so we'll talk about the recess in one moment. We're going to skip ahead. Sheila, will you please read Resolution 14526?
145.
Council Bill 14526 is a resolution setting a public hearing on the voluntary annexation of property located on the south side of I-70 Drive Southeast and east of Easter Lane, 7208 I-70 Drive Southeast.
And it's my understanding that the reason why this is being pulled from consent is because we need to change the time on the resolution from 7 PM to 6 PM.
Correct.
Any more of a staff report needed? No? Okay, good. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on that? Great. I'll make a motion to amend Resolution 14526 per the amendment sheet, which changes the time in the resolution from 7 PM to 6 PM. Do I have a second? Second by Betsy. All those in favor of, to amend our 14526 per the amendment sheet, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Sheila, do I need you now call roll on Resolution 14526 as amended?
Council Bill 14526 as amended, Ms. Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Buffalo?
Yes.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Ms. Elwood?
Yes.
Ms. Sample?
Yes.
Ms. Hartman?
Okay. And then Nancy, what are your recommendations for recessing, knowing that we would start back up at new business, reading Resolution 15426? So 9 AM tomorrow morning. What else do I need to do for that?
Just a motion.
Okay.
Motion to go into recess.
I motion that City Council go into recess until 9 AM, August 4th, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vera. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. See you all at 9 AM tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Do we just?